What's going on, guys? How are y'all doing? Currently, I am working out. So if y'all hear me making little noises, that's why. But this live stream is exactly as the title says. Tyson Fury stops Anthony Joshua, and Eddie Hearn knows it. I highly doubt this fight gets made. And I don't think, and I do not believe it's Tyson Fury capping, because at this point, what does Tyson Fury have to worry about? What does he have to fear? What is he scared of? He watched Usyk, a guy who's 6'3", 220 pounds, defeat AJ twice in a boxing match. Now, I know people like to argue that Usyk is this masterful boxer and he's the greatest boxer of this era and technically and blah, 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 blah. But people forget Tyson Fury was referred to as a great boxer, a very skilled guy, pillow-fisted. That's what they called him before he started racking up these knockouts under Sugar Hill. So people like to forget that Tyson Fury is known for his boxing ability, for being a technical fighter. So if a guy 6'3" can outbox AJ, who's 6'6", what is AJ going to do against a guy who's 6'9", with much longer arms, much longer body, and a hell of a lot more weight? What is he going to do? How is he going to get past the jab? He couldn't get past Usyk's jab. And the thing about it is this. While people talk about how great Usyk boxes, and the two AJ fights, he really didn't box him that much. He literally, AJ allowed him to just stand in the pocket. It wasn't like Usyk was having doing fancy footwork to get around his punches. He was literally walking straight in front of him, and AJ would just keep the fight at mid-range, close range, and get outgunned, get outboxed. And the thing about it is that was with very little foot movement. He didn't really have to use angles. He didn't really have to dance around AJ because AJ allowed him in. So if AJ allowed a guy much smaller than Tyson Fury in, how, when he's got to come to Fury now, how is he going to do anything? I don't. Again, I do not want to see this fight. It'd be a great fight for the UK, not going to lie. A lot of fans are going to get it, but I like Anthony Joshua. But this is career suicide. And I know Eddie Hearn's prone to do this to his fighters. He did it to Kell Brook when he moved Kell Brook up to fight Triple G. He's about to do it with Conor Benn, now that he's moving Conor Benn up to fight Eubank Jr. However, Eddie did learn a little bit, and that's why they're putting all these crazy weight clauses and rehydration clauses on Eubank to try to get all advantages, because Eddie already knows how this goes with his premier fighter that really built him. He took him up there and ruined him. And now he's going to do it to AJ. He's going to put AJ, maybe, possibly, I don't know. I don't think he's dumb enough to do it. But if he does, he's going to put his premier cash cow in there against the other biggest name in the UK, a guy who's really more relevant in America than AJ is, and get him what? Destroyed? Because AJ's confidence is extremely low. Like the last time we saw this dude, he was having a midlife crisis in the middle of the ring after he lost. As good as AJ is, he's not good enough for Fury at this point in time. And without confidence, you can't win. The seek and destroy AJ that we used to see is no longer there. He just hasn't been there since he lost to Andy Ruiz. He hasn't. Yes, he beat Andy, but he took no risk against Andy. A guy who came in fat, sloppy, couldn't move, he did nothing to him. Absolutely nothing to him. He stayed at range when he could have went in there and tried to put Ruiz away because Ruiz was too slow to even throw punches. Like, he was just too slow. He was out of shape. He didn't train. It was obvious. Now, granted, he got a knockout against Pulev, but he still really didn't take any risk. He stayed away from Pulev, a guy who was already defeated, already won, already beat, and he was fighting him from range. Then he gets in there with Usyk 2 times and does nothing different in the second fight. It literally looked like he was fighting Usyk the same way in the first one as he did in the second one. Like, he didn't learn at all. You can't beat him that way. You got to take risks. You got to go at him. And now, I don't know how long this is going to last. My battery's at 20%. It's dying fast. Ooh, I need my phone back. And now, we're to believe that AJ is going to get in there and go for broke against Tyson Fury to where he's going to have to walk into the furnace and can't fight from range, can't use his reach, can't use his height? I just don't see it. I don't see it. Tyson Fury knows it. Frank Warren knows it. And they see a wounded animal, and that's why they're going for him. This is the real reason why they're going for him. Before he lost to Usyk, they were unsure. They didn't really want it because they didn't know what AJ had left. That's what I truly believe. But now that they know that this is pretty much a fight in the bag, oh, they're aggressive about it. They want to take this fight because they know the outcome. They know it. And that's the only reason why they're taking it, because if AJ was still a threat, if AJ was still on top, if AJ was undefeated, I guarantee you Tyson Fury, Frank Warren would not be trying to make this fight. They absolutely would not get in there with AJ. But now that they know he's very beatable, not beatable, but very beatable, they're ready to go. And, you know, I see people coming in. They probably hitting their little thumbs down because they don't like the title. And I know I reused the thumbnail, but that's okay. Excuse me 1 second while I do this. One set. Switching legs real fast, doing these leg curls. All right, we got one more set and then we're done. But again, that is why they're trying to make this fight. They're trying to make it to break another record, which they will. I guarantee you Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua does more than 94,000. However, the bad thing about that is there's going to be more eyes to watch Anthony Joshua, and I believe he will get embarrassed because he's not ready. He needs at least a warm-up fight to get his confidence back. He needs it. It's just the fact of the matter, he needs it. Look at Deontay Wilder. He's going for Robert Helenius. He's a good fighter, but he's not an elite. He is a good fighter. He's a risky fight. But everybody knows this fight is very much in Deontay Wilder's favor. If Wilder loses, he loses. More power to Helenius. Maybe he's improved a lot since he's been sparring and since he lost to Dillian White. He did beat old Naki, so, you know, if he could beat the young dude that look old, maybe he's improved. Maybe he's a lot better than what a lot of us think. But Deontay Wilder is taking a softer touch in his return from his defeats to Tyson Fury. And that's what Anthony Joshua should do. He should be looking at fighting. I mean, I don't really like the fight because I know it's an easy win, although it could be dangerous early, a Zhang fight. Zhang is super slow, but he does pack a punch. So AJ just has to be careful early, although that's a fight that Anthony Joshua should be able to win by knockout. He should be able to weather the storm till Zhang gets tired, because Zhang actually gets tired. AJ, in my opinion, never had a stamina issue. I don't care what anybody says. The fights that he said he had stamina issues in, AJ got the knockouts. Every single fight that people say AJ got tired in before he lost all his weight, he got the knockouts. So I don't understand. Like, if that is being exhausted, if that is being tired, then let me be tired in every fight if the end result is me winning by knockout. Because that's what you're aiming for. That's the greatest way to win. So if being exhausted gets you the knockout, then damn it, let me be exhausted every fight. But again, Joshua needs somebody like that, a Hrgovic, a guy that's super slow, that you can see his punches coming from a mile away. That's a good name. He's a top 10 fighter, but it's an easy fight for him to win. And it's a fight that he can look good at winning. And it's a good name to have, especially him being undefeated. You could put him in there with a Jogba. That would be a good fight. It's a PBC fighter. It could get him ranked in the WBC. I don't think AJ should go in there against a Frank Sanchez. I don't think that would be good, but if AJ really wanted to look impressive, truth be told, he could go for Luis Ortiz. That should be a really good fight for him to win. Ortiz just had a very good fight with Andy Ruiz, the guy that beat AJ, and AJ could come in there and blitz Ortiz out and say, hey, look, I'm back, and that'll get his confidence up, because we saw the first Ortiz fight where Deontay Wilder was in trouble. He almost got knocked out. He almost got put down. He didn't, but he did get in a lot of trouble. So that is a confidence builder where AJ could look and be like, oh, shit, look at what I did to a guy that Wilder struggled with. I knocked him out. But those are the types of fights that Joshua needs to be fighting to get his confidence back, to work on his craft, especially if he's going to stay with Garcia, which I disagree with tenfold. You can't stay with a trainer who has no faith in you. Garcia was already talking like AJ had lost the fight before he ever even got into the rematch. Why you would pick a guy like that, I don't know. Why you would pick a guy who's never trained a heavyweight in his entire career of being a trainer, I do not know. It doesn't make sense. Just because you can train a lightweight, a welterweight, doesn't mean that you can train a heavyweight. It's completely different. When you got man weight behind you, every punch, any punch could end the fight. When you got man weight behind you, you fight different. It's a different type of fighting than little guys fighting. It's just different. It's more dangerous. You got to be better. Hold on, guys. We about to walk to the car. Just finished the workout. Put the phone on the charger before it dies, because it is dying. Oh, hold on. Let me wipe off this equipment real fast, and then we'll walk to the car. Y'all can't see what I'm saying, because if I turn on the camera, the phone's going to die instantly. But again, I digress. Hold on one second. Some people walking in here was empty. All right, guys, we're coming off the mute. Hopefully, my car's Bluetooth doesn't mess this up. Hopefully. We're going to plug this in. Bye out. We're charging. Okay, we good. We're at 11% battery. We started at 70. This shit died that fast. Oh, I can't wait till I get my new phone. Then I can put up videos on a regular like I normally do, etc. But let me get back to the topic at hand. But again, as I was saying before I was leaving the gym and people were walking up, those are the types of fights that will build Joshua's confidence. Those are the types of fights that Joshua needs to get in. He really does not need to get in there with Tyson Fury, with a trainer he's only had for 2 fights. This would be his second fight with him, if he even stays with him. Because at this point, Joshua could change trainers again. The thing is, Joshua's not like Tyson Fury. Joshua started with Rob McCracken, went with Tony Sims, went back with Rob McCracken. So he was with pretty much trainers his entire career. Tyson Fury, he's always changed trainers like he changes his shoes. The dude's never been a stagnant type fighter. He's always switched up the guys that train him. He only stays with guys for a limited amount of time, gets all the knowledge he can from the trainers, and then he moves on. And that's actually not a bad idea. Like, a lot of fighters don't do that. A lot of fighters pick a trainer and they stay with them their entire career. And you know what? A trainer can only teach you as much as the trainer knows. And the trainer is only going to show you how to fight like the trainer knows how to fight. Tyson Fury, on the other hand, he switched it up, and it reflects in his styles. He's constantly improving because of the route that he took. But you can't just do what Tyson Fury did and start switching up things if you've never done it before. You're not used to that. Oh, my phone's not even charging now. What's going on? Hold on. We're at 8%. I thought it was charging. It was plugged up to the charger, but it wasn't. What's going on, y'all? Hold on one second. I'm going to drop the link so other people can talk. Let me do this, and we'll hear what y'all think about this fight now that y'all are joining me. Don't forget, hit the thumbs up. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me invite guests. Copy this. I'll be right back. I'm going to run inside my house, grab my wallet, and then be right back. So if y'all do try to join, just know that, why is it not letting me type? Post a comment. Come on. All right. I'll be right back. I'll read the chat before I drive. There's the link. Hop on. Like I said, I'll be right back to click you on from the background. Just grab more wallet. All right, we are back. We are back. Let's see here. Let me read the comments real fast. Nobody tried to join while I was gone. I don't think. That's okay. When it was settled, Hearn decided to complain about the commercial piece of the deal. I think Hearn is trying to run out the clock on this deal because he knows that Fury will rescind the offer. And then Hearn can tell the public that Joshua didn't duck the fight. They said he's ducking Usyk too when Usyk didn't want the fight in December. You talking about? They said, all right, Charles. Yo, Dan, you want to jump on? The link's in the chat, my dude. So basically, what I just read, Dan, that you said was now Hearn is like backing out because of some type of commercials. If you hop on, you can explain that in more details because I have not seen that. From the last I heard from Frank Warren, he was saying that the broadcasters have agreed, like everything's been agreed upon except for Eddie Hearn and Anthony Joshua. All right, bro. And then you can explain to us exactly what you're saying about the commercial deals. Because, like I said, I haven't read anything about it. So I have no idea what you were talking about. But again, as I was saying, like, it's as plain as day that as good as Anthony Joshua is, when you really look at it, he's not as good as we thought he was. However, when Ruiz went into the rematch with Anthony Joshua, he did not take him serious. I mean, it showed. He came in so overweight that he couldn't even move. It's like that $4 or $5 million that he made to fight AJ in the first fight, he spent it all on Burger King. That's what he did. Krispy Kreme and Burger King. That's all he did with his money and a couple of gold chains and a lot of tattoos. That's where all his money went, but none went to training. So, again, was it that AJ came to the ring better in the rematch, or was it just that Ruiz came in much worse? Am I breaking up? Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Am I still breaking up? Don't tell me that. Seriously? Could be my battery's too low. Could be the phone's overheating. I don't even know. Is it any better? Now I might have to type. So it's bad. It's real bad. Hey, this is what I get for trying to do a live stream on this old busted phone. How bad is the static? Is it real bad? Nah. Like, I turned off the Bluetooth to try to save the battery, so I'm talking through the cell phone itself. So it shouldn't be static. Has it been this way the whole time? Like I said, this is a whole busted phone. I broke my phone. My iPhone 11 Pro Max is broken. I thought it was insurance on it. It wasn't. AT&T played me, and I had to buy the phone. But the new phone doesn't come till the end of October. So, yeah. Static, yeah. That's shit. All right, let me try to figure something out. It could be the phone's overheating. Hold on 1 second. All right, it's going to be real windy for a second, but I'm going to try to put my phone in front of the AC to cool it off. All right, let's try it now. I just turned the AC off. Is it sounding better? We back? Let's see. Are we back? Or is there still a lot of static? Bruh, that's what sucks about it is, like, try to do a live stream and it just sound like a chip bag. A little less static. That's not good though. A little less isn't no. Ah. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let the phone charge in the car. I'm gonna run in here, buy something. I'll be right back in like 3-4 minutes. Hopefully, by the time I get back, the phone will be charged enough. It'll cool down enough to where it's not busting a thermostat and all the mercury pouring out the top. I'm thinking about a thermometer. You said thermostat. Gosh damn. Oh shit. Turn the dial for the AC on here. All right, I'll be right back. 2-3 minutes. Don't forget, smash the thumbs up and let people know if they type. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. All right, here we go. Tony isn't available right now, but if you leave your name and number, he'll get back to you at the. Oh shit! All right, is it better? Does it sound better? Sound worse? Somewhere in between? I don't know. So you gotta let me know. I should have went the wrong way. Why did I follow the arrow? Now I'm going the long way around. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Is it still static? Do we sound better? Do we sound worse? Again, is it somewhere in between? Or did I lose Charles B? Did I lose the only people typing? And the man, are you still there? I do not know. Again, if you can hear me, let me know, and let me know if you hear static. Because I have no idea how clear this sounds. It's still static. Gosh damn. Gosh damn. Can you understand me? Can you at least understand me through the static? That's the more relevant question. Can I be understood? As soon as I get back to the house, I'm going to focus to the computer and be on screen. So hopefully it'll improve from there. I'm not going to sell this screen for too long as I was talking about what I want to talk about, but we will try to write this out a little bit longer. It's pretty bad, man. Fuck. All right. All right. Give me a few minutes. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we still staticky? Either way, I'm about to be home and we're gonna flip over, but just curious. Am I still staticky? No. Minute. All right, can you hear me now? Let me turn off the AC. Let's see if that helped. It's a little staticky, but better. So that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. This little busted phone is just overheating. Can you understand me? Like I'm literally 30 seconds to a minute from the house. Again, I'm gonna flip over. We're gonna flip over in like I said, 30 seconds to a minute. Okay, so before we flip over, I want to say this. Getting old, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. And I'm saying this because I just ran up in the store, bought some wine, white wine, not for me, for my girl, right? I don't drink alcohol. But I'm about to be 32 years old. About to be 32. And the little bitch didn't even call me. She like, yeah, You good. Like, fuck. I don't even have to get caught in to buy alcohol no more. Gosh damn. It sucks, man. Because in your mind, in the body, it don't feel no different. I don't feel no different. But your appearance, it gets older, it matures, but you don't feel no different. I don't feel the age. I don't have bad knees. I don't have a bad back. It's weird. It's a weird thing. It's a real weird thing. All right. And then I got his beard, so I look extra, extra man. All right. Here we go. We about to flip over. Gonna get rid of the static. Give me 20 seconds and I'll be right back. 20 seconds. Okay, there we go. Now we back. All right, there we go. Okay. Let me know if there's still static now. I know there's no static now. I just got to plug this in. Bear with me. Get this plugged in. Let me get this chair. I'm gonna come sit down. All right, here we go. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. All right. do like this. Give me 1 second. All right. Make sure the light doesn't go off. But yeah, you know, as I was saying in the car, don't know. Well, I'll wait for you to get on, Dan, if you're about to get on. Let me do this. Let me repost the link. Copy. Come here. Control V. There's that. All right. Just got done working out. Doing a little bit of a workout. I actually could do shoulders. You know what? We're going to do shoulders while we talk. Little light work. Little light work. Do a little bit of light work. Just did legs at the little gym. Let's do a little bit of light work while we wait. So, as I was saying, all right, a little bit of light work. A little bit of light work. Let's just do 35. I don't feel like really working out hard. We keep it light. A little bit of lightweight. Never hurt nobody. See Dan the man in the background, so let me go ahead and click here. Now, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up? I see you trying to do some reps.
Yeah. I already did legs, did do shoulders. Figure I just do shoulders while we talk.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I just got finished doing doing my shoulders and my quad. So yeah, I just got finished doing my workout routine.
That's the same thing I'm doing. Same thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I just thought I'd hop on just momentarily because I got maybe about a few minutes or so. So I just thought I would add my 2 cents into this whole fiasco with Joshua and Fury, or Fury Joshua, however you want to call it, and the pay-per-view hypocrisy as well as far as price is concerned. So yeah, as far as the commercial aspects, I believe, from my understanding, it's the argument of the advertising revenue, since this is going to be a joint broadcasting situation, which I assume this was already sorted out. But now Hearn is coming back saying that, well, that could take another several weeks, whatnot, a few weeks, which I don't understand. Is that, well, wait a minute, hold on here. I thought you guys reviewed the terms and you said everything was okay and good to go. You got the contract. Now you're complaining about the fact then they initially complained and said that, well, the TV broadcasting issue hasn't been sorted. That could take more time, right? So once that did get sorted, now Hearn is coming back and saying, well, we got to deal with the commercial aspects of it. So Queensberry says, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to we're going to appoint a arbitrator to sort that out, right? Now that's up to Matchroom to decide whether they want to accept the arbitrator or not to handle the commercial aspects of it. But the way I'm looking at it is that I think Eddie Hearn is trying to buy some time. He's trying to run the clock out on this whole deal. Meaning, I'm not saying there's a time frame. What I'm saying is that if he could stall this long enough to the point that Tyson Fury and Queensberry said, you know what, we waited too long for you guys to get this sorted out, and we're going to move on to another direction. It could make it look like that Joshua didn't duck the fight. It was Fury that ducked the fight. I think that's what he's trying to do. But what else? What's up? Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it's all politicking, but we know at the end of the day, Fury wants this fight. Fury wants it because my thing that put the nail in the coffin was this. If Fury did not want the fight, they would have never sent the contract. But they sent the contract.
Right. Here's the thing. The narrative, I initially believed this too, because I thought he sent it, with the terms being bogus, knowing that they wouldn't sign off on it. So that gives him an excuse to say, you know what, I tried to make the deal, I'm going to fight Manuel Char. But now, given the fact, this thing is all confusing, it's funny as hell, man. Now Fury's getting backlash over the Char situation, and people like, look, man, if you fight that guy, we're not going to pay for it. We're going to boycott that fight. And BT's not even going to put money up, not going to put the money for it. So now they have to scale back on the Manuel Char situation. Manuel Char's pissed off because, wait a minute, you guaranteed me a fight. So why all of a sudden now you guys talk about fighting Anthony Joshua now? I mean, and now you're listing Luis Ortiz and Andy Ruiz as potential opponents. So, I mean, this whole thing is funny and confusing, man. But the point is, I think at the end of the day, it looks like so far that Tyson Fury really wants this fight. He really wants it. I think Anthony Joshua wants it too, but Hearn and DAZN's like, nah, man, we can't afford to have, we can't afford for Anthony Joshua to have have 3 consecutive losses, given the fact that he's at the down, the slide of his career.
Right.
So, yeah, I think they're trying to strategically look like they're not ducking out of the fight by making it look like, okay, let's just, let's go ahead and run the clock down on this, so that way it frustrates Fury so they can back out. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I see.
at the end of the day, it's still politicking. They're trying to politic their way out of it so they can save face, but all along they never wanted it.
Oh,
And
absolutely. Yeah.
the thing about it is, and you can tell me if you disagree, because I've had a lot of Brits try to disagree with me over this. But
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying from the beginning, since Fury said it and AJ was like, I'll do it, I'll sign the contract. This is career suicide for Anthony Joshua. And I say that because of this. If he loses to Tyson Fury, that's it. The cash cow is dead. Tyson Fury will be the cash cow. He'll take all of AJ's revenues, he'll take all his viewers, and AJ will plummet. His stocks will plummet, and he'll be like a Chisora type fighter. Those are the numbers he'll do from here on. He'll never make what he's making now. The days of 30, 40 million will be gone if he gets sparked by Tyson Fury.
Yeah, I do agree with that, because what happens is when a fighter is on a decline, especially taking back multiple losses, their commercial value, do decline. So when that happens, then their purses start to decrease. In fact, I don't think Anthony Joshua will be making $10 million plus purses. After that Usyk loss, the second loss that is, I think that's going to be that's lost for now. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
he can't be fighting guys like Julie Zhang and Philip Herkovich. Just throw those guys out there, for example. You're not going to be making $10+ million fighting those guys. You know what I mean? You're probably going to make at least 4 or 5 million at best. So, yeah, they understand the situation for what it is, and they're trying to find a way to, kind of strategically get out of it and say, we're not putting you in Tyson Fury. Now, you may want the fight, but we don't think you're going to win it, because you just had a mental breakdown. You lost 2
Yo,
straight to Alexander Usyk. In my opinion, I think he got dominated in those 2 fights. You lost 3 of your last 5 fights. You got stopped by Andrew Ruiz. So yeah, you're at the end of point. You're at the downside of your career, man. We can't afford you to go back in here against a guy like go in there against a guy like Tyson Fury at this stage. That's suicide, as you said, career suicide. You don't want to do that. So
you know,
we're gonna get you out of this, and we're gonna do it, make it look like you're not ducking the fight. I think that's what they told him. And already Hearn said it.
you know what the best play for Frank Warren would be?
Mm-hmm,
If they see that the fight's not going to happen. If I was Frank Warren, I would do this.
mm-hmm,
I would put the contract, the actual contract, out in the public domain so everybody can see it. With,
mm-hmm,
of course, names, addresses,
mm-hmm.
private information redacted where you can't
Right.
read. But the main terms, I would have it all out there on Front Street. If there's no NDA to where they can't share it, and I know everything is like as I've been saying it, I'd put it out there immediately so everybody could see and let them judge.
Oh yeah.
That way, there is no narrative.
Yeah, that's called transparency. So at least you're trying to
Yeah,
be transparent and say, hey, look, we tried to make this deal. We sent them the terms. They weren't happy about the initial format. We fixed the format. Now they complained about the TV rights that need to be sorted out. That can take time. We sorted that out in a matter of a couple of days. And now they're complaining about the commercial aspects. So we offered an arbitrator. They didn't want to do it. So now we have to move on. We gave in to everything that Matchroom wanted in 258. At the zone. We gave them everything they wanted, and now they just literally came up with any little nitpicking detail they could to complain about the contract and get us to get out of the fight. That's what it looks like. That's what
right.
it looks like to me. And let's be honest though. Let's be honest. The same people. I'm not naming no names on this channel because I don't want to do all that. I'm gonna just keep it cool. The same people. The same people that went out there and made these videos about Tyson Fury ducking because he set the deadline and he was moving on, right? Okay, cool. Fair enough. They said he ducked out of the Joshua fight. But now he was talking to, like, say, you know what, Tyson? Frank said, look, we can make this work. Give us a couple more days. He said, okay, cool. They got that sorted out in a couple of days. Now, all of a sudden, Anthony Joshua, we're not saying him, but Eddie Hearn is saying, well, we still got to work out the commercial. That could take 3 more weeks. And where's all these people now who are calling out Eddie Hearn for that, trying to stall the fight?
Yeah.
Why are they calling
But
him out for that?
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you this right now. And I hate to say this
Mm-hmm.
because I've always liked Anthony Joshua. And I know the title that people will get mad and say I'm an AJ hater, but I've always supported AJ.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
when he lost to Ruiz, I made a video directed to him. When he lost to Usyk, I made a video directed to him
Yeah.
for him to get his shit together. You know what I mean? Because I like him.
All right,
But
right.
but I have to say this. And it could be Eddie, may not be AJ, but I have to say this because it's really coming to my mind. You got to look at common denominators. AJ opened up his mouth years ago and said, for $50 million, I'll fight Wilder.
Yeah.
They came with $50 million. The fight didn't happen. Okay, the Zone came back with a counteroffer, $120 million. That's more than 50. However, that wasn't what AJ originally said. He said, offer me $50 million and the fight will happen. They did it. Fight didn't happen. Now you come fast forward to right now, and here it is. Fury offering him a contract, and the fight's not happening.
Yeah.
Maybe Eddie Hearn is ducking fights that are dangerous for AJ.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, look, as a promoter, as a businessman, you have to put on your thinking cap, your strategic cap, and say, you know what? I know my fighter. He's a man, he's a fighter's man. I know he's got heart. He's willing to get into anybody, but I know his deficiencies. I know his flaws. So I'm not going to put him in there where I'm going to let this cash cow sink at a rate that I don't want it to sink. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to try to ride this thing as much as I can, So, but at some point, sometime though, you can only go so far with that because I think people were starting to complain about Joshua fighting guys other than Wilder at the time, and his pay-per-view was starting to decline just a little bit when the more the time had went away when he wasn't fighting Deontay Wilder. That is a fact. They were declining. Not saying they were declining that much, but they were declining a little bit because after the Klitschko fight, the Taka fight came about. Okay, that's cool. That's a mandatory. I'm not going to give him any gripe for that, right? Then the Parker fight came along. Okay, that did good numbers.
What was
but
after?
What's up? Yeah, it was. It was. Just
Parker
to pick up a belt.
Time.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it was a
look. Let me say this. Bring up Parker real fast while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's good, and I'll get to this comment in 1 second, Antonio. As good as I always thought AJ was, I realize now I overestimated his skills because I want to say this. Yeah. Look at Parker. AJ could not knock him down. He could not hurt him. Parker then goes on to fight Dillian White and gets floored twice. Not once. Some people like to say the first one was a headbutt. But the second one, there's no question that he got his ass dropped.
Right.
Then Parker goes on now recently to get stopped by Joe Joyce, beat up bad.
Oh,
and Joe Joyce is known as like the slowest boxer in the heavyweight division and just completely runs him over like it's easy.
Yeah.
It wasn't even competitive. And you have to look at that and be like, well, wait a minute. That win that AJ had over him didn't age too well because you have other fighters who are beating him a lot better than he did. And I'm not trying to do a triangle theory. I'm just saying. Then you look at Charles Martin. Charles Martin lost to AJ. However, I feel like that fight was stopped way too early. Martin got up, he beat the count, and they waved it off. I'm not saying AJ wouldn't have knocked him out. I'm just saying that it was a little sus in how they stopped it because he was fully conscious.
Oh yeah, same thing with the Taco fight. Look.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is the point I'm trying to get to with Charles Martin. Look at what just happened to Charles Martin against an old ass, an even older Luis Ortiz, who's like 98 years old when he fought him. He had that man looking like this, like, Grandma, I closed the door. Why are you yelling at me? Like, straight up, had a full conversation. Then he gets hit back into reality, looks at the referee like, why is this guy hitting me? Save me. And then gets knocked out.
Yeah, look, styles make fights. And I agree with you on that because at some point you look at Anthony Joshua's previous opponents, you wonder, well, how come this guy, beat this guy that Joshua beat much better than he did? I mean, look, you could say style makes fights. I get it. But, at the same time, Anthony Joshua is a cautionary fighter. And I've said this a while back. I think after the Klitschko fight, arguably, I think he's been very cautious ever since that fight because, remind you, let me take, let's go ahead and go back in the time machine. In the Dillian White fight, when he got reckless to try to get Dillian White out of there early in the third round. Look what happened to him. He got caught with a big left hook. Nearly got knocked out. Got caught with a big left hook, right? Klitschko fight, same thing. Got caught, got reckless, punched himself out, nearly got stopped in that fight. At some point, in some time, and I said to people, if Joshua goes in there and gets reckless like that again, he's not going to get a third opportunity and get away with that. Somebody's going to get him for that, and he's going to lose badly. And that's what happened with Andy Ruiz.
It did. And look at the two fighters that you named, okay?
Yeah.
Because, again, I don't do triangle theory. I just have to look at fighters that he has fought and see where they're at now and who they fought and how they did. Now, we can say this, and I hope you'll agree with me. The Dillian White today that beat 6 top 10 heavyweights was a lot better than the Dillian White that fought AJ.
Oh yeah,
Correct?
absolutely. I agree. I agree.
Tyson Fury made him look like he didn't belong in the ring, and that was a better version than the one that fought AJ the first time. Made him look like he did not belong. Then you look at Klitschko, who AJ went life or death with. Klitschko made that the most boringest fight you could ever watch because it looked like a sparring match.
Right. I
Those are
agree.
two guys. Those are two guys that AJ damn near got stopped by, that Fury just walked through like they weren't even competition. And
Yeah.
I don't understand, like when I say that AJ's not ready, that he can't beat Tyson Fury, I don't get why people get so upset, why they get in their feelings. I mean, we can look at this. Do you believe that Andy Ruiz Jr. could ever beat Tyson Fury?
No, I don't see it. I'll be honest. I don't see that. That's number one. Number two, what people have to take into account is that Tyson Fury beats you before you even get in the ring. What I mean by
Right.
that is the mind games, the mental warfare, because he gets in your head. And this is one thing I wanted to add is that let's just say hypothetically the fight did get made right now. Anthony Joshua signs on to the Tyson Fury fight right now. It's good to go. This, that, and the third. The same people that's been going out there, and criticizing Tyson Fury, which is rightfully, you can do that. That's cool. But do they actually want to see this fight? Because in actuality, they're going to get upset that this fight's going to get made anyway. And the reason why I say that is because you know what Tyson Fury is going to do to Anthony Joshua when that first presser happens? He's going to torment him. He's going to let him know how mentally weak you are. Because you said yourself after you went off after the Usyk rematch that you're not a 12-round fighter. You can't keep up the pace for 12 rounds. You know what I'm going to do to you? I'm going to let you know that you got 6 rounds to knock me out. If you don't do it, I'm going to put it on you. I'm going to let you know that you don't deserve to be in the ring with me. I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you to near death. I'm going to let you know that. And that's exactly what Tyson Fury is going to do to Anthony Joshua. And mentally, Joshua will probably be gone after that point. So that's why I don't understand why people are going after Fury. I mean, look, rightfully so for doing what he's doing, his antics. But you can't say really that, oh, he's ducking the fight. But yet, when the fight gets made, you're going to be unhappy that the fight got made. So
Yeah.
I don't get that. You know what I mean? You're not happy that Tyson Fury called out Anthony Joshua, especially he's at the low point of his career. But yet,
Look,
once it gets made, you're still upset. So I don't get why these people are like, having this different standard. You know what I'm saying?
because it's like this.
Mm-hmm.
Those people really know that AJ stands no chance. They know,
Yeah.
but they hate Tyson Fury so much that they will push this fight and say that it's Fury ducking him, where AJ may have had a possibility just to go on and not take this fight, build up his confidence, get a couple of cans. Well, I wouldn't say cans, but a couple of good fighters in
Yeah,
front of him.
confidence building fights. That's fine. Yeah.
Get his wins back and be ready for Fury. But instead, they hate Fury so much, they're going to push AJ through all the videos being made into this fight. And he's going to get beat up so fucking bad that I don't know how he comes back from it. Because I don't see a world to where AJ can even survive 12 rounds. Like I don't see how he does it, because this isn't the Anthony Joshua who bodybuilds anymore. This isn't the Anthony Joshua who trains for strength. So what happens when AJ comes in 240 something, Fury comes in 280, moving like he does at 250, and just leans on him, lets them legs get tired like he did to Deontay Wilder. Now AJ doesn't have the strength to hold him up because he's been not training for strength. He doesn't have a gas tank like
Right.
Deontay Wilder did, because Wilder has never looked tired until he fought Fury. That's
Right.
the only fights that he's ever looked tired in. And you get tired when you're significantly smaller than somebody laying on top of you for 12 rounds straight. Like, you're gonna get tired.
Oh yeah,
And,
that's going to drain the hell out of you. That zaps your
yeah,
energy.
and
So
he's gonna do that to AJ. Every time AJ gets too close, he's just gonna lay on him. And then
yeah, he's going to lean on him. He's going to push him back to the ropes and lean on him right there. That zaps your energy in your legs, bro. So yeah, I totally agree with you saying there, man. I just think at this point, I just think that right now, yeah, going back to your point right there, how people are trying to push him into this fight because they hate Tyson Fury so much. This is the same behavior I've seen with the Alexander Usyk rematch, and I remember people criticizing me when I said, "Look, I don't think Joshua should take that rematch because this is not like Andrew Weeks where he got caught with one shot and that was the end of the fight. He literally got beat from the beginning to the end." And I said, this is not that type of situation. He thoroughly got schooled and got beat, got dominated. So I'm not hating on the guy. I even said myself that Deontay Wilder shouldn't even gone to the Tyson Fury rematch. So that's
right.
how consistent I am. So
Right.
when I say these things, I say this for a reason because I've been watching this sport for so many years, man. I've seen how this turns out when guys get beat so badly and against their opponent. And look, some people do come back and they do win. But this type of situation, it's a rarity because not many fighters could come back and win immediate rematches after being beat up so badly or been knocked out so badly by their
Right.
opponent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why I said that both guys should have went their separate ways. They should not take in their rematches. Okay, if you didn't take the rematch, so what? The belts will always be there. You can always get it back. You need time to progress, and you need time. You need to be mentally. You need to get your confidence going again, so that way you can realize and understand the mistakes that you made. Gives you enough time to prepare and get better, and take on some new tools to fix your art. To fix your style. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's what I said. I'm consistent. Again, I didn't think Joshua should have been, but my point is that he was pushed into that Usyk rematch. He was
He
pushed
was.
into it. He was pushed into it, and I said that's a bad idea. That he should not go in that rematch like that. This is not Andy Ruiz. Repeat myself, but I knew the outcome was going to be like that. I mean, look, I get my predictions wrong, but looking at it, looking from the inside, looking from the outside in, he wasn't going to win it, and lo and behold, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hit these two comments and I'm gonna respond to what you said because I haven't
Yes,
paid
yeah.
attention to these. He said, "Didn't they ask for a meeting to discuss the 50 million?" I do not believe the meeting was about the 50 million. I believe the meeting was set up with Lou DiBella, and that was about a $120 million deal with the Zone, where they came back as a counteroffer. I believe that's the only meeting that they set up. I don't think there was ever a meeting about the 50 million.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. Hey, Tony, can I chime in on that real
yeah,
quickly?
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quickly. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be fair. Eddie Hearn did request some type of meeting with Shelly Faco why he was in New York promoting his the zone card, I believe.
Right.
And he was in New York and they wanted to discuss they want to have a sit down and Shelly Faco was not available supposedly. And he said, no, we can't have a meeting right now because I'm doing other things. And that got criticized by the AJ stands, as you want to call it. I do have a recollection of that. But speaking of Eddie Hearn, real quickly about rushing people into signing a contract because of certain deadlines, as I recall, and there's a video that surfaced a couple of days ago, Eddie Hearn complaining that Team Wilder won't get back to him about a certain contract that he sent over, and he was complaining, talking about it should take him no more than 48 hours for them to sign the deal and go over the terms. And here he is doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing to Team Fury that he complained that Team Wilder did to him. That
Right.
video's out there. Look at it. It resurfaced 2 days ago. So again,
Uh,
I gotta call the double standard on that. But yeah, to that point, to that comment, yeah, a meeting was requested by Eddie Hearn, and he requested with Shelly Finkel. Shelly Finkel said no, we're doing other things right now, and that got criticized. So I do remember that.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, but you just schooled me on that. Let me get to the
Yeah,
next comment. Um, but hold on, before I get to the next one, I do like how you say that video resurfaced about a contract should take more than 48 hours, and here he is asking for another 3 weeks on
yeah.
top of the 10 days, excuse me, on top of the 14 days he had because he extended it to Thursday, and now you're saying he needs another 3 weeks on top of the 14 days. So
Oh my
that's
goodness.
crazy to me. So you need over a month to get this together. Like it doesn't make sense if it only takes 48 hours.
Exactly. Yeah, again, those are Eddie Hearn's words. Those are not my words. He
Yeah.
said that himself. So anybody who says that's bullshit, you don't know. He didn't say that. So, yeah, he did. There's a video that resurfaced that he did say that. He was
That's
complaining
crazy.
about Team Wilder not getting back to him on a certain time deadline about signing the contract for the Joshua fight. So yeah, it's there.
All right, let's move on to the next one. He said, Furry.
Sorry.
Fury won't fight Joshua like he did Wilder. Flat-foot, stationary, and throwing punches. Nah. Usyk worked Joshua with his movement and activity. I disagree. I don't. So both fights, Usyk versus AJ. I didn't see Usyk using fancy footwork. I literally saw AJ stand still in the center of the ring with Usyk meeting him in the center. They were fighting in mid-range, and yes, Usyk had body movement, but he didn't do a lot of foot movement. He didn't have to chase AJ. He didn't have to navigate around the jab while AJ was trying to keep him out the pocket. He didn't. AJ tried to outbox him in a rematch, just like he did in the first fight, with a trainer who didn't even believe in him going into the fight. So I disagree. I think AJ was very flat-footed against Usyk, and I think Usyk was just as flat-footed to meet AJ's flat-footed because he didn't have to work to get in. And the thing about it is, what you got to account for is AJ is shorter than Wilder. AJ's arms are even shorter than Wilder. So he's got a shorter reach, shorter in height. AJ's got to come into Tyson Fury. Fury can stay flat foot and jab his ass as he's trying to come in and just bloop, bloop, take a little short step back and bow. Little step back, bow, set up the two, boom. Like, that's the thing. AJ has to get in on Fury. AJ's not going to be the bigger man. AJ, in every single fight I believe he's ever been in, he's been the taller man. He's been the bigger man against every single opponent. Klitschko and him were the same height. Outside of that, he's been taller and bigger than every guy he's fought. He's never had to do the Mike Tyson thing and bob and weave to get on the inside. That's what he's going to have to do against Tyson Fury, who, in my opinion, is every bit as good of a boxer as Usyk. I don't see Usyk being night and day above Tyson Fury's skills. As big as Tyson Fury is, we've never seen a heavyweight move like him. We've never seen a guy be able to dip low, get against the ropes to Muhammad Ali at 6'9", 280 pounds. Like, we've never seen that before.
Yeah. Let me comment on that. You make some great points, but I would say though is that if they were to fight, the strategy is Tyson Fury is going to stay on the outside for a few rounds, or at least a couple rounds, right? A few rounds until he's gonna apply the same strategy like he did with Deontay Wilder the third and Dillian White fight, right? He's gonna stay on the outside. He's gonna let them waste their shots until they get tired. He's gonna press forward and come after them and start leaning on them. That's exactly what's gonna happen in that fight with Joshua. He's gonna tire. And to your point, he's never fought anybody that has the longer reach and the height over him. He's going to have to work hard to come inside, and Anthony Joshua is not that type of fighter that does that. He's a mid-range fighter. You know what I mean? So he's going to have to really, really, really work hard to get into the inside and land his shots on Tyson Fury. Now, some people say, how can you say that? Because Deontay Wilder is not as good as Anthony Joshua. But yeah, the difference is Wilder has a longer reach, and his hand speed is a little bit quicker than Anthony Joshua. So there's a difference between the two. So
the thing too is Deontay Wilder is, and I'm not gonna lie, again, I don't know if it'll translate into the ring because it doesn't always do it, but Wilder is not looking bad if you're watching him train with Malik Scott right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
He's looking a lot better. He's more conscious on parrying, throwing hooks, jabs to the body, up jabs, like shit you ain't never seen him do. He's working on it. I really think, because I said it going into the trilogy, I think Malik Scott is a good fix for him, because the problem is, from what I've gathered, from the interviews I've seen and people that have talked about it, that have been in the camp, Deontay Wilder is one of them fighters where if you let him, he's going to do what he does. You got to take control of him. He's got to respect you to listen to you. And I don't think he respected Breland, because Breland always used to talk about the bid. Breland used to always talk about how he never listened to him. You got to have his respect. You got to take control. And I think, being that Malik Scott was a former heavyweight fighter, a guy that he fought and been his friend for years, he listens to him. And I really see an improvement.
Yeah, I agree with that. And here's the thing, though. One thing I want to add, dudes, in that third fight, I'm not sure if you caught this. I think it was round 8 or round 9, or at the end of that. I think it was at the end of round 8 or round 9 when Wilder was completely gassed and he was gone, right? Taking a lot of punishment. At the end of that round, when they went back to the corner, Malik was yelling at Deontay. He was yelling at Deontay. He was telling him, "Look, man, you're fucking up. You need to wake the fuck up right now. You need to do what I tell you to do." He was literally yelling at him, telling him, "You need to wake up. Come on, let's go." I've never seen Mark Breland do that to Deontay Wilder because of urgency. I've never seen him do it. No disrespect to Mark Breland. I like him and I respect it. I didn't like the fact that, JD's either. Yeah, and I didn't like what Deontay threw him under the bus. I get that, but my point is that, to your point, if you get somebody who's not afraid of Deontay, not afraid to tell him when he's fucking up, when he's doing wrong, then he respects you. And then Malik is the guy who's been doing that. And I think they've been talking about this, for a while now. I said, "Hey, look, man, you're a terrific fighter. What happened to you when you were coming up? Because when I seen you, you were a combination puncher. You were a value guy. What happened is that you relied too much on that right hand, and you just lost all your basic attributes.
Yep.
We need to start using that. You can't rely on that punch forever to get you to fights. Not saying not to get away from it, but you got to use other attributes that you had before. So I've seen that. Yeah. So to your point, though, I do see that in the camp. I do see major improvements, but we have to see if that translates in the ring. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
what I was
Go ahead.
interjecting to say over you, my bad about that is, I'm going to tell you what you're saying really
Uh-huh.
resonates because if you think about it, you look back, in my opinion, and you could disagree.
Right.
The best Deontay Wilder ever looked was a fight that he didn't even get the knockout in. It was whenever he fought Stavern the first time.
Right.
Like, if you look at his variety of punches, like you're saying, it wasn't just I'm winging the right hand to set it up. He was throwing everything: jabs, straights,
Yeah.
hooks, uppercuts. He was moving around the ring. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't the same as once he got drowned in his own power. Like,
Oh yeah.
and you know, it's hard. It's hard because I feel like AJ, that's what was his demise. It's
Yeah.
hard when you're running through everybody, knocking everybody out, not to believe in your power. Like AJ,
Yeah.
I don't think his weight had anything to do with him losing to Ruiz. He got reckless. He got that third round knockdown, clean
Yeah.
shot, put Ruiz down, and he swung for the fences. He got wild. I guess he was trying to show off in America or outdo Deontay Wilder because Wilder had just fought and got a
Yeah.
spectacular knockout, I believe, over Brazil.
Right.
So AJ looked like he was trying to outdo what he saw. And what happened was he got caught and never recovered. That's the
Right.
only reason he lost that fight. He got sloppy, got caught, and could not recover because Ruiz never gave him the opportunity to recover. And,
Yeah.
you know, that to me is the same thing. Like he got, it's the power. It's something about being able to hit somebody and hurt them that just makes you feel like you're on top of the world and you're unstoppable because so many
Yeah.
people are falling in front of you. But like Deontay Wilder learned and like AJ learned, and he's never recovered from it. Eventually, you're going to come into a guy that you can't knock out, that can take
Yep.
your best shot, that can get back up. And when he gets back up and all you have is your best shot and nothing after that, what do you do? Nothing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened to him. And I've been said it before the Fury loss. And I say, you know what? The second fight, that is. I said at some point, sometime, Deontay is going to run into somebody who's going to take his best shots and they're going to cut. And what's going to happen is they're going to keep coming at him and they're going to stop him or knock him out or beat him. And that's exactly what happened. And sometimes for fighters, it's not just Deontay Wilder. It's not just Anthony Joshua. I've seen this for many years where fighters get so complicit to their own idea of why fix something that's not broke. I've gotten away with this for so long, like Prince Nassim Hamed. You know what I mean? Yeah, awkward fighter, but he never wanted to listen to his trainers, man. I mean, Emmanuel Stewart even had a hard time getting through his head leading up to the Marco Antonio Barrera fight. It's like he always relied on that one punch knockout power. He had power in both of his hands, don't get me wrong, but he always relied on that one shot to get him through fights. And it caught up with him with the Barrera fight. It caught up with him because all he had was one shot. He didn't have any combination punching. He was always looking for one shot, and it caught up with him, and that's what broke him mentally after that fight. So yeah. To your point though, that's why same thing with Sergey Kovalev. I could go use, he's an excellent example as well with those losses to Andre Ward in the Sullivan Barrera. When he got Buddy McGirt told him, was like, you know what the problem was? Well, how you lost those fights? Because you always relied on your power, and you had nothing else. You had boxing skills in the past as an amateur, and your first run as a pro. What happened to that guy? You used to be a great boxer, but all you did is you relied on your power, and that's it. So, yeah, I see what you're saying, man. It's just like there's some point, sometimes these fighters got to learn things the hard way. Unfortunately, sometimes a loss or two have to get them to realize that, yeah, man, I can't rely on this. I can't rely on something that I've gotten away with so long. But I would want to say, though, I agree with you on this Stavern fight. That's probably the best I've ever seen Deontay Wilder look. I could also say the Yohan Duhaupas fight. Yeah, he suffered a damaged eye, whatnot. It wasn't broken, thank God. But in that fight, he was using a multiplicity of punches and technique in that fight as well. Inside fighting, combination punching, short uppercuts, short punches in the inside, short hooks. You should look at that Duhaupas fight. And I'm like, what the hell happened to that guy?
I'll definitely watch it back tonight whenever I eat dinner. I'll pull it up on YouTube and rewatch it because it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah. Look at that fight, man. Deontay was, in the clinches. He was fighting, throwing uppercuts, throwing hooks, throwing body shots on the inside against Duhaupas. I'm like, where the hell happened to that guy? And that's when people say, oh, Deontay Wilder does not fight in the inside. Oh, yeah, he does. He just never done it in a very long time. And unfortunately, he forgot how to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not making excuses for him, but yeah, look at that fight, and I'm telling you, like, what the hell happened to that guy? It's like night and day,
Yeah, it is. And the thing is sometimes a loss devastates fighters and they're never the same. But sometimes after they lose, they become better. So
Yeah.
that I really, all bullshit aside with the egg weights and the flappy gloves and the spiked water and all that dumb shit, autopsy reports, dents in heads. I really believe Wilder knew going into the trilogy that what he was doing would not work, and that's why he went to Malik Scott. But I don't believe he had enough time with him to really perfect what Malik was trying to instill in him. I agree with what you said earlier. He should have taken a tune-up fight, still had the rematch clause that he could have initiated at any point in time, but he should have taken a fight in between to really get a fight underneath his belt with Malik Scott and then give him more time going into the trilogy with Tyson Fury, so that way he would be more honed in and it's more of an expertise now versus still learning. So that's why I'm very interested in the Helenius fight. Granted, Helenius isn't the best fighter out there, but you don't have to be in front of the best fighter out there to see if you've improved, to see if you're going to throw punches we never see you throw, to see how you move, to see how you react. Like, so I think this next fight's going to show us a lot about what he's learned, what he hasn't learned. Has he improved? Has he regressed? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, man. It's definitely intriguing to see what happens in this fight. But he is expected to win. But at the same time, we're not going to take Robert Helenius lightly because the dude is coming off, on a good winning streak. Back-to-back wins over Kornacki. Effectively ruined his career. Let's be honest, he did.
He did.
So, and Helenius himself is a very good boxer himself. But the only problem is that he's slow and he doesn't have good head movement, so he gets hit very easily. So, and Deontay knows him very well. They've been training together for so many years, so he knows him. So I know a lot of people criticizing this fight. It's like, well, he's fighting a sparring partner. I'm like, well, goddamn, the man just coming off back-to-back beatings from Tyson Fury. What do you expect him to do? Go in there and get another killer right now?
Well, the thing about it is, you can bring this up.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali fought a sparring partner.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I was gonna say. Look,
and you see how that turned out for Ali.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Vladimir Klitschko. People don't know this. Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury were Vladimir Klitschko's sparring partners. People don't talk about that. People don't talk about that.
Wilder.
Yes, so is Wilder. Exactly. Vasyl Lomachenko, his upcoming fight is against Jermaine Ortiz. Jermaine Ortiz has been his regular sparring partner. Yep. So nobody wants to criticize that. In fact, I had to talk to a couple, actually went at a couple, not saying go went at them, but I kind of reminded a couple of channels in their comment sections who made videos about Wilder fighting Helenius. Well, why is he fighting the sparring partner? I'm like, dude, it's nothing new. I mean, look, Antonio Margarito was Paul Williams' sparring partner, and they fought for the world title. People don't know that. And I even mentioned that. They're like, oh, okay. I'm like, dude, you guys make it look like it's abnormal. It's been done for many, 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 many years.
It has.
So I know, dude, I don't get why people just want to, change the narrative just because it's Deontay Wilder. I get you don't like the guy, but goddamn.
Think about this, Derek. Think about this. A lot of people over here in America, they big up in the real big baby, Jared Anderson. So what? He's never supposed to fight Tyson Fury because he's been his sparring partner?
Yeah. I mean, same thing with, here's the thing too. Here's another thing too I would like to add. Tyson Fury, since we're talking about him, many people were saying that Joseph Parker should be fighting Tyson Fury. Okay, then guess what? If they do fight, what's that called? Sparring partner versus a sparring partner, right?
Nope.
So why are you advocating for that fight while Joseph Parker has always been Tyson Fury's sparring partner, but yet it's not okay if Deontay Wilder does the same with Robert Helenius? So I don't get it. So you advocate for those two guys to fight, but not Wilder and Helenius. I don't get it. Like I said though, it's just my head is hurting, man. When you have to call people out for this double standard.
But the thing about it too is what they don't even understand is right now Mauricio is running a heavyweight tournament for the mandatory. It's Helenius versus Wilder. Helenius is already a high ranking in the WBC versus Ruiz because he beat Ortiz. It was the four of them. The two winners meet up. I really think the two losers should meet up as well.
I agree.
The two winners meet up, and then the winner out of that match fights Tyson Fury for undisputed. And I'm saying that because I don't care what anybody says. There's no way Usyk can beat Tyson Fury. It's not going to happen. Usyk is a great fighter. He is. Don't get me wrong. But at some point in time, reality kicks in, and size and weight matters. And the thing is, Usyk's not a Mike Tyson. He's not
Right.
a guy who's short that can knock you out with one shot. He's a guy that has to wear you down. He has to wear you down. He's going to go in there against a guy who's never been tired, who's never been worn down, who does the same thing, who breaks you down. But he's a fucking 6'9" Usyk. That's the difference. And now, since being with Sugar Hill, this motherfucker can one-shot people.
Yeah, well, you know what? I do agree with some of your points there, but you heard me on my live stream. You know me, I'm favorite Usyk to win that fight. And the reason why I say that, yeah, and the reason why I say that is that I do agree with the attributes that you mentioned about Tyson Fury. But the one thing I would say, a couple things I would say, is that Tyson Fury doesn't have that type of foot speed like Alexander Usyk. That's number one. Number two, he's known to be, as far as the powers of recovery, yeah, he can recover, but Usyk can recover a lot faster than he does. That's another thing. And thirdly, I would say is that when it comes to fighting guys who are agile, who's shorter, who has faster foot speed than him, Tyson Fury has struggled against those guys, a la Steve Cunningham, a la Otto Wallin. Now, yeah, he got through those fights, but the fact is that he has not been up against a guy who has the attributes of Alexander Usyk. He hasn't seen anybody like that before. A guy who can give you multiple angles, who doesn't sit still, who's not a sitting target, and that's something Tyson Fury is not used to. And when I've seen him fight guys like that, who's giving him angles, who's not a sitting target, he looks clunky. He looks clumsy. He doesn't know what to do when guys are giving him so many feints and so much upper lateral body movement. That's exactly what Steve Cunningham did in their first fight until he got caught. But other than that, look, I'm not saying it's going to be a blowout. It's a 50-50 fight. It truly is. If you say Tyson Fury is going to win it, I'm not going to argue against that. What I'm saying is that don't count out Alexander Usyk. That's all I'm saying. Don't count him out.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right now. Steve Cunningham, to me, is not comparable to Usyk. Usyk, by far, is a better technical boxer. However, Steve Cunningham is way more explosive than Usyk is, meaning that when he lets a shot go, it's in the blink of an eye. It's coming. You don't see it. And the big difference here was Steve Cunningham, taller than Usyk at 6'4", and outweighed Usyk, and hit a lot harder than Usyk. And the end result of that fight was Cunningham getting knocked out.
Right.
Then you go to Otto Wallin. Well, Otto Wallin to me is not comparable to Usyk because he's 6'6", and he's in between 240 to 255 pounds. So his weight fluctuates well beyond what Usyk is, and he's taller. So he's got longer reach. Yes, he's a mobile fighter, but truth be told, if the cut never happened to Tyson Fury, I don't even think we would be talking about that fight because really, Fury dominated him on point.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But what I'm saying is there was parts in that fight. I think, obviously early in that fight, maybe the first 3 rounds or so, if you look at that fight, Wallin was outboxing Fury. He was outboxing him until when Fury got that cut, he decided to make it a big man fight. He realized that he couldn't box it. He realized then he couldn't outbox this guy from the outside, so he had to close the gap. I get what you're saying, and yeah, you're right. Wallin is not Alexander Usyk. He does not move like him. What I'm saying is that Wallin was giving him some trouble early on with his movement, with his southpaw stance, giving some shots in certain angles here and there. Yeah, he was giving him some trouble. What I'm saying is that Usyk is definitely a different breed compared to those two guys. It's something that Fury's never seen before. So I'm saying Usyk has fought big men for his entire career for the most part, going all the way back to the amateur days. So he knows what it's like to fight a big man. Now, to your point, maybe he hasn't fought anyone on the attributes of Tyson Fury. I do agree with that. But I think Usyk will be able to cope with that. I think he will. So that's just my opinion.
So I'm going to counter with something, okay? Because this is what great fighters do, okay? Sugar Shane Mosley damn near floored Mayweather, had him hurt bad in the second round, holding on for dear life. What happened come round 3?
Boy took over and dominated.
And that's the same thing with Fury. Yes, he has struggled. But like all greats before him, what made the greats great, he has adaptation. He changes. Whether you best him is really irrelevant when it comes to him because it's short-lived. You may get him for 1 or 2 rounds, but he's gonna adapt to it. And once he adapts to it, we've never seen anybody be able to adapt to his adaptation.
Right.
He learns you, and it's every person who's fought him hasn't been able to learn him. Now maybe
Right.
Usyk can because he has a high IQ, but this is what I want to say to that.
Yeah.
The blueprint to beat Usyk is already out there. He already could have been beat. The only reason why he wasn't beat was because the guy he was fighting is only a 6-round fighter, Chisora.
Right.
Chisora was dominating Usyk early, and all he did was big man him, hold him in the clinch, beat him up, hold him in the clinch, beat him up, hold him in the clinch, and beat him up. And Usyk had a much harder time with Chisora than he did AJ, a much harder time against Chisora than AJ. And the thing about it is Chisora is a guy that was knocked out by Fury and outboxed by Fury. And Fury big man though when he knocked him out. So if we know the smaller guy who was in his prime got big man by the guy that big man the other guy, how is that little guy that got big man by the guy who got big man by the guy he's going to fight going to be able to handle that? I don't think he can. I think it's going to come down to, yes, Usyk can get in on him. Yes, Usyk will get off a shot or two, but then Fury's going to grab his ass and he's going to lay on him and he's going to hit him with a free hand. Then they're going to separate. Fury's going to do his little touch jabs just to score little soft points. Usyk's going to get close and he's going to grab his ass and hit him and lay on him. And I don't think a 220-pound guy who's not built for strength, who doesn't have the ability to knock you out with one shot, is going to be able to stay in the run for the distance, being laid on. His body's going to get tired. Like it's nothing to do with endurance. It's got to do with his muscles. I don't think he can hold up 280 pounds because Fury's going to come in big for that fight. He might even come in 290, 300. He very well could. And once he starts laying on him, how long is it going to be before Usyk's legs go? Because that was the one thing that Cunningham complained about. Oh, he just kept laying on me and hitting me while he was laying on me. That's illegal. It's illegal. I should have won the fight. It's illegal. But it's not.
Yeah, and I get that. That's a good point. But the one thing I would advise with Tyson Fury, if they were to fight, don't come in at 275 because, again, this is a guy who's going to wear you out with his upper ladder movement. Not mean wear you out, but wear you out mentally, where you can't even focus. You can't even get your shots off. So that would mentally drain him. So it'd be best for him to come in at the best shape as you can. Think about it. I know he can't get back down to 250 anymore. I know that day is over for Tyson Fury. If he comes in at least maybe 260s, low, mid 260s like he did with Dillian White, okay. But the fact is that, again, to beat Alexander Usyk, it's not easy. It's not easy to lean on a guy like that. All right. In fact, I know Anthony Joshua is not Tyson Fury. I get it. But if you look in that rematch in the 11th to 12th round, when Joshua did try to lean on Usyk, he did. But with Usyk, when he tried to come in and lean on him, Usyk, landed a combination and got out of the way real quickly before Joshua could lean on him. So Tyson Fury is going to be up with a guy. Is going to be up against a guy like that who's going to constantly move out of the way, and he's going to dictate. He pretty much can analyze and dictate your movement before you even make your move, because he knows exactly where you're going. So that's something. Again, this is a very intriguing matchup, and you make some great points. But again, I just think this is a different type of fighter that Tyson Fury is not accustomed to. Again, this is not Steve Cunningham, even though I did allude to him. This is not Otto Wallin, even though I allude to him. But this is a different breed of fighter that you can't get into. This is the one thing Tyson Fury has to realize is that this is the guy you're not going to beat mentally. You're not going to beat him mentally. That's another thing. So if Tyson Fury can't get it in his head, how is he going to beat him in the ring and use all those attributes, as you say? Because especially if Usyk frustrates him, what's Fury going to do? How's he going to adjust if he can't even do the things that he did to Wilder, like he did to Wallin, like he did to Dillian White? So if he can't do those things, what else is he going to do? Outbox him? He certainly can't do that.
I just look. I agree with you 1,000% that he's not going to be able to get in his mind. He's just not. Usyk is just different in the way he be dancing in his boxers and putting it up on YouTube. He's different in his Derek. He's different in how he kept like creeping around corners, spying at Tony Bellew, coming over the walls, peeking at him.
He's scary weird. Yeah, he's a scary weird guy. He's scary.
He is. But the thing about it is I don't agree with the fact that he's a better boxer than Tyson Fury. Like
Uh-huh.
when I don't like Tyson. So let me explain.
Uh-huh.
I used to like Tyson Fury a lot. I've been watching Tyson Fury way before anybody, maybe not you, but like the casual, even some diehards. I've been watching him way before anybody in America knew who he was. I was watching him way before he fought Klitschko. I was watching him when he was calling out Cain Velasquez to an MMA match. I was watching him so long ago. And I was intrigued by him because I knew he was something special way back then. Always liked the dude. He does wild shit like dressing up like Batman, chasing the Joker to a press conference. Like, dude's wild. And he says what he feels and he doesn't care who cares about what he says. He's going to say his mind. And I like that. However, the guy is an incredible boxer. He is an incredible boxer. And when you look at the guys that he's fought, the guys like Klitschko that should have given him a challenge, the guys like Dillian White that should have given him a challenge, he's literally walked through them like they were nothing, like they were nothing. And outside of Deontay Wilder in the trilogy, and you could say arguably in the first fight in that 12th round, nobody's been able to really truly do anything with him. Even when Cunningham dropped him, he sprung right back up. Like it wasn't like it was a devastating shot. It wasn't like he was hurt. He just got caught. Like, oh, okay, let me get back up and continue. The dude's boxing ability, while it may be a little hard for him to fight short guys, but you got to understand that's hard to say because every guy he's ever fought has been a short guy next to him. He's never fought a guy taller than him. He is accustomed to fighting short men because every man he's fought his entire career has been a short man next to him. So, again, Deontay Wilder was the closest in stature to him at 6'7" with long arms. And that's who really did the best against him. But outside of him, like I said, every time he has fought a guy who is supposed to cause a challenge, he makes it look like they don't belong in the ring. And as much as I dislike him, what I was going to say is the rematch with Deontay Wilder is what made me not like Tyson Fury. I went from cheering for Tyson Fury to hoping that he would get knocked out because of all the headlocks he was doing to Deontay Wilder. And I didn't mind it early in the fight, but after Deontay Wilder was done and he had no fight left, he kept pushing his head down, coming underneath him with his forearm and leaning on his back of his head to choke him. I know about it because I box. I can see it. A lot of people don't see stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I agree. I definitely saw that too, and he kept doing it. And here's the thing, especially the third fight, Russell Moore warned him many times. He didn't even take a point. And I'm like, dude, you're doing that crap. You're headlocking the guy, then you're putting your forearm on his neck, and then you raise it a little bit so you can throw that uppercut. That's what I saw a few times. I'm like, okay, you know what? I know no excuses. Deontay need to do something about that, but if the ref ain't going to help you, and he's going to keep allowing him to do that, then what can you do? You got to take matters to your own hands. If you got to low blow the guy, you get him to stop, then low blow him. That's why I say you need to low blow the dude and let him know if you're going to keep doing that, I'm going to low blow your ass and you go see what's up. So,
and that's exactly why I thought Dillian White would stand a chance because if Fury did some of that cheating shit, Dillian White's known to do it back. Dillian White's known that if you hit him low, he's going to hit you low 2-3 times. You hit him with a forearm, he's going to hit you with the elbow. What we got before the fight was Dillian White hugging and laughing with him. Like, what the fuck? Where is the killer? Where is the maximum carnage? Like, you over here hugging this dude before this war and then get embarrassed and slept bad. Where's the Povetkin slept you? And then blamed it on a push. Like, come on. And that's my point. It's like, as much as I dislike Tyson Fury, it is very possible. It is extremely possible that Tyson Fury may be able to beat any heavyweight from the past eras. It is extremely possible that he is just that good.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I mean, obviously that's, it's a debate, but yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that argument at all. But going back to Dillian real quickly, the mistake that he did, and that's why I would say that Tyson Fury usually beats his opponents before they enter the ring. Remember all that hot mouth, all that shit talking Tyson Fury was doing leading up to the fight. And then with the Kinahan sanctions came in, Dillian White was on a media call with Top Rank. He's like, you know what, we always have these issues with our pressers, this, that, and the third. People need to be sanctioned if things get out of line, yada, 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 right? And if I was Dillian White and I got on that call, he didn't want to talk to Dillian White when they were on that call, right? He was like, okay, tell Dillian, my best friend, I said hi. And Dillian gets on, and he didn't even address any things that Tyson Fury said. I'm like, you know what? If I was Dillian, I would say, you know what? I just heard this guy said that people need to be sanctioned for being unprofessional, for disorderly, for misconduct, for pressers, right? Well, that's a pot the kettle black because he's notorious for doing that. And number two, I find it funny that all of a sudden he wants to talk about decorum when his buddy's getting sanctioned by the U.S. government. I wish Dillian should have said that and threw that in his face. You said all that crap about me, but when I'm here, you're quiet. You want to be a professional all of a sudden. What gives, Mr. Fury? Are you worried because of the sanctions? I mean, the point I'm saying is that Dillian should have threw that back at him as far as the mental mind games is concerned. Because I was very angry. I was very upset that he didn't do that. He didn't even capitalize on it. So he playing buddies with the guy, and you let him do that to you. I was like, nah, man, all that shit talking he did to you, you throw it back at him and say, well, it's funny you're trying to be nice and show some bit of decorum and respect, given the fact that your buddy's out there on the run by the U.S. government. And now you want to talk about professionalism when you talk all that shit to me? What happened to you? What happened? So, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to throw that out there, man. It's just like he let Fury dictate that whole situation, and that's how he lost the fight. Let's be honest. He let him dictate that. So, look, you make some good points about how you feel that Usyk will lose against Fury, and I get it. But it is a difference of opinion. I just think that, again, if Fury is not allowed to fight a big man fight against Alexander Usyk, what else he's going to do? And like I mentioned, Steve Cunningham was outboxing Tyson Fury for the first 3 rounds, and that's why Tyson Fury had to resort to the big man fight, because he realized then when he got dropped and he was getting outboxed that he could not outbox Cunningham because Cunningham was too fast for him. So this could be the same situation where Usyk is going to outbox the guy because he's too fast and he's too slick and he's too elusive. He's far more better defensively than Steve Cunningham is. So if you're going to try to fight a big man fight, and that's the only way to beat a guy like Usyk, and he takes that away from you, you got nothing else. So that's the way I see the fight play out if they do fight, in my view.
What's going on, AJ? Long time no see. This man jumped on camera. Oh, we can't hear you.
What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
We're good, man. We're good.
Tony, the beard. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, man. We trying to get it thicker. We trying to go 300 Spartan over here. Leonidas.
Oh shit, that's what's up, man. I feel it. What y'all doing? What y'all talking about?
We were talking about Fury. Fury AJ really, and it's turned into Fury Usyk.
Oh boy, Tyson Fury. He's quite a character, I gotta say. For sure, but I'm not confident this fight jumps off. I don't know about y'all. Don't think it's gonna happen. I think Fury was trying to sell his chart this whole time and just using AJ's name to do it. We know how he does.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, 1,000% I disagree, because here's the thing, AJ. You don't send a contract that a person can sign and then the fight's locked in. And he did that. More than once.
AJ signed it? Or
No. What I'm saying is Frank Warren sent the contract to AJ to be signed. If AJ would have signed it, there's no getting out of the fight.
Right.
Like, the fight's happening. Then, according to Darren the Man, they sent him another contract here recently, and now Eddie Hearn's talking about, it's going to take 3 weeks to make because of the commercial deals.
Okay, well, I was unaware of that. I didn't know that at all. I was unaware he was sent a second contract. I mean, I thought it was just sent. I mean, they even signed the first one. I didn't even know that. So
no, he didn't sign anything.
Nothing at all. Okay.
So, yeah. Let me add on to that. Yeah, what it is that they amended the contract at least twice at the request of Matchroom. At first, Matchroom, Eddie Hearn obviously said, we actually like the terms. We're good to go. We received the contract. Cool. Then Eddie Hearn comes back and says, well, the format's all over the place. They fixed the format. Then they come back and say, well, we still got to sort out the TV broadcasting rights situation. And that's when Tyson Fury said that, you know what? I'm setting the deadline. I'm moving away because you guys are trying to, mess around, right? Then Frank Warren went back to Tyson Fury and talked to him and told him, look, man, give us a couple more days. We'll sort the TV, broadcasting rights situation. We get that sorted. So they got the TV rights sorted where it'll be a joint broadcast between the Zone and BT. That got sorted. Then Hearn comes back and says, well, we still got to, we got to sort out the commercial value. That could take up to 3 weeks. So the point is that I think Hearn is trying to run out the clock because in reality, the Zone and Hearn don't want that fight. That's what I'm looking at it from my standpoint. I just wanted to add that out there, add that in.
So
I mean,
can I
don't
jump
think...
in for just a second to interrupt all the the fake contract talk?
Yeah, go ahead, Apple.
None of us fucking know what the fuck these contracts say. We can all go by what they say on Twitter and think we know, but we don't really know. But going back to what Dan was saying about Usyk being like a better version of Steve Cunningham, first of all, I think that's complete crap. Obviously, Fury has improved a tremendous amount since he fought Steve Cunningham. And let's not forget, he won that fight by knockout. But you're forgetting, bro, that Fury also can outbox almost anybody on his toes, off the back foot, off the front foot. He did it to Klitschko.
But he won't do that to Usyk.
Long-ass reigning champion who was a bigger version of Usyk, taller, stronger, hit harder, and he still outboxed him and made him look stupid. So I don't get why. The only person who can beat Fury, bro, is Fury if he doesn't train. That's it.
Okay, so
you're going in and out.
Yeah, I can hear him. He's okay. But so Hoplo, so are you actually comparing Usyk to Klitschko? Is that what you just did?
Sure. Yeah.
Why? Because that's two different fighters.
Yeah, they are. You're comparing him to Cunningham. Those are two different fighters.
Well, the reason why I compared to Cunningham because they're both cruiserweights. Number one, number two, they both have similar foot speed to some extent. Number three, they move in different angles. So that's the reason why I'm able to compare the two.
Usyk fights at all like Cunningham. Nothing.
No, I mean, as Tony mentioned, the only difference is the power gap. Now, look, Steve Cunningham is not known to be a puncher in his career either, even at cruiserweight. But you could tell he hits harder than Usyk. So that's why he's able to, that's why you could argue that
he knocked Fury down 6 years ago, bro.
Yeah, but you mentioned that Fury is a much better fighter after that. I agree. But even at that time when Usyk was fighting the amateurs, Usyk was also a much better fitter. During that time, they wanted Nick Big Fat. So
will get beat down by Tyson Fury.
Okay.
He can box him on the outside.
He ain't boxing him. That ain't gonna happen.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You can't stick and move like Fury, bro.
Oh really?
Classic Ali type jab, right hand. He'll dance around you, bro. Even as big as he is, bro. And his reach is
you really think that Tyson Fury can outbox Alexander Usyk? Yes. If that's the case, then how come he could not outbox Steve Cunningham and Otto Wallin? He couldn't even outbox those guys.
He could.
And you say he could?
He didn't even try.
No, he didn't even try. He did try to be in the early stage of that fight, and he realized then that he couldn't do that. So that's why he had to fight a big man fight to beat those guys. And I think that's the right thing to do.
Dude, if you think Usyk is going to beat Fury, dude,
hey,
good luck.
Hey, look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, brother. Hey, I love you too. But hey, if I'm wrong, am I wrong? I'm not afraid.
Unless Fury eats fucking Whataburger every day.
Yeah, if he gains 300 pounds, then maybe. Yeah, I get you.
Then maybe.
But look, like I say, I like you, brother. But hey, look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've been proven wrong before, and I'll be the first to come on and say, you know what, I'm wrong.
Let me ask you this, Dan. Did you pick Dillian White?
Hell no.
At least there's that.
Hey, let me tell you something about this, and let me tell you this, and I think Tony can attest to this too.
Tony, because it's his channel.
And then look, no, Tony and I talked about this, and he and I probably know this, and we had disagreement about this. I said that look, I just don't see how Dillian wins that fight. I just think it's another Derek Chisora 2 fight, and that's exactly what happened.
It's the same with Usyk, bro. Same. Usyk,
I'm gonna tell you.
I'm half Ukrainian, bro. I wish Usyk could beat him, but he can't.
Okay, we'll see.
I'm gonna tell you this. He beats Usyk easier than he did Dillian White, and he beat him very easily.
Okay. All right, we'll see.
See, now, when me and Tony agree, then you fucked up because we never, ever, ever agree.
All right, well, like I said.
With me, it's like with Usyk. It's like every time I pick against him, he just has these ways of keep proving me wrong. Now I'd be like, nah, I probably it's a a risky fight for both guys, the Usyk and Fury fight. That's why I really want to see it because I just want to see how the styles play out. But yeah,
I don't think it's risky for Fury. I think it's a great fight for Fury. He's got
right.
every advantage.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Proving me wrong.
Yeah, and let me say something, AJ, real quick, and I'll just come back in. If it's really easy for Tyson Fury, then why did he avoid that fight in February?
He didn't. He didn't.
Usyk is the one who said
Usyk avoided the fight.
Yeah.
No. I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about wait. I'm not talking about now.
Hold on. Let me say this, Dan. Hold on.
Yeah.
He wanted to fight Usyk in December. Usyk said he could not make the fight in December. So Tyson Fury said, F it, I'm going to fight in December against somebody. That's not his fault.
Yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm not going to that point. I'm talking about earlier February of this year when we could have had the undisputed fight. In fact, when Fury ran his mouth and said that I will fight this middleweight, I would fight him and I could beat them both. You know,
he
hold on.
He had a rematch clause with AJ.
No, wait, hold up. Let me finish. I'll get to that. What happened is that when Fury ran his mouth about Usyk, right, in that time, what did Eagles claimants do? He messaged Tyson Fury and told him and said, "Hey, my man, you should realize that we signed on to fight you, to fight you. I don't know if your management team told you this, but you need to talk to them because we want to fight you right now. And we signed on to a deal on that." So when Fury found out about that, he went back and said, "You know what? I'm not fighting Usyk unless I get an interim fight or two between." And at that time, Anthony Joshua and Dillian White were going to step aside. And then when Fury came back and says, "I want to enter a fight," Joshua says, "You know what? If you want to enter a fight, then I got to be paid more for step aside."
See,
so
wait a minute.
You buy into all that bullshit.
No, wait, hold on.
No, wait, time out. AJ never said he wasn't going to take the rematch with Usyk. He wanted the rematch from day one. The only person that was talking about possible step-asides was Eddie Hearn. AJ never came out and said that. AJ said from the beginning that he wanted to fight Usyk in the rematch. He wanted to run it immediately. He's never said that he didn't want it. Yeah, and I get that. But what I'm saying is too, but AJ did say, though, look, if it makes sense, I'll look at it. So he did contradict himself when he said he wasn't going to do it. And then he said, if it makes sense, I'll look at it. But
in the ring.
What my point is, but here's the thing, though. There's two witnesses that could confirm what happened during that ordeal. Eddie Hearn, obviously, say what you will. I know you can say, well, he says a lot of bullshit, right? Eddie Hearn said it, and so did Alexander Khrushchev, who's Alexander Usyk's promoter or manager.
This is all hearsay.
No, they both confirmed it, man. If two people confirmed that it actually happened, then it happened, bro. I'm sorry. They actually said that,
what does this have to do with them fighting, bro?
Well, my point is if you say, if you say that Alexander Usyk is easy for Tyson Fury, then he should have took that fight back in February. And why did he have now? Well, of course he wants it now because he's waiting for that man to slow down. Let's put it that way.
No. Let me tell you something, Dan. The only reason why you say he slowed down was because how he looked against AJ in the rematch. However, that would have been the same slow down Usyk that Fury would have been fighting that you're claiming that Fury should have fought.
Okay.
So him slowing down don't matter because he would have been slowed down in that fight. Here's the fact of the matter. It doesn't matter what Eddie Hearn said. It doesn't matter what Usyk's promoter said. At the end of the day, if AJ is saying, I'm not stepping aside, the fight's not going to happen between him and Fury.
All right. Well, he also said that if it makes business sense, I'll look at it. That's what he said. And another thing, too, if it was that easy work.
Like a bunch of fucking bullshit.
I hear you, Aflo. I hear you. But if he really think it was easy, why did he ask for an interim fight? Why did he demand that before he fought Usyk? Why does that make any sense if he felt that was easy work? That's all I'm asking. Please answer that question.
What you're talking.
No, that's exactly what he did. He asked for an interim fight before he fought Usyk.
Politicking bullshit. I don't know.
I love you guys.
This is what I know. This is what I know.
What's going to happen in the ring is
no.
Fury will destroy Usyk.
Okay. I can't wait to see it.
Get the hypothetical matchup. This is what I know. What I know. I don't know about February when AJ had a contract that binded Usyk to fight him if he wanted to fight. I don't know about that. But what I do know is neither man has an opponent. December was open. Tyson Fury said, I want to fight you in December. And it was Usyk that said, oh, no, I'm injured. Oh, no, now I have to spend time with my family. I can't fight you till next year. That was Usyk when there was no rematch clauses.
Okay.
So
I agree. I agree.
Say that the sources.
Tony just did the frozen caveman on you.
Okay, fair enough. But let me ask y'all this. I'm going to push this a little further. Why can't Tyson Fury wait until a couple more months to fight Usyk when he's fully recovered at his best? Why can't he wait?
Because Tyson Fury fought before Usyk. Why would he be ring rusty?
Okay, well, look, it's only 2 or 3 months. I don't see why that makes much of a difference, but okay.
It makes a huge difference. When you're a fighter used to fighting 2 fights a year, and now you can only fight 1 fight in a year, that makes a huge difference.
Okay. All right. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So basically, you really believe Tyson Fury, if he fought AJ and then 3 months later he'll fight Usyk, you really believe he's going to do that?
No, I don't think it'll be in 3 months, but I think around like March, April, the fight will happen.
Okay. All right, we'll see.
I mean,
if Fury can have his stood up against Chard, then he can go in there with Usyk. Problem solved.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. But if he fights AJ now, there's no way we're going to get that Usyk fight. Because here's the thing.
It depends. It depends on how easily he beats AJ. If he goes in there and beats AJ like he did White, then he'll probably just walk into the Usyk fight.
Yeah, that's true. But also you have to take into account that AJ has a rematch clause. So it is two-way.
No, he doesn't.
Wait, what?
Yes, it does. That's what the contract says.
What?
If they sign it, it's a two-way rematch clause.
See,
Dan apparently is the guy who writes all these contracts, I guess.
I don't write the contracts. This is what it says. Frank Warren confirmed it. Wait, hold up.
You know what it says.
Frank Warren confirmed. Wait, hold up. Half-low. Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn
said that Eddie Hearn said that this is in the contract.
Dan,
give me a fucking break.
Dan,
dude, they said there's a two-way rematch clause. Why would they lie about that?
I think you misunderstood.
Because they're liars.
Stop. Pause. Everybody pause.
Okay.
Dan, I think you misunderstood what was said. What was said was, if Tyson Fury loses, there's a rematch for 50-50.
That's my point. Yeah.
I don't think there's a rematch if AJ loses.
Oh, so you say there's a one-way rematch clause?
Because when have you ever heard of a challenger coming off of a loss who has no belts getting a rematch clause with a champion?
Yeah, and I get that. That's totally out of the norm. But what we've been told, it's a two-way rematch clause. That's what we've been told.
I thought it was a one-way 50-50 if AJ wins.
No, it's a two-way rematch clause. So basically, look.
Stupid.
I know it is stupid.
AJ. The fuck? Yep. Look, man, I'm gonna go out here and knock you out with ease, and then I'm gonna have to knock you out again. What's the point?
I agree.
Tyson Fury knows if he knocks out AJ's retiring.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. The reason why they're probably doing this because they want to give Joshua the benefit of the doubt. Look, we know you're a big name. You have draw power. We respect that. So here's the deal. If you beat us, you get once rematch is invoked, you get 50-50. But you lose, again, it's two-way, the split stays the same. So that's what we've been told.
He want payday. Payday.
Yo, speaking of that, do y'all remember whenever the Canelo fans before Beaver was talking about he could fight Tyson Fury?
No, he said he could fight Usyk.
You called that Usyk. I remember that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
They was calling out both of them like this dude stood a chance. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. I think, look.
To the highest degree, man. He was tripping for that.
Yeah, I like Canelo, but look, there's limitations. There's a reason why there's weight classes for a reason.
All I gotta say is he's a moron if he fights B-Ball again. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
He won't. He's
you don't think he will?
That fight. Look, let me tell you something. Canelo right now is sending all the Mexican meat to Ramirez right now. He's trying to get Zerto to eat all these fucking steaks from Mexico so he can beat Beeble so he doesn't have to have the rematch. He's terrified of
Tony, who you got in that fight? B-Ball or Zerto? Who you got?
Zerto gonna get his ass whooped and look like a punching bag. Like this dude.
That we talking me too. I'm picking B-Ball on points easy. I mean, I don't think he'll stop him, but he'll at least point him.
Look. Zerto has never fought anybody, nobody of any name. Like, can we even name one person that Zerto beat?
He beat Arthur Abraham. I mean, that was a whole version of Abraham.
He beat Maxim Blasov too, who got the decision against, who should have got the decision against Joe Smith. So
who didn't beat Arthur Abraham?
Well, but that version of Arthur Abraham was a long reigning champion at super middleweight, so
yeah.
you got to give him credit for that.
Man, come on, man. This Zerto is trash.
No. But I mean, but he did beat Vlasov years ago, and Vlasov did beat Joe. I thought who got robbed. But
and look,
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he got the Vlasov win, and got the Abraham win. So those are two good wins. I mean, look, Abraham was a long reigning champion when he fought him and beat him, took his title, and it beat Vlasov. So, not saying, look, I get it. I agree with you. I think Bivens definitely going to win that fight. He may dominate Zordo. So I agree with you on that front. But I'm not going to discredit Ramirez. I'm not going to.
I mean, it's just with Zerto. I haven't really seen him do anything in his recent fights that should trouble Bivol in a sense. I mean, like, right. So that's what I'm saying. Bivol on points easy. I mean, the only thing Zerto has got going for him is the size. He's big as shit.
Well, that's the thing too. Yeah, that's the thing I was worried about is the size, because he's blown up to got nearly 200 pounds, way over cruiserweight limit, and he's like a heavyweight fighting at light heavyweight, and that's going to be a problem because he's going to gas out against Bivol. So he needs to come in a better shape.
Let me tell you something. Bivol is going to beat the cowboy hat off of him. Like, that dude going to get beat so bad. Like, I'm telling you. Look, I could go buy a 350-pound heavy bag. It outweighs me. It's bigger than me. But you know what? That heavy bag can't hit me, and that's what Zerto is. He's a walking heavy bag in front of Bivol. He doesn't have the pedigree. He doesn't have the ability. And he really doesn't even have the power to hurt Bivol.
Because he's taken bombs from big punches before, and he's got a good chin. He's been fine. So yeah,
he's been fine.
Yeah. I mean, Bivol should definitely win this fight. I think DeZerto is just too slow on his feet because of that extra weight that he's carrying over the years, man. I mean, when he was at super middleweight, he was fast. I mean, footwork wise, foot speed wise, he was pretty quick. Not saying he had the fastest feet, but you could tell the difference between night and day is footwork, foot speed versus now. But yeah, I just think that if he doesn't get his weight under control, then he's definitely going to get blown out by Bivol. I still think Bivol's going to win anyway.
All I know is after that fight's over, Oscar is going to be doing some lines in high heels. He's going to be so depressed. Because look, Oscar has said multiple times that Zerto was going to break Mayweather's record. He's going to go 51-0. He's going to break the record, but yet he's never fought anybody.
Nope, sorry. That's going to come to an end on November 5th.
Yeah, that's going to come to an end, yeah.
Let me tell you something. If by some fucking miracle he beats Bivol, he's going to get stopped against Better Beef.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, let's be honest. Arthur Better Beef is a prank train, man. It's like, dude, no, I don't see nobody stopping him. I mean, the only
unless he ages overnight. He mildly whops everybody.
Oh yeah,
I don't believe Bivol can beat him.
You know what? I think Bivol has he got a better chance than anyone else. But the thing about Beterbiev, of the injuries over the years, and he's up in age, man, that's going to catch up eventually.
That's the factor.
But you know what?
That's the factor.
You know what, Darren? You got to think about this. Bivol fought Joe Smith. He got rocked, even though he was never truly hurt. He got rocked by Joe Smith, and it went to decision.
Right.
Better Beef annihilated him.
Oh yeah,
in 2 rounds. Fellas, that was I can't believe that ended so fast. I couldn't believe it. I thought that would go rounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought it was going to go to mid rounds at least, and then I was surprised that they did that quickly.
By stoppage, but
you realize. I was going to say, you realize people were saying Joe Smith had the best chin in the light heavyweight division,
bro.
Yeah. Well, you have to think about Joe Smith. He's never been knocked out before. I know he's been down before. He hasn't been knocked out.
As a matter of fact, he actually was stopped early in his career at his first.
Oh, he was.
I think he had a broken jaw and it was like a TKO. But he's never.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was stopped on his feet. Yeah,
that was like the only time he was stopped. I think he's never been down as a pro or amateur though.
Before that's right. Yeah, you got me there. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Yo, peace to Hoplo, man. Yeah, I know we had a heated debate, but he's my boy. I've known him for years. That's the first time. I think that's like the very rarest occasions that me and Hoplo ever got to something not heated, but a little heated. So
that's our calling Hoplo a sailor, man. He swears a lot.
I know he talked. Yeah, I mean, look, I've known him for several years, man. So I know what he's about. But he's family, man. I've known him for a long time. But yeah, salute to Hoplo. But hey, just to switch gears, guys, if you don't mind, man. Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence situation. I'm not sure you guys heard about that.
Shit.
Duck. Like what you see right there. Shit. Look right here on your screen. You see that little thing above the stream, y'all? That's Earl Spence right there. He's sponsoring this live stream right now.
Quack. Quack.
Hey, you
What?
know what's funny though?
Fellas,
What's
like
up?
the PBC and Spence, they know what befalls them if Terrence Crawford goes into the ring with Errol Spence. We all know what's going to happen. I mean,
Yeah.
it's clear as day now what's going to happen. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, and I know I'm picking Crawford to win that fight, and a lot of people don't like me for saying that. Some people don't like me for saying
I'm
that,
picking him
but
to win. Some people don't like it either. It's like they just
yeah,
going to do a tirade about like, oh, he's never fought anybody, and they just talk this crazy like, oh, good God, it's like
mhm,
that's why I wanted the fight to happen so the Spence fans could finally just be quiet for a
yeah,
while.
yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's the way I look at it. Here's what's going on, man. And the reason why this is a stalemate because here's Crawford is pretty much giving in a lot of things, a lot of concessions to the BBC to get this fight going. They're giving him a low split,
Everything.
but here's the deal, though. He's not getting a guaranteed amount. So
No.
basically, yeah, this is kind of like structured, kind of like it's kind of like why you wonder why all these pay-per-views are happening because that's pretty much helping pay those fighters' purses and whatnot. The same thing with Sergey Kovalev going to the War rematch that he wasn't given a guarantee. So the money he was going to earn is based off the gate revenue and the pay-per-view.
Which made nothing.
Yeah, which made around nothing. Yeah, but
But
hey,
here's the thing, though, Dad. Here's the
yeah,
problem with that. They're not
yeah,
even showing him the books to let him know what they generate.
yeah.
So
I was going to get
how
into
the
that.
fuck? And this is what I don't understand about people who are just so blinded that they're so pro PBC that they don't have logical sense in their mind.
Yeah,
That would be like me saying, and we'll keep this real simple, right? Let's say,
yeah,
Dad, I have a grass cutting company, and I'm like, look, Dad, I'm gonna pay you 50-50. Every yard, I'm gonna get all the yards, I'm gonna do all the business, get the contracts, and you're gonna cut the yards, right? I'm gonna
yeah.
pay you 50-50. However, you can't know how much these people are paying me for you to cut their grass. I'm gonna give you 50%, but you can't know what each one of these houses are paying me, so I can pay you 50-50. That's bullshit because I can be like, yo, that house that just gave me $150, they only gave me 20. Here's $10. You would never
Exactly.
know.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, you
And
definitely gotta.
Dan, you got every right to be like Tony. I'm hearing from like the grapevine that this business is making a lot of money and we're not seeing nothing. What's going on, man? Let me get a look at them books, bro.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I mean, look, you wanna verify the funds, especially if you're not giving me a guarantee amount. Now, if
Right.
you're giving me a guarantee amount, that's a different story. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, even if you don't give me my guarantee, I'm taking you out to court to get that guarantee amount. But the fact is, you're not giving me a guarantee, and you want me to accept this. All right, cool. But all I need is verification of funds. I need other expenditures to be confirmed as far as hotel, lodging, and things like that. I mean, that
Yep.
is within the norm. And yet people are the PBC. I mean, look, no disrespect to those dudes, but you can't sit there and complain that Terrence Crawford's in the wrong here. But yet, if this was Earl Spence in this situation, y'all would be crying the same thing. You'd be saying,
Yep.
hey, look, Errol Spence have every right to ask for verification of funds if he's only being paid, if he's not being paid a guarantee. So I don't get that, man. And why is he not getting a guarantee amount? Why not ask that question? Why is he not getting a guarantee?
Well, this
Yeah.
is real simple. Terrence Crawford, at this point, he should just go up and fight Charlo. That's what he should do, and he'll still get undisputed. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
getting undisputed at junior middleweight, super welterweight, whatever you want to call it, is more impressive than him beating Earl Spence. I'm sorry, him beating Charlo is a greater feat than him beating Spence. Cool. If Spence doesn't want to fight you, go up there and fight the guy who said he wants to fight you.
Yeah.
And do it there.
Well, here's the thing about that. Jamel Charlo, I respect him. I like him because I like the work he's doing right there at super middleweight. I mean, you're super welterweight. My bad, light
Yeah.
middleweight. Well,
Yeah.
here's the kicker about this one. He's scheduled to fight Tim Tszyu, right? But that
Yeah.
fight is scheduled till next year, and they already brokered a deal 3 months ago. So it also begs the question: what's going on with PBC and their finances? That's probably why we're why they can't even offer guarantees right now because they're bleeding cash, and we knew they were bleeding cash for a long while now, along with the zone. So, and that's probably why the zone is upping up the pay per view price with the Ben and Eubank fight, which nobody's
Oh,
talking about right now.
by the way, who y'all
I
got
don't
for,
even
who
know
y'all got
that.
for that
I
one?
don't even know.
Who y'all got
Yeah,
for
you
that?
guys didn't know. Yeah, the pay per view
No,
prices.
Let me tell you. So when Canelo did his pay-per-view, I
Mhm.
boycotted the zone. I canceled my account for that month. I went back to the zone the next month, right?
Mhm.
Since his last pay-per-view with Canelo, I canceled my subscription straight out. I didn't suspend it like I did the first time, come back the next month. I straight canceled my account. And I can't even see what they have scheduled because I'm done. Like Eddie
Yeah.
Hearns made this statement. The pay-per-view model is dead. Why would you pay for a pay-per-view when you could pay us at the time $10 a month and get all this value for dollar, see all
Yeah.
these fights, never pay a pay-per-view? It's the greatest thing ever. we're never doing pay-per-view. And now here they are doing pay-per-views. Now,
Yeah.
allegedly, I don't remember his exact words. I don't want to misquote him so they can come at me. But in my recollection, he said something to the extent of the pay-per-view model is dead. Why would you pay for pay-per-view? And here they are making you pay for pay-per-view. After me, somebody like me, I paid for the zone when there was no fights during COVID because I was supporting what they stood for. I'm like, yo,
That's
why would I
that's
pay
what I subscribe.
$90 for a pay-per-view when I could pay $10 here, which went up to $20. I didn't complain. Still at $20, I could get all these fights for the whole year for the damn near the same price of one pay-per-view. Of course, I'm going to support them, but I'm not supporting this pay-per-view shit. So
I got you. Yeah, and I totally agree with you guys on that one. You have every right to stand your ground and you'll take your principal position on that. But here's the thing, though. From a business standpoint, when you introduce something like that, it does sound great with the consumer. That's cool. But how do you pay? Where's your other streams of income to pay for the persons that you're paying? For example, you're giving Mikey Garcia $7 million to fight on nobody. You're giving Gennady Golovkin $15 million or $20 million, whatever the number is, to sit around for nearly 3 years and fight a bunch of nobodies other than Demirchenko in the third Canelo fight, Murata, okay, whatever. We all knew he was going to win.
Zaremeta, those guys.
Yes, Zaremeta, Steve Rose. You let him sit around for nearly 2 years to wait for Murata and Canelo, and you got nothing out of that. You paid them a bunch of money for a bunch of nothing. They didn't really get nothing out of that Golovkin contract. Now, as far as I know, it seems like they're not getting anything out of the Canelo contract either, because let's be real, that pay-per-view did not do well. And the reason why I say that is because why all of a sudden now you're hiking the price for the Ben in the Eubank fight?
Well, what that was changed? What was that? What's that now?
It's I think it's 28 pounds.
Oh, now it's 28.
You have 28. Yeah, close to 30 now. And you have to be here.
Do you have to pay for it in the States?
No, it's free for us. It's free for
us.
Okay.
Free here. Free here.
But here's the thing, though. They have a rule now that you have to be a subscriber to get the pay-per-view.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So it's
I don't think that's fair. People should just be able to buy it if they want to see it. If they don't have
to
subscriber.
Yeah. See, they're trying. I think they trialed it out. The other method, but it seems like that now to really get subscribers, they want to make sure they want to follow the ESPN blueprint with ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
So
Same with them. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is too. Now you're raising the price for the Ben and Eubank fight, which nobody's talking about. Look. I'm like, come on, man. Look, I understand where they're coming from, but the point is, from a business standpoint, you should have did the pay-per-view model a long time ago. We wouldn't have this discussion, which you could have done.
If they would have started with it, I would have no issues. But the fact that they started on we'll never do a pay-per-view, to my understanding, how I understood it, is why I cannot support them anymore.
Right, and you have every right to feel that way.
Yeah, I got you, and it's like I'm sure, and Tony, like I understand that you got to stand on your square. I get that, but it's like the same time when he said that. They probably wouldn't think the climate wouldn't change as much as it has.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and so that's why it's like, oh, we're gonna do pay-per-views now, no skin off our nose, this and that.
You know what, AJ?
I get it.
So you know what, AJ? Then what they should have done is said, they should have had it set up to where they could see who's been subscribed to them for years and be like, if you're an old subscriber of ours, you'll never have to pay for a pay-per-view. However, if you join the zone after this point, then you are subjected to pay for the pay-per-views.
Bingo.
Then I would have been cool with it.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Your base that supported you all through COVID when you had no fights, the people who actually supported you from the ground up that wanted to see you grow, you don't disconnect from them because you're now still standing on what you said. But all new users who want to see your fights, they have to pay for the pay-per-views because they never supported you. I was fine with that. But the fact that you're going to make me pay pay-per-view after I supported you when you had no fights, nah, fuck you.
Yeah, because I've been subscribed since I subscribed when the Mikey Garcia Jesse Vargas card came on, when the Chocolatito got back in the winner's bracket when he beat Guy Fight. That was the first time I subscribed to them since that was back in February 2020.
Yeah, you know what? I was an early subscriber.
I subscribed to them for their first fight. When they first came to America, I was paying for it since it was $10.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? Here's the thing, though. The point I was bringing this up is because both the PBZ and the Zone is going through financial crisis right now. Both of them. Yeah, they are. Let's be honest, they are.
Yeah, they are.
And part of the reason why is two reasons why. One, they are overpaying fighters. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, they have to deal with the fact with the ugly truth that you can't get rid of legal streaming. You can't get rid of it. That's the problem. Yep. So
Everybody keeps
because
stealing fights.
yeah, and what's gonna happen now is because of that, all these fighters that are used to making these 8-figure purses, they're gonna see those purses drop. And
I
promoters
mean,
gonna have to tell them like, look, we can't afford to pay you this because the streaming is getting out of control. We can't stop
Canelo
it.
just got paid 45 mil to beat up on an old man.
I
So
know, and Golovkin got 20 million out of that fight. Plus, he got upside, just like Canelo. That's why I say DAZN lost money on that fight because you got to pay them upside plus the licensing fees. Plus, you got to, then you got to allocate that money, the rest of that money to other people, like to other advertisers. I'm not advertisers, to the linear broadcasters for that fight. So it's like, yeah. I mean, look, I didn't want them to fail in that, but they did, and because of that, they're raising the fees for the other pay-per-view bouts.
I mean, my thing is this.
Mhm.
Streaming is horrible. Yes, you're always going to have people who are going to pirate regardless of the price. However, especially now with everything jacked up, inflation out of control, if you were doing pay-per-views for $20, $30 like you do in the UK, you would have a lot of people from America buying your fights.
Oh,
but
I agree.
What they do is
absolutely,
they charge us $90 and they charge them £20.
I mean, let me ask y'all this: y'all paying for Wilder Hellenius $75?
I like Wilder.
That's my point exactly. That's my
Yeah.
point exactly. Like
Yeah.
if it was maybe $5 or $10, yeah, I'll buy it. I'll watch it.
Well, I'll be fair. Let's say because the fighters got to eat, they got to make money at the end of the
But
day.
I will
Maybe
say
if it was
this.
$50, maybe $50. Okay, cool. Maybe 50.
I will say this. I have a friend who is paying for that fight, so I will be going to his house
There
to
you
watch
go.
it.
There you go.
There you go.
But I'm not paying for
It's
it.
funny, like it's funny. It's like I didn't pay for Pacquiao Ugas, but my friend did. I saw it at his house.
I paid for that fight, so I mean, yeah, I took a look at it. But yeah, look, man, at the end of the day, these fighters got to eat. I get it, but my point is that the purses, those 8-figure paydays, are probably going to come to an end pretty much because of the streaming. I think that's what's going to happen, or they're going to be low 8-figure paydays. Like one of my friends and I were talking about this. He said that I think at some point they're going to say, you know what, no more $20 million guarantees or that to that nature because of the streaming. I think after that Canelo and Golovkin 3 fight, we're going to see purses now that the minimums are probably going to be 10 million for the top notch fighters. You know what I'm saying? Plus whatever they make on top of that.
The thing too is nobody wanted to see that fight, but the DAZN executive. Nobody wanted to see Triple G fight Canelo. Nobody cared. Like everybody knew Triple G is way past it. He's over the hill. The dude's 40 fucking years old. This trilogy should have came years ago.
Oh yeah.
At least in 2019. Yeah.
That's the problem with it. Like, why they kept pushing for that fight for so hard, for so long, and nobody fucking cared.
Yeah, some people are arguing. Well, they broke the gate at $22 million, and then they, their pre-fight, the weigh-in, a lot of thousand people showed up, so they cared. Yeah, I get it, but the overall audience didn't care. To your point, Tony.
I mean, that weigh-in, man, it was like Canelo land at that weigh-in.
Oh yeah. But look, like I said though, I'm not disputing the fact that the live gate was great. People did show up for it, but at the end of the day, the bigger audience didn't give a damn about that fight. No. It's why the pay-per-view didn't do well. So yeah, I mean, look,
I wish.
What
were you guys' predictions? Yeah, what were you guys' predictions for the fight?
I predicted Canelo to win that fight, probably by knockout.
Did you pick him by knockout too, Tony?
No, by decision.
Okay. Yeah, it was the same. It's like I was going by knockout, but I'm like, like as we got closer, I got a good feeling. I said, I think this is going the distance again. I just feel it. I got a gut feeling.
Well, yeah, because Golovkin pretty much kind of dictated that way because he was pretty much in survival mode throughout that fight. He was like, nah, man, I'm getting 20 million. I'm not going to risk getting knocked out for what?
He kind of just old man his way through the thing. Like
even if he wasn't, your chin normally doesn't go. I mean, it does go, but it goes so far well into your age that at 40 he would still have his chin. And Canelo never hurt. Like, Canelo never did anything to him in the first 2 fights to make me worry that Triple G would be knocked out. And Triple G has been so fucking durable throughout his career. Yeah. I knew, even at 168, I knew his chin's too durable. There's no way he's going to knock this dude out.
Yeah, but he did stumble a few times, though, to give Golovkin respect. He was like, okay, I'm going to play this extra safe now. Look, I'm 40 years old. I'm going up in weight. I mean, I got a family. I'll be getting $20 million. Why do I need to care about winning this fight? That's probably what he thought going in. Why do I have to care? So, yeah, I mean, look, the point is that, again, back to the original point, DAZN and the BBC are in big financial trouble right now. And the fact that the PBC is not willing to show the books for Terrence Crawford, I think that, like, come on, man. Look, the man is even he's agreeing to the fact that you're not giving him a guarantee. At least you owe him some bit of guarantee where you could show him your financials.
At least, at the
At
very
least
least.
that, or at least make an agreement where you pay for his expenditures. At least do that. So, and now everybody's
that just shows Terrence's confidence. I mean, like, he's willing to take all the hits to get this fight done because that just you know.
yeah, he's taking a very low split.
I think this should show everybody that Bob Arum was not the reason why this fight never happened.
No,
yeah.
I always believed it was the PBC. Always believed it was them. That Terrence was never part of the plan. He never was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't think they believe Earl can win that fight. I don't think they believe he can.
Terrence was the spoiler that they were hoping would lose, but he kept winning, and here we are now. He still got that belt. So, like, what are y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna do?
Yeah, they were hoping Sean Porter win that fight. Let's be honest. They wanted Porter to win that fight.
Yes, they did.
That's what killed it. The minute Sean Porter was stopped.
Yep.
And Earl Spence walked out there. That was it. There was no more fight. Like, it was done. Like,
yeah, he was disappointed. He was like, oh,
I think Spence.
Yeah, he was like, oh fuck, man. I'm gonna have more pressure to fight Terrence Crawford, man. I don't need that type of pressure.
I think somebody followed him afterwards, like Sekbak finally was saying he followed him afterwards, type of like, hey Spence, you opening the crowd? Nope.
But my thing is this, like, I don't understand the church of the PBC followers, because and y'all can disagree with me. I say this all the time, everybody's entitled to disagree. But I don't understand in my mind how people rate Earl Spence as a pound for pound fighter. I don't get it. You have guys that are multi-divisional undefeated champions, or they're multi-division champions with only one loss. And you're going to put a guy who hasn't even been undisputed in his own division above them?
Make it make sense.
Yeah, let me say this, guys. Let me say this. Look, pound for pound, you can use many variables, and it's very subjective. I get it. There's no right or wrong. Look, there is no, what's the word I'm looking for? There is no concrete answer to why certain guys should be rated pound for pound. I mean, so at some point it is, sometimes it isn't. But as far as Earl Spence is concerned, I can get he's on the list, but as far as rating him top 3, top 5, I don't know about that. Maybe top 8, maybe top 9, maybe. Because to your point, he hasn't moved up in division or anything like that. I get it. But hey, many great fighters haven't gotten out of divisions, like Marvin Hagler, Carlos Monzon. They stayed in the divisions and they became all-time greats. But look, I'm not comparing Earl Spence to those guys. He has done the work. I get it. But to say that he needs to be number 1, that will drives me crazy. I'm like, nah, dude. That drives me crazy.
I just saw it. I did a poll on some random channel. I don't even know what it was. It just popped up in my YouTube feed, and I did the poll, and I was surprised. I was shocked by the results. Yeah. So there was like, out of the 4 horsemen, who's the best? Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, or Marvin Hagler?
Oh yeah, I saw that poll. I saw that one.
Yeah, and I wrote, Sugar Ray's the only one on the list that beat all 3.
That's exactly what I said. I said Sugar because he beat all these guys.
Right.
like, first off, Hearn never beat Sugar Ray. Neither did Hagler. Duran did. But then Sugar Ray comes back to knock his ass out and beats him again.
Yep.
So, well, he made him quit. So he knocked him out. He made him quit.
Well, you know what I mean. Whatever.
Yeah, I get you.
We'll say he stopped him. He stopped him. That's all.
He did. He stopped him. Yeah, let's say that. You got a point. But let me say this though.
Whatever. My bad. I misspoke. But
no, I'm not gonna hit you on that, bro. You know, you mean Tony, we boys, bro.
Worse. At least if you knock somebody out, you're sleeping not by choice.
But let's just say this. Let's just say Sugar Ray humiliated Duran. How about that? He did humiliate him in that second fight.
He did.
But this is what's so crazy to me. People on this poll tried to make the argument. I don't understand it. That Sugar Ray Leonard tried to age out Hagler. However, they don't take into account that Sugar Ray was retired for 2 years while Hagler was actively fighting, came out of retirement, no tune-up, and fought him and beat him.
Yeah.
Nobody nowadays would do something like that. Nobody.
Yeah, and I give Sugar Ray credit for that, man. 3-year retirement, never fought at middleweight before. Fighting a guy.
3 years, not 2, 3.
Yeah, 3 years. I mean, he
I mean,
fought a middleweight champion,
but
who
even
was at
before
his
that,
best at the peak of his career. I mean, look, Ray was an underdog, a big underdog going into that fight. So and look, I'm going to say this though, even though he didn't have a longevity career like the other guys did, like Duran, Hearns, and Hagler did, but to me, to your point, I thought Sugar Ray was the more better complete fighter than those three guys. I thought he was. But unfortunately, the eye retina slowed him down. I get all that, but I really believe even he did beat those three guys. But I still, despite that, he was still better than those guys overall as far as being a complete fighter. If he had a longer career, man, imagine the damage he would have did to the other guys. I thought he would have cleaned out welterweight. But it is what it is. But yeah, look, again, it's subjective, but I do agree that Sugar Ray is better than out of those four kings. He's a better fighter.
I just want to say for the record,
Yeah.
I looked it up. It was 2 years, 11 months.
I was close.
So technically, I was
2.5 years. You're right. 2.5 years.
No. 2 years and 11 months.
Okay, so I was 1 month off. All right.
1 month off. No, you were more right than I was.
It's all good, brother. We all want to be exact. But yeah, look.
You got it right. I was wrong. You got it.
It's all good, brother. It's all good. But look. If people want to rank Earl Spence in a pound for pound, me personally, I have no problem with that because he has put in the work at welterweight. We can't take that away from him. But there is one guy there that he has to fight, and it seems like he's trying to avoid him, and we can't let him off the hook on that.
Has he said anything at all since this has been going on?
Well, he did make a comment because he made a comment on his Twitter feed. He said something to the effect that I don't know why these YouTubers saying that I got to come out and say something. Why do I have to need to do that? He pretty much said, excuse my language. Fuck them. I don't need to speak.
Yeah, because they usually speak for you, but not even they got nothing to say. So.
But yeah, it's not looking good right now, man. For Earl Spence, it's not looking good. They got to get this fight happen, man. That's why I haven't talked about it on my channel that much, but they got to get this fight happen. I mean, me personally, this would be the biggest fight of the year, pretty much, if they can get it made at this point.
I mean, I look at it like this. This is how I look at all of this, right?
Yeah.
I look at, like I said earlier, common denominators. You've got a guy who won a title in his first weight class, went up to the second weight class, became undisputed. Whether people want to say it was the best of competition at the time, which I'll argue all day because I like to say this and I said this before. Ugas lost it at the same weight class. He was getting whooped at 140 when Terrence Crawford went undisputed. But it was the easiest. It was easy in that era. But yet people try to make Ugas out like he's this great fighter. But hold up, wait a minute. He couldn't even survive 140 whenever Terrence was there and went undisputed. So that's just crazy to me. Then you get Terrence Crawford. He moves up in weight. Immediately goes for a title with a guy who beat Manny Pacquiao. Now, I thought Manny Pacquiao won the fight, but it's irrelevant. He went straight for Jeff Horn immediately, the champion. No warm-ups, no tune-ups, no nothing. Give me the champion. Got a belt. The minute he got a belt, he called out Earl Spence. Earl Spence never took the fight to him, but I want to take the easy route. Now, let's go back to Earl Spence. He could have fought Keith Thurman several times. Never wanted to fight Keith Thurman while Keith Thurman was undefeated. The only person in this situation who has ducked smoke, in my opinion, is Earl Spence. So why am I to believe that Terrence is now all of a sudden ducking?
You can't. I mean, but okay, but Tony, like, go back to that. You said that, like, how when Thurman when Thurman was champ, you said that Spence didn't want to fight him, or was it the other way around?
No. When Thurman was the champ,
yeah, you're right.
He never gave Spence an opportunity because Spence really wasn't anybody at the time.
Right.
However, after he was no longer a champ, he wanted to fight Earl Spence, and Earl Spence will not fight him.
Oh, that's okay. Got you. That's what you mean. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Because
but I'm just saying,
he was calling out Thurman when he was coming up.
That he would not fight.
Yeah.
Now we have another fighter that he will not fight. Meanwhile, we have an undisputed champion that we're claiming is ducking.
Nah.
Well, I find funny about this because I remember when Earl, I think you guys just touched up on it just right now. When Earl was coming up, right? The whole campaign when Keith Thurman was the champion, unified champion, he has to fight Earl Spence. He has to fight Earl Spence. He's avoiding Earl Spence. He's ducking him. Right? Yeah, and I get that. Pretty much what the people who are going after Keith Thurman for doing what he was doing to Earl Spence, why are they going after Earl Spence for doing the same thing to Terrence Crawford? And he's been doing this for several years now. Several years now, he's been finding a way to avoid this guy. I'm just keeping it real.
Yep.
And what's up? Go ahead, AJ.
I know. I'm saying, they can't keep the same energy. It's like first get a belt, it gets a belt. Then now you're on the wrong side of the street. I find he's paying Showtime. We hear that. Then we talk about purse splits. It was just one excuse after the other. It's like, okay, bro. Now I see what time it is. Then like the whole backstage confrontation that they had. That tells you everything you need to know right there. Who really wanted to fight and who didn't want to fight.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying this right now. Right now. Yeah. If any of these other YouTube content creators, whether they are past boxers, current boxers, or they just have YouTube channels, run up on me in my face saying they want to fight me, we are going to fight. Period. I don't even fight. I don't even fight no more. But I'm telling you, if you run up in my face like Bud did Spence, we are going to fight. I don't give a fuck. I am fighting you.
Like we gonna fight in the ring or outside the ring. It is what it is.
We can do it right now, face to face, or we can do it in the ring. Either way, this shit is getting streamed, and we are fucking fighting.
Yeah, I got you. I got you guys. I got you on that one, man. But yeah, look, man. At this point, I don't think the fight's gonna happen. At least this year. This year.
No, not this year.
It might happen when Terrence is 50 years old and he can
wait till he slows down. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I mean,
he is getting up in age though, man. That's what worries me because
like 35.
Yeah, when
you just turned 35, but like what's funny? They can try to age out Bud all they want. It's funny when it doesn't matter because y'all remember what Amir tried to do to Kell, ducking him for years. Then when the fight finally happened, he fucking got mollywopped.
And he tried to weight drain him.
Yep, and that still didn't work.
Because Amir knew from the jump that Kell was the better fighter from day one. That's why he never fought him.
He waited so many years to him to slow down and take a lot of beatings.
You'd rather get knocked out by Terrence Crawford. You'd rather get knocked out by Canelo. But you don't want Kell Brook to put hands on you. Just everybody. You'll get knocked out by everybody and anyone except Kell Brook.
You know what I think? To your point, AJ, I think what it was with Amir Khan is that, look, the rivalry between the two, I think Amir wanted to show everyone that he was the better fighter, even though they didn't fight.
Yeah.
As far as him being the better fighter, as far as the career-wise and what they have accomplished, he wanted to show the British public that I was always the better fighter than him, even though we didn't fight. I accomplished more than him. I won more titles than him. I've accomplished in higher weight classes than him. That's what I think. That was the point that he wanted to make. But until he fought him, different story.
I disagree, Dad. I disagree fully because it's just like what we have right now with Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence. It's just like what we have possibly with Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. Here's the thing. Kell Brook, Amir Khan, who's really a Khan, like his name says, they were the premier fighters of the UK, okay? Yeah. If Amir Khan lost to Kell Brook, everything he achieved would have never happened because he would have become irrelevant overnight because that's how boxing works.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I mean, you ain't shit. You ain't shit. I mean, you the shit until you lose. Then that's it.
No. It's not just that. He was still the shit whenever Canelo whooped his ass. He was still the shit whenever Terrence whooped his ass because that's a Mexican, that's an American. However, if you lose to a guy who is supposedly just as good as you from your own country, you're done.
It's a wrap. That's it.
Well, you know what? I see what you're saying, but couldn't that apply when he got knocked out badly by Prentice Prescott? I mean, Prentice Prescott in England. Remember that one?
Because they never blew him up like they blew up.
Nah, he went on to do nothing after that.
Yeah. There was a point in time before Kell Brook went up to fight Triple G that people were talking about Kell Brook could beat Mayweather.
Right. True. I mean, no, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think Brook won that fight.
I'm gonna tell you this. I truly believe if Kell Brook would have never went to 160 and stayed at 147, he would have beat Earl Spence.
I don't disagree with that at all. That's what I've been saying. It's like I wonder what would happen if Kell never went up there.
And this is gonna segue me into this, and I can't talk too much about it because I have a debate coming up on Thursday, and I don't want to give out too many of my tricks. But here's the thing: history repeats itself. Conor Ben going up there to fight a middleweight, and he about to get his ass fucked up. No
you know what, fellas? It's funny you say that because, like, I got a feeling this Saturday we're gonna see something very, very embarrassing. It's probably gonna be a big mismatch. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that shit was over in probably like 4 rounds.
Yeah, you know it's funny though, because I don't know, man. Something tells me that Eubanks planned to come overweight for that fight.
I think so.
I think he's planned to come overweight.
He can't.
If he does, he has to pay a fine, right?
He has to pay a penalty.
No.
Or do they have the option to call the fight off?
If he rehydrates, I forget what it is. It was said. I don't want to give an incorrect number, but from what I heard, if I understood it correctly, if he rehydrates over a certain amount, the fight is canceled.
Oh, okay. But what about the weigh-up?
But it's Ben's team's option to call it off, though, right? He can still go on unless
they can still call it off. That's up to Ben's team if they want to call it off.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think he will? If he comes in overweight, you think he will?
I'm not going to talk about this because, like I said, I got a debate next Thursday.
Okay, all right.
And I'm saving this ammunition in the clips because I'm about to annihilate this British dude. Like we beat England in 1776, we about to win right here on this debate.
But what I was saying is that the weigh-in, that when I mean Eubanks gonna come in overweight at the weigh-in, like maybe he's gonna come in at 159 or 158. Something around there.
I would. The thing about Eubank is this: he's been the interim champion for a long time now. I know they just said Lara is supposed to fight Triple G, which I don't even understand because Eubank was supposed to be first in line to either fight Lara or Triple G. Like I don't even.
Lara's got that Reggie belt, and
he's got the regular belt.
But by the WBA rules, the regular champion has to fight the interim champion, which Eubank has been for a very long time.
Yeah, well, I thought they got rid of the interim belt because the WBA is in the process of consolidating all the belts, and that's why they ordered the Golovkin and Lara fight. They want to consolidate the belts. So after the winner of that fight, there is no more regular champion at that point. It's just one champion.
Let me fellas, y'all know what the WBA stands for, right? We back out. So, that's everything. So
yeah, it's true. And the reason why the WBA is consolidating the belts because they got in trouble with the ABC, which is the American Boxing Commission that oversees all these things. So
after that's why Michael Fox Maestro fight, that got them in hot water.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, that they relocated their offices to Houston, Texas, and they're on American grounds now. So yeah, that tells everything. So whatnot. But hey, fellas, I got to get going, man. It's good talking to y'all, man. I'm gonna
you too, Dan.
Dan, all right, before you go, you on Twitter or you got a channel?
Yeah, I got a channel, man. Look for me, Dan the Man Boxing, man. You know, new man. I keep it fair, man. I keep it neutral. So that's how I am, even though I have my favorite fighters.
So you on Twitter too or no?
No, I'm not on Twitter, brother.
Okay, man. I'll check out your channel. Appreciate it.
All right, anytime, man. All right, take care, y'all.
Yes, sir.
All right, you too. All
right. Peace.
Yeah, AJ, he's got a good channel. Like, me and Dan have been supporting each other for a very long time.
Okay, what's up? That's what's up. Yeah, good dude. Seems like he knows his shit for sure.
You know, like I support people who get mad and then they want to make videos about me. I say something they don't like, but let me segue back into the topic at hand.
Go ahead.
This is why, as much as I like AJ, it's the AJ fans that are really making me wish this fight happens because I know the outcome. Tyson Fury is going to fuck him up. And I know the outcome of him getting fucked up. He is no longer going to sell. And when that happens, I'm going to stand with my chest poked out, my chin up high, and just have my I told you so face because time will reveal everything. With enough time, the truth will come out. And that's the thing about it. If AJ does this, it's career suicide. And what I've been saying will be proven to be true.
I can't say I disagree. I don't want him to take the fight right now. I think, honestly, he should just go on his world tour like Eddie was talking about, get back in the title contention, just fight a bunch of French contenders, a Wallin, a Bacoli, a Zhang, and Hergovic, just take on guys like that and just get back into the winners bracket. That's the most important thing is because if you take this fight with Fury and you lose again, it's just like you said, it could be done. It could be a wrap for you, bro.
Let me tell you this. This is what nobody's considered. If he takes this fight with Fury and loses, by default, I believe he's out of the Hall of Fame.
Shit. Think so?
I believe so. Because the Hall of Fame is reserved for people who are special.
Yeah. I mean, basically, I don't know what the criteria. I don't know what the criteria is anymore. It's like it's because it seems
Yeah,
like they're just letting people in who like really shouldn't be in at times. You know,
you're right. You're right.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. Like, even if he does lose the Fury, he still has a credible argument to get in. I mean, I'd
I
say
don't
at
know
least
if he
before.
does.
I mean, I'm saying at least before Wilder of all people, you know. But like people want to be like Deontay Wilder. Oh, he has 10 title defense. Good. Like, who do he fucking beat in those defenses? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And
But
AJ's
here's
got
the thing,
like, you know, 8, not like 7, 8 combined and unified. You know?
right? But here's the thing: while Wilder beat a bunch of nobodies,
Yeah.
he can at least hold on to the fact that he had 10 consecutive, even though he had a draw in there with Fury,
Yeah.
he had 10 consecutive defenses. AJ doesn't even have that.
No, he doesn't. I'd say like in a row, which he got like 6, 7 at the most. I can't recall. Maybe.
I mean, I
This is
made a
the-
video. Did you see the video I made where I went through every accolade that Anthony Joshua had?
No, I think I might have missed that one. Was it after he lost the Usyk again? Or
Yes. I
Okay.
went through like how good, how rare what he has done is.
Yes.
I went through all that because I like AJ, because I want AJ to succeed, because I feel like AJ is everything you want in a champion. He did everything. He ducked nobody. He took the hardest fights that were available for him to take. There was no backing down. There was no running away. There was no tomato cans along the way. He literally stepped up in competition every single fight. I like him.
And like one
But-
thing I said, but which is right cool. By the way, one thing I said, like, yeah, I admire his willingness to throw himself into the fire, but at the same time, his willingness to do that stifled his development as a fighter, because you get thrown into work like cause you're just a novice, really. I mean, you are like kind of like you do have a lot of pro fights down to your belt, but you don't have that many amateur fights either. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, so like if he had taken the time to maybe learn when he went pro a little bit more, like get some more developmental fight, he might be better off than he is now. Because like your willingness to just because he became a champion of what, a 16 fight, then like okay, that the development stage is over. Now you gotta like nice fight like once or twice per year, stuff like that. He can't really learn on the job anymore like as he was before.
Well, my thing too is this. This is the same thing. Like I said, Kell Brook went to 160, got destroyed. Okay, he looked good for a little while, but then he got destroyed. Got his orbital bone broke.
Yep.
Corner threw in the towel. Do you realize Eddie did Kell wrong? Kell Brook is the reason why there's a Matchroom DAZN deal. Kell Brook is what built them. That was
based
their
off the back
premier
of
guy.
that, based off the back of that fight.
No, I'm just saying in general. He's really, truly the guy that blew them up, especially in America, Kell Brook. And before that Triple G fight. And he took his premier fighter and threw him to a guy that he was significantly disadvantaged against. His number one guy at the time, Kell Brook was his number one guy, and threw him in there with Triple G, a guy who's a reigning champion, a knockout destruction machine, and you're going to take your welterweight premier fighter that you have and put him against this guy. Ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, because we all know it was supposed to be Eubank who took the fight. He didn't take it. He I guess he ducked out or priced himself out, whatever you want to call it. And from what I was, the source I was like, Kell Brook, he pretty much, you know, came to Kell with the offer and Kell accepted.
Right.
I know he shouldn't have. Yeah, I know he shouldn't have, but it's like at the same time, it was Kell's choice to take it. You know?
No. It was Eddie's choice not to offer it to him. And here's what I'm going to say. Moving forward, Anthony Joshua, his premier fighter, he knew AJ suffered a concussion in training.
Oh, sparring, yeah. I heard about that. Yeah.
But listen, he knew the Gerald Miller fight was off because he got popped for PEDs. He could have stopped the fight there, knowing that this dude had a concussion, knowing that the guy he was supposed to fight can no longer fight because he was on PEDs. He could have stopped it there, but instead, he threw him in there with a real threat in Andy Ruiz, who fought Parker. Many believe he beat him and should have been the champion, but instead of pulling him out of the fight, he said, fuck it. Let's just do it. Let him fight Ruiz on 2 weeks' notice, knowing he had a concussion, knowing that they had every reason to stop the fight from happening because there was no fight to happen, but he still threw him in the furnace. Now, now he's got Conor Ben. He's got Conor Ben, and he's throwing up there to Eubank.
God, I'm just praying that, like, you know, just we don't witness no tragedies in a week, man. You know what I mean? Because that's the last thing we need, because this family shit between the Ben and Eubanks, man, it's like the dads, they just developed a good rapport. Now you got the sons at each other's throats. And so I hope it's like, you know, Conor just whoever wins, the loser's okay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm rooting for, I mean, even though I don't think he's going to win, I'm rooting for Conor to pull it off. even though I don't think he's gonna win.
Lisa Bell's in the building.
What up, Lisa?
Like I said, I can't talk about it too much. The only way Eubank loses is if he's weight trained. That's the only way.
That's the
And
only
even
chance I give him.
then-
That's the only chance I give Connor. Yeah, that's it.
And even then, I don't even know if he could beat a weight drain. Eubank. I don't even know if he could beat a weight drain one. But
Eubank
that's
said
the
all he
only
needs
chance
all he needs to be is 60%. That's what he keeps saying.
That's it. 60% while he's over there eating his chicken wings.
Eat his with chicken wings. Eat his what is his birthday cake?
That's it. Eating the dipping the it was like donut shish kebabs and some type of
Yeah,
icing.
the meatballs or whatever he was eating.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, man. It's like, oh, dude, he's hilarious, man. He's a fucking character, bro.
He is. He's funny as shit. But you know what? I like that though. Like
Me too. It's like, why was he like?
guy,
Was he like this before in his career?
always.
Always. Okay. Because I thought like his dad mostly did the talking for him, but it's like, why was he? Why did I ever see more of this from him?
Have you ever seen? Did you ever listen to his dad talk?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
With his monocle?
Oh God. Oh shit,
Yo.
man. But
Like you
but
can't help.
Yeah,
you can't help but be cocky if Eubank Senior is your dad. Like you gonna just grow up talking like that. Like that's what you grew up around. That's all you know. Like the funniest shit I've ever seen in a boxing match was where Eubank Jr. sits in the corner and his dad just stands up and looks at him.
Yeah,
Just mugs him. Doesn't say a fucking word.
Just
No
staring the whole time,
instruction.
just like a statue,
Mugging
just
him.
looking. I'm like, bruh, like what is this? And like, but I'll tell you what was funny when he knocked out who was it? When he knocked out Yildirim, how he just posed in the ring afterwards and didn't even move for like 30 seconds.
Yep. And you gotta understand at that time. Well, no, let me not talk too much. See, we talking too much about it.
All right, yeah, okay.
I got
all right,
clips loaded. I'm gonna win this debate. Like,
what's the debate? What's the debate about? The Ben Eubank fight, or
so? There's 3 questions that I was sent.
okay?
The first one is, can they get out of their father's shadows? So that's one. The second one was, I don't fucking remember. The third one was, who wins the fight? I don't remember what the second question was. Hold on, I'll tell you.
For sure. Now,
But
you do realize, well, Connor's got time on his side, but Eubank Jr. not so much. Like he's actually never even been a world champion. And
he has.
IBO don't count, Tony. That don't count.
Well, hold up. It counts in Europe because over there they see it as a legitimate belt. We
do
don't
they now?
accept it.
Do they now?
Yeah, the IBO belt, the IBO belt.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Huh?
That's what it's called, IBO. You're right.
Yeah, the IBO belt is a legitimate belt in Europe. It is seen like a major belt. We just don't accept it over here.
Okay. That I didn't know because it was actually on the line in the Galahad Maxie Hughes fight, and I'm like,
yeah,
they promote this like it's an actual title fight, which made me laugh. But I guess it was out there to make sense. It was actually legit out there. So
yeah, it's legit out there. Like if you look it up, it's the what is it? The BBB of something
of C or Boxing Border Control, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like how the WBO title was back in the 90s.
Yeah, they legitimize it as a major title, but we don't, and neither does
Really?
Magazine, BoxRec. All our boxing sources.
Okay.
We don't see it as a major title. There's only 4 major titles, but over there, it's a major belt.
Okay.
Really?
What up, Lisa?
Nothing. No, I didn't know that. Yeah. No, I never knew
What was I
that.
about to look up? I got sidetracked.
So second question at the debate.
Oh yeah. Let me go to my email.
What's poppin', Lisa?
How you doing, Lisa?
No, it's an okay fight. I'm not really that enthused about it. I wish that he would have campaigned, leveled up more at welterweight, and Eubanks Jr. fought somebody, a good name at 160. So it's
What's
okay.
going on, Black?
Well, he'll be going back down to welterweight after this.
Yeah, but I don't consider them like their dads, though. Their dads are legends to me. But they're still, their career is still ongoing.
Yeah, and Connor's still young. So he's got time. Connor's got time. He's still young. So
Yeah,
All
he's
right,
still young, yeah.
So the second question is who has won the mental warfare battle in between the two in the lead up to the fight?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, I already know. I look, we're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotta save it.
Yeah.
We already know.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking like
this is an easy debate to win, in my opinion. It's super easy.
Bro, I'm just thinking of Eubank talking about like, 'cause I remember he was in the build up to the who he fight, Liam Williams. So when the gloves are off, like you just heard his voice talk about like, I'm confident we've got all the bases covered, and I believe we'll get the job done tonight.
He's just like his dad. He is just like his dad. It's so funny. They both are like their dads.
Well, the thing is, Conor Ben, he kind of looks like his dad, but he kind of doesn't.
Yeah.
Eubank Jr. looks like a light-skinned version of his dad, like his twin.
He does. He does. Talks like him too. He's got a similar
But
voice.
there's a picture out there of Conor with like twists, and he's doing the same pose as his dad. And I was like, oh my God, he's like the spitting image of him. Yeah, but Eubank does look more like his dad. You're right.
But like I said, history repeats itself.
You're right. It does.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm rooting for Conor though, man. I'm rooting for him.
What's up, Lisa?
He does a good job. Sorry.
Let me ask you a question, Tony. Who do you feel was the best? Conor? No, not Conor. Not Nigel Jen or Chris Eubank Sr.
So this is very hard because Nigel Ben beat better competition. By far, he beat better competition. But at the same time, he got knocked out by Senior. Like, Eubank Senior knocked him out. So I just think that, you know, a lot of people argue that it shouldn't have been a draw, that Ben should have edged it. I don't know. It was a close fight.
What'd you think won, Tony?
I don't know.
You're talking about the second one.
I don't
The rematch,
feel bad with a draw. I don't feel bad with a draw in that fight.
Yeah.
I think it was a split draw. Like, yeah, I think that's what I recall. It's like one judge had it a draw, and the other two judges had it for both guys.
Yeah.
See, for me, Nigel,
it was a good fight. So I don't. I know some people argue it, and I know why, but you know, some people just think a guy coming forward automatically wins a fight, and it doesn't. Walking into punches does not win you a fight. It's just like that poll we were talking about Hagler versus Sugar Ray. People believe Hagler beat Sugar Ray, but in my opinion, Sugar Ray beat him. Hagler was swinging at air all night. And when Ray would let off, even though it was towards the end of every round, like around 30, 40 seconds of the rounds, he wasn't missing. He threw less punches, outlanded him, and significantly outlanded her in power shots. Just because you're coming forward, throwing it air, doesn't mean you're winning the round.
You got to land.
Right. And people get caught up in the aggression. They get caught up in it, but they don't look at the fact that like, yo, he's not landing any shots.
Because like what's funny is like, you know the that David Avenesian and Josh Kelly fight, right?
Right.
The commentary for that fight was unbelievable. It's like they're completely like, just kissing Kelly's ass, completely ignoring everything that David Avenesian is doing in there. It's like, yeah, okay, Kelly's landed, but Avenesian is countering him in return. Are you paying attention to that?
Right.
Like Kelly's jabbing his, but Avenesian's staying close, landing short counters, hitting him too. Why are y'all not calling that out? You know what I'm saying?
That's because he had to be the home fighter.
Oh, of course, I know that, but I'm just saying. But be fair. That's why I don't listen. That's why I like commentary, and I listen to it with the sound off because they can't be objective. They have to shout at everything the house fighter's doing.
They working for the team. Yeah, that's how they are.
I will say this. In Josh Kelly's defense, not making excuses, I'm just saying something legitimate. To me, whenever that headbutt happened and that big gash happened
on the back of his head,
he started bleeding.
Yep.
To me, it sapped a lot of energy out of him, and I'm not convinced that Avenesian was just the better fighter. I think him losing so much blood like he did, and they couldn't get the bleeding under control, I think that really sapped a lot out of him.
I think he said that post-fight he was tired. The blood loss made him weak.
Yeah, and I
Of course.
don't doubt
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching because it's in the league this weekend. It was a female fight. I just watched it, and the girl got a headbutt from one of the other girls,
it.
and that thing was bleeding bad. They said head cuts are hard to stop bleeding.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of veins there, and I mean it was nowhere near as bad as Adhesion or even Pacquiao when he fought Jeff Horn. That was terrible.
Right.
Pacquiao and Jeff Horn. It's
Yeah,
terrible.
Jeff Horn is like I've always been split on him. Like he fights like an asshole. That's his boxing style. Let me go in here and fight like a dickhead and just really bother you. But
Yeah,
man,
he's super dirty.
But in that Pacquiao fight, it's like, man, it's like he giving Pacquiao this where I was giving him rounds in that fight. It's like, what the hell? Like he's got this awkward type, just difficult style to deal with. But that didn't matter against Terrence. Terrence just beat the brakes off him.
He did. And that's the thing. Like, people can say what they want, right? And I thought Pacquiao won that fight. Don't get me wrong, but there were times in that fight with Jeff Horn where Pacquiao looked like a child fighting a man. He was getting ragdolled.
Yes.
And when Crawford went up and fought Jeff Horn, he was ragdolling him in the clinch. Like he made Jeff Horn look like a child versus a man.
The strength. You could see the difference in strength from Pacquiao and Bud Crawford.
Yeah, Bud's a naturally bigger man. Plus, he's a wrestler and all that too as well.
Yeah.
So.
And he power lifts.
Like 400+ pounds. Shit. That's what when I saw it, I'm like, damn, oh fuck, man. I can't even do that shit.
Because I don't even know how much Jeff Horn weighed the night he fought Pacquiao, but he was way bigger than him.
Yeah, he was. A lot.
Yeah. He's not even a real welterweight. He probably
he went up to middleweight right after.
Well, he went up. I thought he went up to 154.
He did.
Yeah, he went up to 154. He probably a 168 pounder, knowing him.
He didn't pan out though.
No, he didn't.
Nah.
He got his ass whooped by Zarafa, beat him in a rematch, and got stopped by Tim Tszyu.
Yeah.
Didn't he fight Mundine?
Did he? I'm not sure.
Tony, what's up, bro?
How you doing?
I'm just listening in, man. Just decided to jump on the phone on my way home on the freeway and shit.
Yo.
What's up, Black? How you doing?
I'm good. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing
well. Right, this Saturday, just chilling.
Talking about the Eubanks and Benz.
When is that fight?
In a week.
Saturday.
Yep, in a week.
Next Saturday. Okay. Who y'all got in that? Who y'all picking?
See, Blake, I can't talk too much about it because I got a debate coming up on Thursday about this fight. But I got Eubank, unless he's weight drained. That's the only way he loses.
Okay.
Me too. Same. But I'm rooting for Conor. I want him to win though.
Yeah, I want Conor to win.
Conor Ben though. I've been hearing a lot of people pick Conor Ben to win this fight.
Yeah. Watch the debate. I'm about to kill that. Round 3, I'm about to kill that nonsense.
Junior got a mean streak about him. That's why I'm kind of maybe edging him.
Boy, Ben? Yeah, I can't talk about it. Y'all talk about it. I can't talk about it.
Okay, all right.
No, Eubank Jr. got a very mean streak about him. I've seen what he did to a lot of fighters, so I don't know.
It's funny, Lisa, because how's he gonna fight in this fight? Like, what's his style gonna be? Because right now he's been trying to fight like Diet Roy Jones, and now he used to fight like his own little bit. So like, what style is he gonna revert to what he used to do, or just he's still gonna box? That's what I'm curious about.
Listen, did you see the short where he said he's training himself?
Yes, I did. I didn't like that. I didn't like hearing that. If I'm being honest,
me either.
I didn't like hearing
that. Now that's making me wonder.
I put up a Twitter post with that clip. I said, okay, I got Conor for the upset then, I guess.
His father has an issue with the rehydration clause. Maybe he think he's going to be drained, so I don't know.
Yeah, his dad wanted him to pull out the fight because of that rehydration nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what you get. It's like you getting cold feet now. It's like seriously, he signed the contract. He's like he's bound to do. Like, come on now, man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I get. I mean, I get. I'm not gonna go too hard on it because I get he just lost the son last year, so I get his worries. But at the same time, it's like, nah, I think he'll be fine. You know what I mean? He should be all right. Hopefully, so.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's supposed to be kind of a big fight out there, right? Like they supposed to be getting big paydays and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Apparently it's a sellout
yeah.
too. So
It's sold
What they
out like within minutes.
so what they looking at getting? Like both of them, are they like getting the same thing, or somebody getting more than the other, or what?
They didn't release it.
I would
Hey,
assume
really?
Chris. I would assume Chris is probably getting more because he's the more well known and he's probably the A side going in. So
Mm-hmm.
Who's
I
A
don't know
side?
if he is. I don't know if he is because Ben's side was the one that made all the stipulations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
You're right. I
You ain't
forgot
gotta
about
come
that.
down.
Yeah. He approached them. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's a good question. I wonder will. Yeah. Now I'm curious to see what the pay splits are. Maybe it's 50-50.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I just know I can't talk about it.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, let's change
Yeah, it's
subject.
crazy. Yeah,
What's up with your boy
yeah.
Andre? Tony's Reviews. Your boy Andre, man.
Oh shit.
That's
Hey,
my
look,
guy,
look.
Andre.
Me
Yeah,
again.
me
I'm gonna tell
again.
you this right now. He's not ducking. That's stupid. He never had a mandatory until he already said he was going up to 168. So like whenever he challenged Zach Parker, it was after that they came out and said that he had a mandatory. Also, on top of that, 2 weeks before he was supposed to fight Zach Parker, the WBO came out of nowhere and said that Canelo's mandatory was obliged by him fighting Caleb Plant, which makes no fucking sense. So Andrade wouldn't even have got a shot at Canelo for 14 months.
Wait,
Black, I
repeat
got the
that?
article. I'll send it to you.
Yep, they did say that. I remember that.
Wait, his mandatory was obliged because he fought Plant?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
because
listen. Originally, when Andrade signed the fight to fight Zach Parker, the winner out of that fought Canelo next. Is the mandatory for the WBO. 2 weeks before the fight, before Andrade got injured, the WBO came out and said, we change our mind. The winner out of this fight will fight Canelo in 14 months because Caleb Plant was considered the mandatory, even though he wasn't in the WBO.
Oh, hell no. I'm glad I asked that question. I didn't know this.
hey, listen, you got to read the article. I got to send it to you. I'll send it to you. Because they said in the article, a lawyer wrote that article, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. Let me.
I didn't even hear about this.
It said, no, yes, because my boy put me up on it. And I was like, really? Because, see, because it was a unification fight, they considered it a unification and also, man, that's how they did it.
Oh.
So I was like, really?
Wait. So please tell me another scenario when that has happened before.
Never.
I don't know.
I can't name
there's another scenario where
only for Canelo.
And listen, we don't know. I don't know because a lot of times if you don't read the bylaws, the policies of each sanctioning body, you really, really don't know.
So I will say this. Supposedly, Andrade's coming out with some big news next week, and he's going to be fighting Benavidez. I don't know how true that is. That's the rumor.
Mm-hmm.
And if he beats Benavidez, he's now the mandatory for the WBC for Canelo.
Bro, like, hold on. Is the WBC going to even sanction that fight? Like, do they even want Demetrius Andre in their rankings? The WBC?
I don't know.
I wish Demetrius Andre would move on with his life. as far as the Canelo thing.
I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, okay, so hold on real quick. Lisa, what is this man supposed to do? If Canelo's the undisputed champ at 168, do he need to go to 175 and just skip 68 because Canelo?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that don't just put your all eggs in that one basket.
Because you may
You
never
get what
get
I'm
the Canelo. You may
saying?
never get the Canelo
Because
fight.
you may not ever get it. You haven't
Yeah.
got it yet. This is what I'm
Well,
saying. You could
who's to
fight.
say that he's doing that at this particular moment just because he's going to
I'm
68? I mean, I know he.
I'm not I'm not I'm
Go ahead.
not. He's putting himself in contention, right? To fight the title eliminator. It'll be a title eliminator, I guess, right, Tony?
Yeah.
Right.
Right. But what I'm saying is these guys just Canelo's gonna be out for a while. Make classic fights amongst yourselves. You know what
Fight
I'm
each other.
saying?
Fight
Well,
each
if he
other.
fights
Because
Benavidez, that's a classic fight. Shit,
Yeah.
that's a good step
yeah, it
in
is.
the right
But
direction.
yeah, but see what they did was this is bad. They've been not Andrade. They was there at 168 all that time. Canelo came in, said what he was gonna do and did what he was gonna do. Now they could have. Now why didn't they? Why they never made Caleb Plant and Benavidez? That's
Because
crazy.
Benavidez promoter
Right.
didn't want it.
Well,
Talking about
then,
like, oh, we need to build the fight up. We need the weight. It's not big. So that's why it didn't happen.
Well, guess what? They all look crazy now because Canelo came in there and
Exactly.
became undisputed.
Undisputed,
Exactly.
Yeah.
well, the fact of the matter is this: Canelo has been running from Andrade since 154 pounds. I don't care what nobody says. It sounds nice that he's undisputed, but at the end of the day, if people think he got pieced up by Beeble, wait till you see what Andrade does to him. He is going to make him look as foolish as he did when he fought Mayweather. It's not even going to be competitive. I guarantee you it won't be
Oh
competitive.
wow.
I guarantee
Damn.
because there's nothing Canelo can do. The way that Andrade fights has always been his weakness. And Bivol proved it. Here's the thing. Andrade is taller than Bivol and has longer arms than Bivol and is faster than Bivol and fights on the outside just like Bivol. So what is Canelo going to do?
Wow.
I
He
always
knows
thought it
it.
was a
That's why he won't
stylistic.
fight him.
I thought it was a
Now,
bad style matchup, me personally, because of well, only thing Andrade would have to worry about the body shots. Now, I don't know if he still has the fast twitch muscles like he used to. Andrade punches, like his punches come from very weird angles, and those left uppercuts come from very, and he
Hell
throw them
yeah.
from far too, which is
So
actually dangerous.
yeah.
But he gets away with it. But his foot placement be a little crazy. But it works for him. It works for Andrade.
Well, if
Yeah.
Yeah.
It worked so far.
if Andrade fights Benavidez, if that happens, that's a better fight than Zach Parker, in my opinion, because Benavidez is a two-time
So that's the
champion.
question, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
Does Andre beat Benavidez, or you think that might be a tough one for him? Because you say that he gonna beat
I don't
Canelo, no
know,
problem.
man. Because the thing about Benavidez is he's very good at cutting off the ring, and he's a volume puncher.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very
Yeah.
hard for mobile fighters. Like a guy
Yeah.
who's a volume
Mm-hmm.
puncher and can cut off the ring. Stylistically, I think that's a harder fight than Canelo is for Andrade.
It kind
I
of
So
reminds
agree.
me.
my next
It ki-
question, Tony. Let's say this big announcement gets made and he is fighting David Benavidez next. If he goes in there and beats David Benavidez, does he finally get the respect that he deserves, and does the pressure finally get put on Canelo to finally fight this guy if he beats Benavidez?
No, because the Canelo fans smell his underwear after he takes them off. Like they don't give a fuck. Canelo could fight Yildirim again, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's a better fight than Andrade." It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Andrade's a 2-division champion, beat a 2-time WBC champion. It's super middleweight. It would not matter because at the end of the day, the Canelo fans they're delusional.
Well, we know Canelo's man fans, but when it pertains to like the media platforms and stuff, you think they'll apply pressure? Like my example is like
Nah.
you see they trying to apply pressure to Spence, and now it's a fight that everybody been wanting to see, and they applying pressure. Like, okay, look, man, the gig is up, y'all ducking. So you think that after that, I mean, because it's like
Nah.
y'all
It's
think. I mean,
just
You
go
know
ahead, go ahead.
why? Because there's no not to cut you off, Black. I apologize. There's
No,
no
you got
demand. There's no demand for the fight like it is for Bud and Spence.
right.
And we talking about the real cash cow boxing right now.
No, I mean like Tony.
No, I'm telling you what. I'm telling you what he has a power where he said what he said what he was going to do, and all roads was open for him at 168, and he did it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Tony,
I mean,
like,
it's just
could I add? Sorry,
go ahead,
Black.
AJ.
My bad, Black. 1 second. Just now going back to Andre, like now with the situation at 154, I'll take your word for it because I wasn't really up to date on the circumstances going around that time about Andre taking on Canelo. I mean, but I can't. Yeah, what's up?
AJ, he could have been undisputed against Andre.
To Nello?
Yeah, Canelo could have fought Andrade at 154 and been undisputed.
And
he had all the belts at
he had all straps at 154, right?
Did he? I thought he was
154,
campaigning at
like 1 or 2.
155 at one point.
Yeah, he was campaigning.
He was. He had his own.
I mean, because like I came across who was it that had the article at 160? It was a 160, and your Ring IQ, yeah, he pulled up the article and said that it was by ESPN. Like after he beat Danny Jacobs, he had all the straps, and he actually tried to petition the IBF to unify with Andre that year, but they denied him and said, no, you got to fight Derevchenko instead. So instead, he vacated his straps and that's how. I mean, my
that was at 160. That was a 160.
That was a 160.
That was a 160.
Not 154.
No, that's what I said. That was a 160 earlier. Yeah, that was a 160. So my question to you, like, my question to you, Tony, like, if the fight had happened back then, would you have given Andre a good chance to beat him?
I give
hell
yeah. He beat him in every weight class. 154, 160, 168. He'll beat him at 175. He'll beat him at cruiserweight. He'll beat him as a heavyweight. There is no weight class that Canelo could ever beat Andrade. Stylistically, it's a nightmare for Canelo, and Canelo knows it. That's why he's talking about payday. But here's the thing. This dude was a champion when you was at 154. He was a champion when you were at 160. You wouldn't fight him in either. And if he becomes the mandatory at 168, it's as plain as day. He's terrified of him.
But
because he had struggled. Sorry. Go ahead, Blake.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is like, because what Lisa was saying, like, he needed to go do something else. But it's like, do we say that to every fighter at 68 that wants to fight Canelo or wants to put themselves in position for a title, like Benavidez, Demetrius Andrade eventually, and Zach Parker's in the end. I mean, he'll probably fight Zach Parker, but you know what I mean? Like, these guys put themselves in position, and because it's Canelo, like, people get told, people are telling them, oh man, you just want a payday. Hey man, stop clout chasing and go fight somebody else. And it's like, how long is this runaround shit gonna happen? Where Canelo gets the pass and want to fight these guys?
Here's the thing about it, like, the other champions won't fight him. Billy Joe Saunders was the only champion that would fight him, and then he got popped for PEDs.
Oh, that was a shame, man. I was looking forward to that fight too.
Yeah,
I was looking forward to that fight too, man.
That's true. If luck is bad, he would have it.
So the thing about it is Andrade is like the Devin Haney of the middleweights, except he hasn't been given the opportunity like Haney was with Kambosos.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think, me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he obviously don't have the right type of people behind him.
I mean, he had Hearn and Matchroom behind him for a while, and he still couldn't make nothing happen. Try
to get him the Jamal fight. Jamal, they didn't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about promoter. I'm talking about management.
Oh, manager. Okay.
Triple G didn't want to fight him.
That's true.
Yeah, this is true.
Yep, that's true. Triple G avoided him.
Yeah.
That's no secret.
So my thing is, how can people talk shit about you if none of these other people will fight you?
Well, that's the thing about it. Like, now he's ducking contenders. That's the new narrative. Oh, he's ducking these contender ass dudes, man.
But Black.
I didn't even know who Janabek was until like the other day.
Janabek need to be getting the flame that Canelo was getting. He said he's not going to fight his countryman, Triple G.
But listen, here's my question to you, Black. How is he dodging Janabek when he defended his title numerous times? He moved up in weight, and after he moved up in weight and he said he wasn't going back to 160, then they called the mandatory match. He already said, I'm not going back to 160, so how does it make sense that he's ducking?
Right.
It would
I
have
mean,
been
I don't think it
different.
makes sense, but that's what they out here saying, that this guy was scared to fight Janibek because they knew he was going to lose. And Janibek is the most dangerous contender on the come up. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you know who was
No, no,
dangerous?
I
You know
think
who
he
was
made a
dangerous?
couple of mistakes though.
You know who was dangerous like Janibek? Beck the bully. And he got his ass knocked the fuck out by Rosario. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
The dude ain't got no
Yeah.
fights. He ain't got no fights.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
this:
I know that, but
when
that's
Demetrius
fair.
when Demetrius moved up to fight Zach Parker the first time, my bad, Black. I'll give it back to you in a sec. But when he moved up to fight Parker the first time and he pulled out due to injury, do you believe he was injured?
No, I believe that he was like, you know what? Fuck this. If the WBO is gonna fuck me over, I'm gonna fuck them over. I'm hurt.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because he actually, because I'm saying he was getting a high purse for that, but now the fight's not worth nothing. Like,
Right.
Right.
So he made
So you saying he faked
some
it?
errors in his decision making.
I don't know if he faked it or not, but I know that right after the WBO came out 2 weeks before his fight and said, you're no longer a mandatory for 14 months, he just mysteriously got hurt.
Oh, that's what you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why he's saying, he said that when they pulled that shit with Canelo, talking about like, oh yeah, Canelo don't got to fight a mandatory for such and such because of the Caleb shit, right? And that's when Andre was like, oh yeah, okay, man, fuck that. Then I'm injured. I'm not even doing this shit no more.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you're talking
And
about.
then here's my thing too. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was the WBO champion, right?
Yep.
fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When in the history of the WBO do they not allow their champion from a lower division to automatically fight the champion at a weight class above?
Exactly.
That's the yep.
I asked that same
Terrence
question
did
when
it.
they said
Terrence
that he had
did
to
it.
fight Zach. I'm like, huh?
Terrence did it. Usyk did it.
Oh, are you sure? Yeah, but because they was undisputed.
Oh yeah, they were undisputed. They were super champion. Yeah.
They
That's
were
what that
super
was.
champs. That's the difference.
That's what that was. Now with
Well, wait, hold on,
Now,
hold
I
on,
don't know
hold on,
Wait a minute.
hold
Uh-huh.
on. Let me
Ugas
interject
was
real
never
quick.
undisputed.
Shakur Stevenson wasn't undisputed,
No.
and he got his shot.
Oh nope, you're
He
right.
did it.
You're right.
Oh,
You're right.
okay.
You're absolutely right. Because
WBO
So then
allowed
this
you
is
to go right
politics
to the center.
then.
it is. It is. That's what exactly
Crawford.
it is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Crawford did have his undisputed, but somebody else had the WBO and went up too.
Listen. Josh Taylor, who was no longer undisputed because he got stripped of titles, could have still went up and fought Terrence Crawford.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought the WBO, you can, if you're a champ at the lower weight class, you can automatically activate and fight the champ at the higher weight class. That's what I thought.
He could.
Everybody went Andrade.
But when he still had to wait, when Josh Taylor still had to wait because Terrence is still not doing mandatory for a while.
You said was Terrence a mandatory?
No, I mean, see, Terrence still wasn't doing mandatory for a while. So if Josh Taylor moved up, he still probably would have had to wait if he would have enforced that.
No. Jeff Horn had no mandatories because he just beat the champion. The clock resets when a new champion is crowned. He had no mandatories. He had to fight Terrence Crawford. He had no choice.
No, I mean, I'm talking about. If I'm talking about Josh Taylor, if he moved up, right, and he enforced the man, like the WBO said, well, they could probably change their minds. Who knows? Shit, I'm confused now.
They could force it on Terrence. They could say, look, you're fighting Josh Taylor, or we're stripping you.
But Terrence could be like, I thought y'all gave me 18 months.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, no, it don't matter.
Champions moving up, get the fight. I could be wrong. But everything that I have seen, the evidence from all the champions who have moved up in weight, they always fight the WBO champion. What above if they ask for it?
Because I believe Shakur, because when Shakur moved up to 130, he had that fight with Nicotili, and that was for the interim WBO belt at 130. Then I think afterwards he fought Jamel Herring and beat him.
Yeah, he took Jamel Herring's belt.
Yep.
That was at 30, right?
That was 30.
Yeah. Okay. But when he fought,
that was a WBC. I know. What's his name?
I forgot. He did beat Jamel Herring. He fucking fight with Valdez. Yeah, Oscar Valdez.
Yeah. Trash.
Was that Tony?
I said he's trash.
You think so? Valdez is a good fighter. I always thought he was a good fighter.
He was a good fighter when he was on his teeth. Look, Conseil Sal beat him. I don't care what anybody says. He lost that fight. And then he goes
I need to rewatch that.
embarrassed by Shakur Stevenson. Both guys, Valdez was looking unstoppable with the herbal tea. The minute they take the herbal tea from him, he won a fight he should have lost, and then he gets embarrassed. It's plain as day what had him being good. It's just like Canelo. Look at Canelo. Every fight he's having now since being removed from his stakes, he's talking about, oh, I got tired. I got tired. Oh, it's mighty funny how whenever you were on the clenbuterol stakes, you never got tired. What does clenbuterol do? Give you endurance.
Well, I can't. I'm not gonna accuse anybody of. We know what happened in the past, but I can only go by what the man said. The man said that he wasn't running for years because his knees was bad. So I don't know if that played into his endurance or whatever.
Canelo?
Yeah, he just said that not too long ago. He said he hadn't ran in a few years because his knee was bad. Yeah, I remember in one of the Triple G fights.
That was the second fight. He was wearing a knee brace in the second fight, which he was wearing a knee brace.
Yeah, you could tell his knees is not what they don't have the Jacobs pop in them.
Yeah, so he fought Triple G, then he started having knee problems. Just in case
all I'm saying is, clenbuterol makes it where you never get tired. It's a bronchodilator. You take it.
Yeah.
I don't care. You can never run in your life. You could be the laziest motherfucker in the world, and I guarantee you could get off the couch and run a mile, 2 miles with no problem, just doing clen for about a week. I promise you. You will be breathing in so much oxygen, you won't even know. It'll be like you're breathing for the first time, like a newborn baby. Like, oh, this is what oxygen is? This is how it's supposed to feel when I breathe? That's what it does to you.
That.
That's what it does to you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I heard about it. Yeah.
Deep breaths, boy.
I'm telling you, clenbuterol is not a steroid. It is better than any steroid you can get because you have endurance for days. It makes you stronger. It also ups your metabolism, so you lose weight, you stay cut. If you could only pick one drug, clenbuterol is the one to pick.
That's the magic one. Hey, Tony, also heard that it gives you like intense focus and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, black. No, you misunderstand. See, it appears to be focused, but here's the thing. When you're having more oxygen going through your blood that goes to your brain, it's not that you're more focused, it's that you're thinking so much quicker that shit that should be fast looks slow. So you can just, I can react faster.
Nice. Oh, I got to try some of that shit. I got to
try that. The one that Canelo be dodging
Here's the thing, AJ. Clenbuterol is illegal in the United States because what ended up happening was it was very, very low chances of it, but it can cause heart murmurs and you can die from it. So,
I actually got one, believe it or not.
What's that?
I got a heart murmur, believe it or not.
Then you definitely
don't want
to do clen. You definitely don't want to do clen.
Yeah, nah.
Damn, bro.
Damn.
Hey, and you said that's stronger than the G-Dub 1516 that Jared Miller was on?
So here's the thing. Clenbuterol is not stronger than anything, all right? But you have people that take like EPO or they dope their blood, which is where you freeze your blood and then you re-inject it into your body and it's extra oxygenated, right? It's not strong. Clenbuterol is not stronger than any steroid. If you take steroids, whether it be testosterone, Decabol, Trenbolone, etc., those will give you more of a strength effect than clen will. However, they only do one thing. Steroids makes you stronger. Depending on the type, it may lean you out or you may get puffy because you retain more water. EPO, it doesn't make you stronger. It only increases your endurance. Same with blood doping. Everything has its purpose. Clen gives you attributes in all of them, just not as much, but you get it all the way across the board.
That's like a super drug right there.
That's why I'm saying that if you had to pick one, it's the best. It's not the best at any one thing, but you get it all the way across the spectrum.
Wow. So it may not do everything great, but it might do everything just good enough to get the job done.
It'll make you better in every department. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
So the shit Gerald Miller was on, he was just ready to, you know, he was just super strong with that G-Dub 15-16.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could tell Gerald Miller.
Maybe it gave him endurance, yeah.
Like Gerald
But he still got endurance now. You seen him? He back.
Is he? He looked fat the last time I saw him.
He back
He been fighting. He's stopping people and everything. He got to fight tomorrow.
Does he?
You know, Tete.
Yeah, he got to work his way back to Saturday night. He on Sunday night right now.
Yeah, he fighting Tete, the one that fought Daniel Dubois. Yeah, he fighting him tomorrow.
I'm looking him up right now.
I don't know who's showing it. I know he big, but he had 2 fights recently, so he's fighting often.
But is he still is he real sloppy looking? Because I know that return fight he looked real sloppy.
Well, yeah, but he did stop him. He got the job done. He was heavy, but he still got his boxing skills, and you know, that's one thing about him. He can box. I'll give him that.
Well, the thing that was incredible about him was he was 320 pounds and threw more punches than a lightweight.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Because
Joe Joyce, he threw about 800 last week.
I thought it was the dick pills he was taking.
What's that?
I thought it was the dick pills he was taking. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah, the dick pills.
Yeah, man. Big baby a mess.
Do enough roids, you're gonna need.
He know, but for some reason he never loses. I don't know. It ain't easy to take a man down that big, I'm sure.
Well, we'll see. Like, I hope he does good. He made New York look bad for getting caught on PED after PED after PED.
After you accused Joshua doing it. So
what's that?
After you accused Joshua doing it,
yeah,
protein shakes.
I'm telling you right now, if he would not have got popped for PEDs on that night that AJ lost to Ruiz, he would have got destroyed by Miller.
Damn.
I'm just telling you, like, Miller would have ran him over.
Might be right, man. Shit, we never know. We'll never know now. So
well, AJ should have never been in the ring. He should have never been in the ring. If he was suffering from a concussion, he should have never been in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
The Ruiz
and I don't believe he's ever recovered from that loss. I think that Andy Ruiz loss, he never recovered from it.
I think you're right. I mean, I felt that like for a long time. I mean, because now he just doesn't fight the same anymore as he used to.
No, the fire's gone.
Yeah. And that's what was needed in those Usyk fights, the dog in him, that the prior AJ we saw before. Not saying he would have beat him. Not saying he would have beat him, but he still would have did a lot better than he did in both the fights.
Yeah.
Fine.
AJ could have beat him. He could have beat him. He could have beat him. If it would have been the AJ that was still working out on the weights, being strong, and he would have went in there and bullied him, he definitely could have beat him.
Because in a rematch, that was working when he tried.
Yeah, I mean, when he would try to outbox him.
Yeah, I mean, again, of course, and he just would not let his hands go enough.
Yeah. It's like at some point in time, see, this is the thing about it. When the fight is already lost, at some point in the fight, you got to realize you cannot win. You're down too far. If you don't want to lose, then you got to risk it all. You got to go out there. Either get yourself knocked out or knock the other guy out because you're not going to win.
Exactly. You should.
He doesn't have that.
If you got if you're in around like 7, 8, 9, all right, man, shit. Even his trainers like, all right, man, this ain't a boxing match no more. This got to be a street fight now. You got to just take it to this guy. They hit him everywhere: the arms, elbows, chest, head. Just go down swinging. And if you get clocked, you get clocked. All right, bite down on your gum shield and just take this motherfucker out at all costs. You know what I mean?
But I don't think he has that in him anymore.
Nah.
I don't know.
Nah, man. I mean, it still remains to be seen, but yeah.
Remains to be seen. I don't know.
Who's
this? He's still with the guy?
Robert Garcia?
Yeah.
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
You think he should get somebody else?
He should have left Robert Garcia the first time Robert Garcia was interviewed about the fight, and Robert was like, "Well, I don't know if he'll win."
Bro, bro, what got me when he was like, "Well, how do you think he's doing?" Well, according to people around him, what they've told me, I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean? If people aren't you next to him? Aren't you calling him? Why aren't you talking directly to him? Like, don't you have his like that's spelled disaster right there. If you're not even actually personally talking to this man, like you got to go through some like secretary or assistant. Like, I mean, that's not something the head trainer should be doing with somebody he's supposed to be training.
No, like I said, AJ, for whatever reason, he left the best trainer he had, and that was Tony Sims, and he's never been the same since.
Is that who's training Conor Ben now?
Yes.
Oh shit! No wonder why he's gotten better.
It's got to be a reason why he left.
Tony Sims turned Conor Ben a 180.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I mean,
in my opinion,
he's been looking better and better ever since he's getting out there.
He's the best trainer in England, and AJ had him. And for whatever reason, they had a fallout.
Now, Tony, what's your opinion on Dylan White hooking up with Buddy McGirt?
I like Buddy McGirt. I like him a lot.
Me too.
I like him a lot, but I don't know. Like, it's just, you know, I like Dillian White. You know.
Oh yeah.
You know, I'm one of the few supporters that he has from like the jump. Ever since I knew who he was, even though AJ beat him, I still support him because a dog recognizes a dog. He's a dog, and I like a dog. But I don't know because I don't think he's that dedicated. Like if he's not actively fighting, he's not actively fighting, you can tell it. He gets too out of shape. He came in against Fury completely out of shape because he had a gap in between his last fight and when he fought Fury. If you're not, the thing is, you can get away with that shit when you're at the low level. When you're at the mid levels, you might be able to get away with it if you're very talented. But once you start fighting the elites, you can't do that. You cannot allow yourself to get sloppy. You cannot allow yourself to get completely out of shape because it's going to catch up to you.
It's going back 3 years. Like he
lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, because he just turned. Because actually, he took a photo with Buddy. He looked kind of slim.
He looked slim to me. Yeah, he lost a lot of weight.
I got you. I don't know. I have to see how he looks in his next fight. But
now let me ask you this: like and I don't think he's going to be. What's still on the fence is going to be fighting Daniel Dubois. If that fight was announced next, would you pick him to beat him? You think he beat the Daniel Dubois?
If he doesn't, he needs to retire.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I don't rate Triple D at all. I don't think he's good.
I picked him to knock out Trevor Bryan, and that's saying something, and he did. So
you said what?
Yeah.
I picked him to knock out Trevor Bryan.
But wait. You're talking about our last hope for a heavyweight championship, Trevor Bryan?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know who Don King paid off to get him a title, but that is the worst fighter I've ever seen in my life. Like I don't know how he ever got a belt. Like
I saw that fight that he had with what's his name? The was it on the undercard of the Makabu? He rematched that one guy who I thought he lost that fight. The hell's his name? What's his name? Usyk fought him.
I don't know. The first time I ever watched him fight was against Triple D.
Okay. Oh yeah. No. Okay. He fought an undercard. He fought a guy named Jonathan Guidry, right? I don't know who this guy was. That fight was one of the worst fights I've ever seen. Like I mean, literally from start to finish. I'm like, okay, Daniel Dubois, he's got to knock out this guy. He's got to knock him out when that fight was, and he did. And it took him out longer than I thought it would, to be honest. I'm like, because he comes out for the first round. I don't know if he was doing like a Uncle Shuffle or some shit. Like, bro, it's like he was doing that. I'm like, I don't even think he threw a punch at Daniel. And it's like, okay, Daniel, you knock him out now. Like he's ready to go in the first or second round, but it took you 4 to do it. So it's like, I don't know, man. But
me tell you, AJ, when all I had to see was the first round, the first second of the first round, and I realized how bad Trevor Bryan was because that dude looked like he was squeezing an invisible watermelon with his thighs. I've never seen somebody's legs look like that in my life. Like, I don't know what was going on. But I knew, like, the minute I watched him walk, I'm like, yeah, this is over. This is embarrassing.
Like,
and then where were they fighting? They were fighting in like some
that was my mom. That was my mom. That was
like
my mom's garage. That was my mom's garage.
Like what is this? This is like a brick church that they have like clubs on a weekend. Like this ain't where you're supposed to be. Like what is going on here?
Oh God, but yeah, I mean, I was picking if Dillian didn't win, I agree. He should have hung up the gloves if he doesn't beat Dubois, because that'll be sad. I mean, I just said like if Daniel lands an uppercut, it's lights out. It's game over.
It is like it doesn't matter how good your trainer is. He can't improve your chin.
No, and I think that his I don't know. I don't want to say his punch resistance is gone, but it's compromised now at this point. I think I think it's safe to say if anybody hits him with an uppercut, he's probably going to go down or go out.
I mean, and Triple D does have enough power to do it.
He does. He can't punch. He's limited. He's very limited, but he can't punch. I will say that.
I mean, the thing you got to look at is this. Where does Dillian go, truthfully? Like, I understand fight to get paid, but at his age,
yeah, now he's 34.
He'll never get another title shot.
And if it does, it's going to take him a long time because, like, look at how many bridges you kind of burned and, like, how long it took before.
Right.
And now you're going to do all that again? I mean, like, you better not do it with the WBC. That's all I got to say.
I just, as much as I like Dillian, I don't know where his career goes. But isn't Daniel Dubois a mandatory?
He's got the Reggie.
I'm not sure.
For the WBA because he took Brian. That's what Brian had. He took that when he beat him. So,
yeah, I think that made him the mandatory for Usyk.
Yeah, but that fight's probably not going to happen for a while. I mean, so
no, it won't.
Yeah,
but I mean, like I said, I don't rate Daniel Dubois. I think right now the real big baby, Jared Anderson, would be.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I got Jared stopping right, but either way, he points him, or he stops him. So yeah. Jared, the skill gap is just so wide, it's insane. Yeah,
I think all of them beat him. I think Wilder can knock him out because he doesn't have any mobility. Like he is a board coming forward, so he'll get hit. I don't think he could beat AJ. I think AJ knocks him out. Tyson Fury embarrasses him. Usyk dances around him. Joyce already beat him.
He'll beat him again if they fight. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think he could beat Parker. I think Parker could probably knock him out.
I think Parker should he's probably oh boy, it's hard to say.
Well, in Parker's defense, he's still in his early 30s and he was a world champion.
Yep, that's true. He's got time on the side. He can come back. He might want to take some time off from that ass whooping though. I'll say that.
I mean, as much as I like Dillian, Parker's done more. Even though
he
Parker
lost
to Dillian.
He has. His resume is just as good, if not better, and he's been a world champ. So yeah.
So, I don't know. I think Dillian White, I mean, he's still ranked in the WBC. Why wouldn't you try to fight Ruiz? That should be an easy fight to win.
Yeah. That would have been a good fight.
It's hard making those fights. It's hard making. None of those guys over in the UK, I noticed. And with the guys over here, it's like you never hardly see them fight each other.
Well,
which
Tyson
I don't understand.
Any problems.
Tyson is what?
Well,
he hasn't had any problems making fights.
Yeah, because maybe I don't know, maybe they just had an agreement. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's hard getting them fights.
I mean, we all know what the plan is. It's like, when Wilder beats Hellenius,
and I'm not a Tyson person at all.
I don't like him either, but I gotta respect his skills.
So do I.
I mean, I respect his skills, but I just can't. I don't rock with him at all.
Oh, speaking of that, Kelvin, I disagree with you. I think Usyk gets mauled by Tyson Fury.
Yeah, saying he's the best heavyweight ever. People saying that. You think I'll go for that?
Well, Lisa, I would not say that Tyson Fury is the greatest heavyweight ever, but I did say this earlier before you got on. There is a very strong possibility that every heavyweight that came before Tyson Fury, he could beat him. There's a strong possibility that he could beat them all.
Only because of his size.
I don't see it.
He's big.
He's big.
It's not.
I don't give him that. I don't give him that.
I mean, it's not just his size. It's just he's made the elites of his era look regular.
Right.
And I mean,
but he hasn't fought everybody. He has
hasn't.
not fought everyone.
He has not fought everybody, I agree. But he beat Klitschko, made it look easy.
Yeah.
He beat Deontay Wilder, who a lot of people, for whatever reason, are in his cult. He beat him twice, really 3 times. He beat a world-ranked, I believe he was number 3 at the time, Dillian White, and made him look like he didn't even belong in the ring. And if AJ signs the dotted line, I guarantee you he's going to embarrass AJ. And Usyk,
I doubt it.
I think he's too small. I think he's too small. I think he just... Well, let me ask you this, Lisa. If Tyson Fury goes in there and does what I think he's going to do to AJ and sleeps him and does it very easily and takes practically no damage, would you then agree that there's a possibility he could beat all the past champions?
Nope.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
How?
Like, as much as you
I've seen
like
way better champs than him. How's somebody gonna put him up there with Ali, which I've seen people do? Lennox Lewis.
Lisa, I'm not talking
Look
about
at all the Hall of Famers that they beat. Joe Louis. I just don't put him there. I don't.
Here's the problem.
He ain't done enough.
But listen, Lisa, I don't say he's greater. I don't say he's greater than Muhammad Ali. But here's what you got to understand. Heavyweights back then were significantly smaller. Usyk is bigger than Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, I got you.
Right. So if Tyson Fury beats Usyk as easy as I think he's going to do, I don't. You got to understand. George Foreman was considered a monster back in the era of Ali. Back in the 70s, he was the biggest, strongest thing. And by today's standards, he's teeny. Like, it's just, like I said, at some point in time, physics takes over. And for Tyson Fury, he's not only bigger than everybody, he's a great boxer. Whether you like, I don't like him at all.
Yeah,
but the dude is
technically
great.
He is a great boxer. If he was to beat all of these guys in this era, then you would have to say he's the best of this era. But will I compare him to the other ones? No.
But he beat the best. He beat the greatest of the last era.
Just Klitschko and Wilder.
Who you talking about, Klitschko?
Yeah, he beat Klitschko. Klitschko, who was a champion for over 10 years?
Damn near.
Yeah.
And he made Klitschko look like he didn't belong in the ring.
Yeah, he didn't engage. I never understood that.
Horrible fight, by the way. Like,
yeah.
But yeah,
Klitschko didn't engage.
Yeah.
He didn't engage because every time he tried to, he got hit by a jab. He was confused. He didn't know what to do. We're talking about Klitschko is one of the most dominant heavyweights of any era. One of the most dominant, not saying the most, but one of the most dominant heavyweights of any era. And Tyson Fury made him confused.
Yeah.
I hate the guy. I don't like him. He had the
I ain't giving him all that.
He sniffed cocaine. I mean, all the stuff that he's done, but at the end of the day, he's better than all these dudes thus far.
I wish he'd go out and prove it instead of just coming on calling people shit houses and bums and dossers.
He's trying to. They've sent multiple contracts to AJ. Hearn won't get it signed.
How do you know that? Do you know how hard it is to get through?
We know that for a fact, Lisa.
No, we don't know that for a fact. Hold up. Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Hold up. Because he got to go through so much, like, as far as all of them sponsorships and all that stuff. So that was one of the things. It wasn't nothing that was going to be, like, overnight. Now, if I was AJ, I wouldn't have answered the call because he just called him out. You wait for Usyk. Nobody was talking about that fight. You wait for Usyk when he's ready to come back, or he's just up there like trying to big boy somebody like, oh, you know, this and that. this and that. Look, the dude is an arrogant prick, a condescending prick. You know, and I wouldn't have answered him like that. I wouldn't have answered the call just like that. Like you just calling somebody out like that. And, oh, you know, and the disdain, if you see it in his videos, the way he talks about people, man, dude is.
I don't disagree with you, Lisa. I agree with every point you're making, but here's the problem. AJ did respond, and the bigger problem is this, and this is how I know it's true. AJ admitted that he had the contract because he said he would sign it. He said, of course, I'm going to sign the contract. I've got it. It's with the lawyers right now. So the fact is this. I know without a doubt Tyson Fury wants to fight him because he sent him a contract. All AJ had to do was sign that contract, and Fury couldn't get out of the fight.
He got to know what he's signing. It's still under lawyers. He was rushing. It's got to be now. 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 Look, he was going to.
AJ has no bargaining position. He's got no belts. He's lost 2 fights in a row, and he's being gifted an opportunity that he does not deserve.
Are you kidding me?
Title.
Gifted.
Yes, he's being gifted.
Okay.
Like, let me give you a case in point to this. Usyk was talking about fighting Deontay Wilder if Tyson Fury fought Joshua. Deontay Wilder would be giving a gift to get 3 of those titles because he doesn't deserve it.
Right. But my thing is this.
AJ is being gifted a WBC title shot. It's being gifted to him. And if he doesn't take it, well, first off, I don't think he should take it because I think it's career suicide. But this is his only route to get a title shot within the next couple of years. So there's that. Like, I know for a fact Tyson Fury, why would Tyson Fury be scared of a guy who lost to a short, fat guy and just got beat up twice by a cruiserweight?
And your point?
My point is,
fighters lose.
I'm not saying
Tyson Fury is not all that, and he can be beat. My point is what I'm saying is that I don't think he should have answered the call.
But he did.
Because it was okay. But still, I know he did. I wouldn't have done it. But me personally, but let me just say this. My thing is that he could have now if they still going through the contracts or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What he's doing is he's putting the stuff out on social media, and that's not cool. Negotiation should be behind the scenes.
That's what he does. But at the end of the day, if this fight does not happen, it's because either Eddie Hearn or AJ know it's career suicide and they don't really want the fight, regardless of what AJ's saying. The only reason why this fight doesn't happen is because of Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn. And I say that because they already sent him not 1 contract, but according to Dan DeMann, they sent him 2 more revised contracts for them to sign, and they're still stalling.
Okay.
So I don't think AJ should take it, because if he loses, he might as well retire. He's done. And this is a fight that...
Are you kidding me? Retire.
He is going to lose so bad, Lisa. He is going to lose so bad. I don't know how he comes back from it. He is the only reason why. Look, Tyson Fury didn't want to fight AJ when he was undefeated. He didn't want to fight AJ when AJ had all 3 titles. He didn't want to fight AJ before AJ went in there with Ruiz. He didn't want to fight AJ before AJ lost 2 times to Usyk. He wants to fight him now because he knows he's wounded. He knows he's mentally broken. He knows he has every edge intangible over AJ, and that's why he's going for him. He's a shark smelling blood in the water. He's a wolf that's running up on an animal that's exhausted. He knows at this moment he'll beat AJ easily. Now, if you let AJ come back, rebuild his confidence, fight Zilly Zane, fight Hergovich, beat those guys, get his confidence back, get him back to what he was, then it's a competitive fight. But coming off these 2 losses, there's no way he beats Fury. He will not beat him.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, yeah. But I still don't think if that happened, he should retire. Come on.
I mean, like he may not retire, but his I think his his stock will stay.
Stock will probably go. Yeah,
take a serious hit though.
He'll turn into
take a
Derek
serious hit.
Chisora.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's maybe not as bad as Chisora, but it's going to take a major dive.
I don't think that. Yeah, but still, yeah. See, I wouldn't have answered the call. I wouldn't
even have bothered. I wouldn't have bothered either. It's like
because why bother with him? Why bother
with
with him? Last year he already had his experience with him. What happened?
He fumbled the bag last year.
Exactly.
That's all he had to say.
So why would I bother?
All AJ had to do was come out and say, "I'm not taking this serious. We tried to fight you before. The fight didn't happen because of you. We're not entertaining this because you're just doing it as a media stunt." But instead of doing that, like what Lisa's saying, he did the opposite of what he should have done and said, "Oh, I have the contract. I'll fight you." Now he fucked up.
Yep.
Yep. He lost all his leverage.
I wouldn't even have wasted my time. It's like, bro, like I said this earlier. When Fury made that public call of it, when he put out the video, if I was Joshua, I would have did like this or released the video like this.
But you know what I heard also? I heard even with his sponsorships and stuff, exactly. I heard with the sponsorships and stuff, he may still even make more. Like, I don't care about all of that, but I don't know if Fury wants a part of that or whatever. Look, I don't understand why Fury just didn't wait for Usyk. He does this all the time. He did it when he was fighting Wilder. He wants to just call out people or whatever and just demand that they fight him.
Well, I
and then his brother, but I saw a video the other day of his brother saying that the plans was for him to fight Char.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, I don't think Tyson Fury should wait for Usyk. I think he should stay active. And if it's Char that he fights, then let him fight Char. If it's Derek Chisora, let him fight Derek Chisora. At the end of the day, I believe Tyson Fury needs to fight in December because what he does not need to do is allow a year to pass before he gets in the ring with Usyk with only one fight. That would be foolish. He needs to fight.
Right. Now, see, what they did wrong was say that they're coming back in December. So that's what you see when you're dealing with these type of people, you got to throw them off your scent. You know what I'm trying to say, Tony?
Yeah.
See, by him saying I'm Eddie Hearn, his big mouth, we want to come back in December. So of course, this is what they doing because Frank and them, it would please him, as they're gonna laugh. You know what I'm saying?
Matter of fact, AJ should have went like, "Oh, you're coming back on December 3rd, okay? Okay, well, fuck you and your offer for the fight. I'll come back on December 3rd too, and let's see who sells better, who watches which. Let's play. Let's play. Let's do it.
Yeah, but they probably
bet you more people watch my fight than they watch yours. Let's find out.
Yeah, but it's just crazy. Yeah, all of this dick call. You know what I'm saying? Every time it's undisputed with heavyweight, it's always something. We got a clear path now. It's always something. It's always some drama.
I mean, Lisa, you older than me and Tony. It's like, could we just get it by the time that me and Tony are 40 in our 40s?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
It's going on with the welterweight. It's going on. There's no excuse. Like,
we just get one undisputed champion at heavyweight. I mean, we've gotten so many at other weights, but heavyweight, man, and that seems to that seems to be cursed to not happen.
So Joe Joyce called him out. He said, "Well, if that fight falls through, he called AJ out too." I think I saw it today. Yeah.
Go ahead, Tony.
It's because you got to understand, Lisa, these guys at the top, they're all wanting AJ. They all foaming at the mouth because first off, they want to take over his empire. They want to become the cash cow. And they all know that he is a wounded animal. So they are going for him. That is who they want. They want him because they know at this time he's easy to beat. It's just, that's the fact. At this moment, I don't.
Right.
Like, we literally, the last time we saw AJ, he had a fucking midlife crisis in the middle of a ring.
Yep, not a good look. That was not a good look.
So, guess what? Guess what? That's part of his journey. Do you know how many fighters have went through that?
I ain't never seen a guy get his ass whooped by somebody and grab him talking about hip hip parade.
I've seen so many fighters in the past go completely, like, went off after, you know what I'm saying, fights. It's not,
people have
it's not unusual. I've seen some stuff now.
Yeah, like Zab Judah when he lost to
I've seen James Toney do some stuff. I've seen a lot of fighters do some stuff. But what I'm saying is that you know, it's just I think people take a lot of stock and stuff. Like, I don't know these people personally, but I will say this. None of those guys are marketable like AJ. Well, yeah, they want to take over. None of them are marketable. Fury is not marketable. Sorry.
Fury could be
as a showman, he is.
But the problem is the stuff that he says, most companies won't mess with him.
No, it's like Fury strikes me as a guy who just wants to.
He don't have to look either.
He's kind of like a rebel. He just wants to do his own thing.
Right. He doesn't have the look, and none of those guys do.
No.
That's the one thing AJ got going for him.
His physique, how you look. He appeals to a lot of women. I don't think Fury.
Right. It's the marketability. So. They're not going to have that.
I mean, like, this was on Twitter today. It's like Tyson Fury couldn't be the face of Hugo Boss.
I saw that. Somebody had put that up. I was like, what the hell?
Like, AJ, he got the right look for that. So,
I don't know. It's just like I said, I really like AJ. I had high hopes for AJ. I was really hoping that he would fight Deontay Wilder and get undisputed. I was really hoping that Dillian White would beat Tyson Fury so we could get undisputed immediately against Anthony Joshua.
Yep.
But unfortunately, AJ, he's just not as good as we thought he was. That's just everything that he did great. But when you really look at his wins and you're looking at the guys that he beat, his best wins are getting annihilated by other fighters in a worse way than they did against him. And seeing the losses that he's had, he's just not what we thought. And I was fooled. I thought AJ was going to run through the division and stay undefeated, especially in this era. But it didn't pan out that way. It didn't. And after Ruiz, he's never been the same. And I don't know.
But how many fighters have retired undefeated at heavyweight?
One.
Okay. So you're holding him to a standard that What two?
Tyson Fury has retired about 8 times.
Okay. Never mind. Rocky, so you're holding him to an unrealistic standard. You are.
I'm not, because
you are.
In this era of heavyweights, if anybody was ever going to be undefeated, if they were an elite, this is the era to do it. This isn't the era of where you have every guy in the top 20 can knock each other off. You have, like, the guys of today don't look nowhere near as good as even one era back. The guys, like, people like to call Klitschko's era bad and boring and all of this. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. You had Povetkin, who was an old man from the Klitschko era, reigned at the top. You had Shannon Briggs, who stayed till an old man, knocking people out from this era. You had Pulev, who stayed the #1 contender for the WBO, I think it was, until he fought AJ, an old man. You have all these guys who were in their 40s still competing with guys of this era and beating them. That's never happened in any era of boxing in the past. 40-year-olds couldn't survive in Ali's era. 40-year-olds couldn't survive in the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s. They couldn't do it. But now in this era, they have. So if any guy was going to go undefeated, it should have been in this era. And unfortunately, it's looking like that guy is going to be Tyson Fury.
Well, I'll say this: like, if he doesn't fight everyone,
I can't get with that.
I would agree.
If Tyson Fury, first off, if the AJ fight happens and he beats AJ and he beats Usyk, there's really no one left for him to beat.
That's true. I agree with that. Yeah, there's like really nobody else for him to take on after that. Really,
even
I got
that part. Yeah,
he can stick around and like fight like the up and comers and stuff like that, but still, it's not like he would need to. So
he does. My thing is, Lisa might be back. Even if he doesn't fight AJ, if he beats Usyk, there's nothing left for him to do.
Yeah, nothing. If he beats those two, yeah, that's it. I mean, because he beat Wilder, he beat Dillian, then he would be if he beats those two.
Klitschko too. Klitschko, and then he beats Usyk. He'll go down whether people like it or not. If he beats Usyk and embarrasses Usyk like I think he's going to do, he'll go down as one of the greatest fighters of all time.
Yeah, you can make that argument, yeah, but he's got to do it first.
He's done something, AJ, that nobody's done in the history of boxing. He beat 2 long-reigning champions.
True, he did. Can't disagree with that. He did.
He's won every single title you can win.
He's never been undisputed, though. Not yet.
It's irrelevant.
Yep.
Those belts that Usyk has.
It's funny you sound like
belts.
It's funny you sound like him. He said the same. He said the same thing in the past.
I'm just being honest. Like Tyson Fury, it's like, and I keep the same energy because with Canelo, I don't see Canelo as undisputed because the real WBC champion is the 2-time champion David Benavidez. Until Canelo beats David Benavidez or he loses to somebody, Benavidez, I don't see him as legitimate, undisputed.
Now,
I don't care what anybody says.
I would agree and disagree with that. I agree.
Sorry.
You good.
That's all right, Lisa. Welcome back.
I agree because that, like it or not, why I disagree because like there's only one person to blame for David not fighting Canelo and losing it. That's David because he ate himself out of his belt, but despite that, I still do want to see that fight at some point. I do want Canelo to take on David Benavidez at 168. I'd like him to do that, like at some point.
I would love to see it too because then I personally would consider him undisputed if he could beat Benavidez. If he could beat him.
Well, that's the thing. But like that's not. But how David lost his belt, that's on him. If he just would have kept his weight, Canelo would have had no choice but to go through him. To the fight. So like, and I disagree with the fact that how the belt was just kind of like, up for grabs against Callum. So I felt that he probably should have maybe done a little bit more than that to get the title.
But AJ, I'm gonna touch on that in 1 second. Let me hit these comments real fast because they're starting to stack up, and I'm gonna talk about the Callum win. Okay. So Antonio Matthews says only problem is those big slow heavyweights ain't Usyk. Here's the problem: Tyson Fury's not slow. AJ beats Joe Joyce, Wilder, and Bob Fury. Can get some if he wants. Look, here's the thing about Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, while it wasn't the amateurs, got knocked out by AJ. He got beat by Usyk, and Usyk beat AJ. So Usyk beat all of those guys besides Wilder, and Fury already beat Wilder. If Fury beats Usyk, he just beat a guy who beat AJ and Joyce. So again, you can say what you want, but if Fury beats Usyk, there's nothing left for him to prove. There's nothing left. Unless he just wants to fight AJ, he can. That's a good fight. I'd like to see it, but he doesn't need it. Let me go to these next comments, and then I'll come back to what you said, AJ. Usyk is the best heavyweight right now, and he will make Fury look like a fool. I disagree 1,000%.
I think he got the best skills.
Tyson Fury is the #1 heavyweight. 1, he's the only true heavyweight out of the 2. 2, those 3 belts that Usyk has around his waist all really belong to Tyson Fury because he never lost them in the ring. 3, Tyson Fury also has the WBC title is an undefeated heavyweight and beat the old heavyweight champion, which made him lineal. So Fury has by far beat the better competition than Usyk, who only beat Chaz Witherspoon, Chisora, and AJ. I'm sorry. You could call Fury's resume weak, but it's a hell of a lot stronger than Usyk's at heavyweight. So Fury is the #1 heavyweight until Usyk beats him or somebody else does. Let me see. Fury needs to see Usyk, AJ, Joyce at minimum. I already touched on that. Like I said, Usyk beat AJ and he beat Joe Joyce. So if Fury beats him, does he really need to fight them? I don't know. Now if Usyk beats Fury, then what? Then Usyk's #1. Usyk. So here's what Usyk is facing.
That's
right
what
now.
makes you an ATG fighting those people.
Right.
That's
Usyk,
why Ali is an ATG.
Well, you talking about Fury fighting those guys? Or Usyk?
That separates Ali and Holyfield, people like that, from a lot of people. They ATGs because they fought those people.
Right. And I agree with that. 1,000%. That's why I said Fury will never be greater than Ali. But that does not mean that Fury could not beat him in a boxing match. So, again, even if Fury doesn't beat all the guys, he beat the guys who beat the guys. He beat the man who beat the man, which was Klitschko. If he beats Usyk, he beat the man that beat the man. He beat Wilder, who was supposedly the man of the United States. So how many top men does he need to beat before he's the best? Joe Joyce doesn't make him the man. Anthony Joshua at this point doesn't make him the man. If he beats Usyk, he just beat another man that beat the man. At some point, you got to give credit where credit is due. But again, if Usyk beats Tyson Fury, this is what it opens up for Usyk. There will be a big debate, and there's already one right now, that Usyk is the greatest cruiserweight who ever fought, better than Evander Holyfield. If he can beat Tyson Fury, there will be an argument to be made that he is a better fighter than Evander Holyfield.
No. There's no way.
We can talk about
I don't understand people's logic.
Look
at the people on Holyfield's resume.
Yes, and look at
as a heavyweight. How the hell could they be better?
Because Holyfield is a 5-time heavyweight champion. You know how you become a 5-time heavyweight champion?
You lose.
You have to lose 4 times. If Usyk can go there and be undisputed and beat the who's who and not lose, that's better than what Holyfield did.
I got that part, but there's nothing wrong. I don't have a problem with fighters losing because it's very rare that people go undefeated. So, you know what I'm saying?
But what
I give people credit for coming back from that.
Right, but what I'm saying, Lisa, is if a guy can do that rare thing and be undefeated, he's clearly better. That's all I'm saying, that if Usyk can beat all the top heavyweights, that's something that Holyfield could not do in his era without collecting losses. If Usyk can come and beat all the top guys and be undisputed, that's something Holyfield cannot do without collecting losses. So Usyk already has a way better resume at cruiserweight than Holyfield did. If Usyk can do this at heavyweight, then I'm sorry. As much as I like Evander Holyfield, Usyk's the better fighter, in my opinion.
I disagree. See, because there's the reason why I'm saying this is because, okay, Usyk won the World Boxing Super Series. Great series, great people, but none of them were better than Dwight Kwawi Muhammad. I'm sorry, but he won the World Boxing Super Series. I get it.
I disagree, Lisa. I think Breedis.
It's fine.
I think Breedis is better than any cruiserweight Holyfield ever beat. Breedis lost to Usyk, regained his title, pushed to 40, and finally lost. Finally got beat. knockout percentage, crazy. Power, crazy. Technical ability, crazy. Breeders, by far, is better than anybody Holyfield beat, in my opinion. It's
Yeah,
not,
and you got to look at the people that also. I'm just saying that's just my opinion. None of the white Kwawi Muhammad shits on all them dudes.
how many losses did he have?
It don't. Okay.
It does, Lisa. My
See,
point is
that
this.
brother in the chat just said everything I needed to hear. Read his comment at the end.
I'm moving to the comments. I'm on this one right now with Kelvin. But here's the thing: Breeders practically beat everybody there was to beat outside of Usyk, and he finally lost again after regaining the title after losing to Usyk. He did more than what Ali. He did more. He was better. His resume way better. His losses way lower. His wins way higher. Like his knockout percentage way higher. Like I got you. I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, losses do add up, and losses do eventually matter when you're comparing different fighters to different fighters. Yes, the names on the resume matter. However, if that fighter is losing to the big names on their resume and another fighter's not, then it's clear that that fighter's not as good as the other guy who's not losing to the big names. That's just my opinion. We don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But I just think Breeders is a better fighter than anybody Holyfield beat at cruiserweight. But let me get back to the comments. He said, and I'll read that comment that you want me to read too as well, Lisa. Canelo is a legitimate, undisputed champion. Benavidez ain't fought nobody but bums. So let me say this, and this will go to AJ's point so I can caveat back to it and not go on too long without touching on it. I love what AJ said. Callum. Canelo fought Callum for a vacated title. Here's the problem with that. When in the history of boxing have we ever seen a heavyweight champion miss weight, get stripped of his title, win the fight, and not fight for that belt again in the next fight that was vacated? Every single time I can think of a champion losing their title due to missing weight, they're by default in the vacated match. Very next fight, they're fighting for that title again that was vacated from them. They don't lose. They lose the title, but they fight for the title in the very next fight. Only with Canelo was he allowed to fight Callum instead of Benavidez for the vacated title.
Because it's Canelo. That's my point, Tony.
Canelo has so much bullshit around him.
I mean, I'll be kidding. That was just my point. Like, I was just saying, that's why I brought that up, because I don't like the fact that he was allowed to just fight Callum for his strap. Then, now the WBC belt, the Vega belt, that's on the line in that fight too. And I'm like, hold on, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Like, it's really, they just gonna throw it in there, like they kind of like just we're gonna throw it in the hat, and if you win the fight, you get it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. But my thing is, again, David Benavidez lost the WBC title due to cocaine. It makes sense that he would lose it to weight because a lot of athletes who have to cut weight do cocaine to lose weight. That's known. That is a known for any athlete who's ever had to cut weight or been around athletes that cut weight. A lot of them, like John Jones, got caught doing cocaine. He said he was partying. It's a lie. A lot of fighters do it because cocaine ups that metabolism. They don't do it to get high. Just like power lifters, bodybuilders, athletes all across the board where they have to cut weight, wrestlers, etc. They do cocaine because it helps you cut weight. And it's so funny that after he got caught on the cocaine, he busted weight on the scale. They go hand in hand and make sense. Again, though, he got caught on cocaine, got stripped, regained his title, missed weight, lost the title, but was never given the opportunity to fight for his vacated title that he won twice. It doesn't make sense. Only is Canelo protected like this. Just like Canelo won't fight Andrade, even though he was in 2 weight classes with him when Andrade was the champion. But we don't like to talk about that. He said, but Holyfield's resume better than Usyk at heavyweight, though. At the moment it is. But if Usyk beats Tyson Fury and Usyk goes on to continue to fight, and he's already caught out Deontay Wilder, beats Deontay Wilder, or beats a Joe Joyce again for the second time, not the first time, but the second time beats Joe Joyce, then this resume argument kind of goes out the window because he's beating all the top dogs. Let's go. Holyfield fought damn near all the top dogs. Usyk couldn't compare. The level of competition was hella different. Again, I gotta say what I just said. If Usyk goes on to beat Tyson Fury and beats other top dogs, and that top dog conversation goes out the window because Usyk did the same thing, but's undefeated doing it while undisputed. This undefeated stuff came from the Mayweather tree. That's why a lot of fighters are moved the way they are now. All-time greats have losses, and if they don't, it's who have you fought. But here's the problem with that, Antonio. Usyk's never moved like Mayweather moved. Usyk has only fought big names outside of Chaz Witherspoon in his first fight moving up, and I believe that was because he was supposed to fight somebody else.
Tyrone
Spong. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he pulled out of the fight, so we fought Chaz as a late replacement.
He popped the peds, I think. That's what happened, yeah.
Yeah. So he went to Chisora, who Chisora has always been a top 10. Even with all his losses, he's remained a top 10 WBC fighter throughout his entire career. He's always managed to stay at the top. That was the second fight. Fought Chisora, beat him. His third fight, he fought AJ, who was the #1 heavyweight at the time with 3 straps, and beat him not once but twice. So, again, you can't really say that about how Usyk moves, because then at cruiserweight, he beat all the champions at cruiserweight. He knocked them off one by one. So, again, Usyk doesn't move like that. And again, being undefeated did not start with Mayweather. Mayweather boosted it up and made it if undefeated mattered at welterweight, and it never has and never did. Being undefeated only mattered at heavyweight. It was only talked about at heavyweight because Rocky Marciano went 49-0. Nobody cares about a welterweight going 50-0. Why? Because that record's already been beaten multiple times at welterweight. Cesar Senior or Chavez Senior already beat that. He was
87-0, 88-0. Y'all that
Sugar Ray Robinson.
Sugar Ray, yes, beat that too. So
Finito Lopez, there's people who has been undefeated. He got a draw though, but he do
right. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. At welterweight, that record has been beat. The only weight class that record ever mattered at was heavyweight. Why? Because heavyweight's different than any other weight class. In heavyweight, one punch. That's it. You could be the most skilled guy in the world and get caught wrong and the fight's over. That only happens at heavyweight on a regular. Let's go to the next comment. Why didn't DB grab those other belts at super middleweight before Canelo moved up? What do you mean? David Benavidez never had the opportunity to grab the other belts because he was stripped, and then he regained his title. Then he was stripped, and he was not allowed to compete for his vacated title.
He wasn't allowed to fight Caleb either when he could have.
Right. That either.
Yep.
So it's not like Benavidez hasn't been doing what he needed to do. Canelo, I'm sorry. Like Canelo, he did great things. He's a good fighter, but he's not an all-time great. He's not an ATG. This dude has got so many sus wins around him that it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it again, and I'll keep saying it. Austin Trout beat him.
I felt Lara beat him. I felt Lara beat him.
Lara beat him. Mayweather embarrassed him.
Triple G beat him in the first fight.
Triple G did beat him in the first fight. It's plain as day. And I thought the second fight was a draw. Mm-hmm. So, again, like you got these such things. Then you look at how he won't fight Andrade. He won't fight Benavidez. He jumps up to fight a half-dead Kovalev. And I'm supposed to be impressed. Then he goes and fights a legitimate light heavyweight and Bivol and gets embarrassed.
By the way, Tony, like around the time he fought Kovalev, Dmitry Bivol was trying to get the smoke. But the manager clapped back, said, "Oh yeah, we reached out, but we never got a response from his team."
Yeah, Bivol's been trying to fight him, even at 168.
Mm-hmm.
Because guys like Demetrius Andrade and Bivol, they know Canelo still cannot fight guys who are mobile, that can use the jab, and
Pure
they all want
boxers.
to fight him.
Pure boxers. They've always given him
Yes.
issues.
That's the chink in his armor, and it's always been the chink in his armor.
Pure boxers. That's his kryptonite.
And if he would have got the losses he deserved, nobody would be looking at him like they are now.
Yeah, like so we count if we count all those guys like he should have lost to. That's what, like 5 losses on in total that probably should be instead of 2.
Yeah,
I think he'll still go down as an ATG.
he will because of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, I mean he is like he is coddled. I'll say that much. I mean, like, but but let me see, because I'm thinking it's like, but he in the situation regards to Benavidez, he needs to clean that up. He needs to. I like him to go back to 68 and take care of that before he does anything else.
Yeah, that's the fight the fans want. You talking about with Benavidez?
Yeah. I like Canelo to see he to take it. Like if he beats Benavidez in 168, all right. Well, there's nothing else for you to do in 168. Then you pretty much beat everybody, all the notable names up there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask y'all 2 this. Who do y'all believe that Canelo beat for those titles could actually beat Benavidez in a fight?
Oh shit.
Could Callum beat him?
No, Callum looking better now, but he's at 175.
He's at 170.
But at 168, do you really believe Callum could have beat David Benavidez?
Probably
No.
not. The version that for Canelo, no, hell no.
Caleb Plant, do you think he would have stood a chance against, or still stand a chance against David Benavidez?
No, I always had David whooping his ass. Always.
Always had David winning, yeah.
Who are the other people he beat?
Billy Joe. Billy Joe. That's
Billy
it.
Joe
Billy Joe
Sanders.
Saunders that quit. Do you think Billy Joe Saunders could beat David Benavidez?
I give it 50-50 because Billy Joe's a little slick. So.
Well, here's what I'm gonna say.
Nah, I don't like. I like Billy Joe at 160 better.
Here's what I'm gonna say about Billy Joe Saunders. That dude never looked the same like Valdez once he got caught on his nasal spray.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
After he got caught on the PEDs, he never looked the same.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion. I don't think he ever looked the same. I think David Benavidez would easily beat him down.
Yeah, I mean, like, probably, let me see the percentage. Did I say 50-50 before? Because now I'm really thinking about it. And it's like, yeah, because at 168, what did he really do?
Billy Joe Sanders?
Yeah, I think he won a vacant belt and didn't really beat anybody when he was up there.
Yeah, I thought he was better at 160, but
Oh, yeah,
I don't,
hands down.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't fight a lot. So.
Well, he hasn't fought since he lost to Canelo. I think he's retired.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, he went all the way up to heavyweight, so he's probably going to make his debut up there. So, with the weight.
And he does a lot of pranky stuff. So he's never been that consistent. Maybe in his earlier days, but you could tell he's a gifted boxer. Talented, but it's just I don't know.
Okay, about this comment, Tony. Do you think that, or I think I know what you're going to say, but I'll ask. Do you think Benavidez beats Canelo? You do, huh?
I don't know.
I don't know. Not sure. Okay.
I'm going to say this. David Benavidez will give Canelo every opportunity to look good because he's very aggressive. He throws a lot of shots, and Canelo's a counterpuncher.
Yes.
So the thing about it is will Canelo get overwhelmed? I don't know because we've never seen anybody truly take the fight to Canelo outside of Triple G, and he should have lost that fight. The difference in Benavidez and Triple G is Benavidez is a lot bigger and throws a hell of a lot more punches.
And Bivol took it to him
and young.
Well. And young.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bivol took it to him as well in their fight. He had moments.
Yeah,
really. I mean, it's funny because like I've watched it a few times now, especially the highlights a lot. I've seen the full fight twice, but I've seen the highlights. And like what Bivol was doing, it's like he just seemed to get stronger as the fight went on. I believed had he sat down, I believe had he sat down on his punches, he probably could have got a knockdown and stopped Canelo.
He definitely could, and he did step it up as it got deeper into the fight and his confidence got greater. But you got to understand, there was the one point in the fight where Canelo was waving him to come to the ropes,
and Bivol, he didn't take the bait.
Nah, you
Nope.
come out here.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying, AJ, is that's not really taking it to somebody. That's just doing a boxing lesson. If Canelo does that shit to Benavidez, he'll be on top of him.
Yep. I mean, just when I see, I mean, what I use the term taking it to, it's like when Bivol really let his hands go. I could really see like he was trying to like really just tear into Canelo at times. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, 'cause right before he did that taunting move, he was actually he hit him with a lot of straights on the ropes, like really, really digging into him. And I'm like, bro, what the hell what you stop for? Keep going. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Some of them he was missing too, because we just rewatched that.
Yeah.
Some of them he was missing because Canelo's defense.
His head movement, his defense, he did.
Yeah, his head, his upper body and stuff. Yeah.
He was slipping some stuff, but he was bothered by those punches, though. I'll say that.
Oh, he was definitely bothered.
Yeah.
Well, Canelo knows. Canelo knows. After that fight, like, first off, when you get the English beat out of you, you know you can't survive up there. Like, and we're talking about a guy in Bivol who's nowhere even close to the hardest puncher at light heavyweight. Not even close.
Bro, when I saw that, I'm like, dude, Beterbiev would have wiped his ass with this guy.
That's why they didn't fight him, because he would have been sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, like, and we just saw what he did to Joe Smith. It's like, nah, bro, that would have been terrible. That would have been terrible.
Canelo.
I mean, honestly, what Bivol would have did, his fans would have called for Beterbiev's arrest.
Canelo would have ended up looking like Pacquiao when he fought Marquez in the fourth fight. That's how bad the knockout would have been. Let me finish these comments real fast. Benavidez is a hype job. Canelo's going to expose him soon anyways. I disagree. You don't become a two-time champion as a hype job. A hype job normally gets stopped in their track before that happens. Let me see. I've got to see David Benavidez in something other than Lemieux, but he beat the brakes off of Lemieux, and Lemieux was a legitimate champion at one point in time.
And could we really say he was at the end of the road? Could we really give him credit? I knew he was going to beat his ass anyway, but
right. But I just
I mean, he moved to 160. I mean, he moved to 168. He moved to 168 too, and like he wasn't really at his best when he was up there. The only reason he moved up is because he couldn't make 160 anymore.
You're 1,000% correct. Yep. He was at the twilight of his career. However, we have seen a lot of older guys who are at least competitive with the experience at some point. Now they could get stopped mid, late, but they're competitive because they use that experience that they've gained. There was no experience over Benavidez. He just got blazed.
Yes.
So
Lemieux, to my knowledge, was never the textbook boxer anyway. Like he was just a brawler and like a power puncher, like a knockout artist. So yes, anytime they put him in a ring with a boxer, when he stepped up, we saw what happened. Billy Joe, Triple G, a couple other losses he had. So so there was a difference in class with David Lemieux. I mean, he gave us a lot of good knockouts, not denying that. But it's like when you step him up against certain guys with certain styles, we saw what he was.
Right. Exactly. Antonio, to this comment, supposedly that's the fight that's going to get announced next. Supposedly.
I hope it does. That's going to be a good one. I hope it does. Because, like, honestly, as Lisa said earlier, it's like, I'm tired. I mean, but people need to stop waiting in line for Canelo to give him a payday. Because, like, I remember after Beterbiev and Smith won their last fights, but prior to the time they fought each other, and their names they were in the mix for a Canelo fight as well. But they said, nah, fuck that. We unifying. You know what I mean? We ain't going to wait for him.
Well, you know why I don't like Canelo?
Go ahead.
Because he's fucking up Undisputed at light heavyweight.
Yes, he he is. I mean, like now, Bivol's got a mandatory to deal with, and then so does Beterbiev as well. So it's like, so this time we can't really blame him, but before he was, when he fought Bivol.
No, he still is. He still is, AJ.
How so?
He's still fucking it up because he has the rematch clause with Bivol. After mandatory Zerto.
You know what?
Zerto, he has to fight Canelo.
Tony, it's funny you mentioned that. Like that should be rendered in like invalid, like null and void. When like, okay, if you have a rematch clause, you have to do it right away. If you don't, then it's valid. It's like it doesn't take it's done. It doesn't take effect. It expires. And since you didn't do that when you fought Triple G next, you don't get a rematch now. But now that he still has that. Matter of fact, I never even heard anything like I've never heard nothing like that before. Like usually when people have an immediate rematch, they exercise it immediately, like right after. Like AJ did when he lost. Okay, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
And
No,
because
you
of
don't
that,
have to. Rematches don't have to be necessarily back to back.
well,
But
if Canelo calls for it, Bivol has to fight him.
yeah, then I
Yeah.
hope he doesn't, because like I want to see
Yeah.
if Bivol beats if he beats it, well, I believe he will. Then Better Beef gets to Anthony, which I believe he will. They need to square off next. That's what needs to happen.
I mean, I look at it like this. I don't care if Zerto wins or Bivol wins, because at the end of the day, Better Beef is sparking both of them. And Anthony, this ain't your yard boy. He's about to get slept so bad.
Oh
Like,
God! Like the
he should not
the
be
only
in
chance
there.
I give him
Yeah,
is
I
if
like
Better Beef
him. I
suddenly
like the
ages
young
overnight.
man. Yeah.
But
I
I
like
like
him too,
I
but this is bad for his career. I understand that he's
I
going to be
Yeah.
great, but like the guys that he's lost to, old ass Kovalev, he lost to
Lyndon
what's his
Arthur
name?
got appointed by him. Lyndon Arthur got appointed by
Yeah,
him.
Lyndon Arthur. Now he won the rematch, but he
He did.
lost the first fight, and
Yeah.
he's gonna get in there with Better Beef. Like, this is stupid.
That's like all he's done. I don't count his other fights because those were just like easy tune-ups,
He's
Yeah,
trying to.
sparring
He
matches.
hasn't had a lot of. He really don't have a amateur pedigree,
No, he
right.
doesn't.
so he's
Yeah.
learning on the fly, basically.
All right, let me finish up these comments real fast. Benavidez is long and throws hella punches. I agree, Charles, and that's what I was saying. He's gonna come and he's not gonna stop. He's gonna be relentless. Now it gives Canelo a lot of opportunities, but we don't know how Canelo deals with being pushed backwards and having a barrage of shots coming at him with no fear. Who
Mm-hmm.
Benavidez beats to get this hype? That boy kills himself to make super middleweight. Nobody kills themselves to make weight. Beat Canelo. Nobody. Again, you could say that all day, Kelvin, but let's see it happen. Let's see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because we already know Canelo can't survive in light heavyweight. And Benavidez, like you're saying, is truly a light heavyweight. So
He
that's what
is.
he's going to be fighting.
He turned pro there and he moved down.
Lost all his
Mm-hmm.
English after the fight, brought back the translator. Exactly.
Oh, that
Like,
was hilarious. It's like
you know.
bro. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, now you don't know English, really? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, it's a badass when you forget how to speak a language. Hopefully Benavidez crosses the street to the zone when Canelo sends him the contract. They'll make that fight if Canelo will fight.
well, that's if the PBC lets him leave. So
Let me see. Benavidez ain't waiting in line for Canelo. Benavidez is calling everyone out at 168. That is true, and they have all declined to fight him. Arum going to screw up like heavyweight undisputed. I think it's Eddie Hearn fucking it up right now. Bivol should have been fought. I agree 1,000%.
should have.
Y'all gonna learn hard way with Better Beef. Yeah, he is at the end of a punch.
I mean, it's funny because like did
I
you
got
see
a
Artur's?
question.
Oh, go ahead.
How's it Eddie Hearn when I thought Aaron was the one that said he didn't want to make that fight? So I need explain.
Bivol.
Yeah, the 175 undisputed. So
I thought he said he was getting him to fight. No. He never said. So Bivol was supposed to fight Better Beef, and Arum said he didn't want to do that fight because he wanted him to fight Joe Smith, and that's what he did.
mm-hmm.
So
And
I don't think he ever said that he didn't want undisputed. He just picked Joe Smith over Bivol, and that's who he just beat.
Right, because right now you got okay, so this fight is going on with Zerto and Bivol, and
Right.
then you have what's the young man's name?
Anthony Yard and Better Beef.
No, the other one.
Who?
What other one? Who else?
The one from Ghana. What's his name?
Ghana. Oh, was he a light heavyweight or?
Yeah, he's fighting. Isn't he supposed to fight the old timer from Canada?
Oh, you mean Joshua Boazzi?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John Pitt. That fight's off. That's not happening now. I don't know if that's off. I think they he bowed out because Pascal wouldn't agree to like some drug testing or something like that. That's what I heard. So that fight's off.
Oh,
that fight's off. I don't
wow.
know. Yes, so that fight's
Get
off.
out.
Well, we know
Okay.
Pascal, he got popped, so that makes sense. But
Yeah.
Boazzi,
Wow.
Boazzi, he's a knockout waiting to happen.
I agree. I think he's gonna get because I saw a lot of holes when he fought Craig Richards.
Yep.
And it just man, it's like honestly like it's funny. I said I wouldn't mind if they ran it back. I'd be putting my money on Spider Richards if I'm being honest.
Well, Richards hurt him multiple times, and he's
That's
not
what I'm
even a
saying.
big puncher.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's like Watson can punch, but I don't think he has the best chin.
Yeah, I don't think he has a chin at all. I think, like I said, I think he's just and he puts himself in danger way too much to not have a chin. Dang, these things stack up fast. Let's see.
Has he ever been knocked down?
Have to see Calvin Smith.
No, I don't think he's been down. He's never been down. I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, he won't have to see him, Kelvin. That'll be. Is it 12 months or 16 months with the WBC as a mandatory?
It's 12. But who knows? They could change it at their own inconvenience. So.
Oh, they'll definitely change it. They'll definitely change it if Canelo can manage to beat Bivol in the rematch.
Yep.
They'll be like, immediately got to fight Callum Smith.
Tony, I was surprised that man goes 2 years and holds those belts and doesn't have to fight a mandatory.
Canelo doesn't have to do anything. Like
he does what he wants. It's as simple as that.
Aram already said Benavidez ain't fighting on no app. Bivol
I remember him saying it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
My fault. Better be ain't fighting.
But he got fighters fight. But he got fighters fighting on an app, ESPN Plus. Come on.
Well, that's Benavidez, not Better Beef.
Well, he meant Better Beef.
No, but I'm just saying. The point is what I'm saying is that I'm so sick of them fighting. They too old. I get it. Fight in the boardroom or whatever, but all that social media, it's boring. Especially with the promoters and stuff. It's just, I guess it's just boxing. Talking.
But Belisa, since you brought up Joshua Buatsi, like I heard rumors going around that he might fight Callum Smith. I'm telling you now, if that fight happens,
Callum will knock him out.
That's what I was just about to say. I'm picking Smith to sleep him if that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll knock him out. He'll knock him out
because now he's destroying everybody at light heavy. He's getting highlight roll KOs
because he was too tall to make 168. He was sapping all his strength.
That's what I'm saying. It's like once I see like the wrecking machine he is a light heavy, now it's like, you know what? I wouldn't mind him running back with Canelo up at 175.
I think he'll beat Canelo at 175.
I agree. I think he would too. Because he's sleeping people now, man. He knocked out Glenn Castillo in 2 rounds. A guy who'd never been stopped before. Was it there with Bivol, Brown, all these guys? They decisioned him, couldn't stop him.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Is he gonna vacate or get stripped? Who's he talking about?
Neither Canelo, because he's going. No. He won't be back till September of next year.
Nope. I hope Bivol beats Zerto.
I believe he will.
I think he will.
Yeah, I believe he will too.
Yeah.
I don't see how Bivol just has too much experience. I don't think Zerto can handle him.
Bivol holds a place in my heart. I always liked him, but not because of the Canelo fight, but I just like him.
But you gotta understand too, Lisa.
It's real good. He's a real humble. I like how he wasn't intimidated in the press conference and none of that.
No, he was laughing at Canelo, talking about he's just a man.
Right. That's what I was like. When I heard him talking like that, I'm like, oh, this dude is coming to win. He's coming to win this fight. He ain't gonna play around.
Mm-hmm. Now they're not gonna strip Canelo Charles. They're not gonna do that. That's the money.
Too much money.
Yep.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do that. No. But they have done it in the past though. But I doubt if they do that. Yeah.
I'll be surprised if Canelo takes all these like the heads of these sanctioned bodies out to eat and be like, ha, we got them all fooled.
It's the politics in boxing.
It is
that prevents stuff from happening. This is my personal opinion. Even though you got to get in the ring to fight, I still think the politics dictate who they really want to be up top.
Yeah, because you mentioned light heavyweight being held up by undisputed, but now like we got that same situation in welter with the Spence and Bud situation. You know what I mean? It's like you got these young up and comers like Boots, Ortiz, steady coming up wanting title shots, and it's like now they got to wait for these like for these two to fucking get it on.
Right. It's all
And
politics.
how long is Boots gonna have to wait for that IBF title shot? Like seriously, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Boots ain't even the best welterweight for the young ones.
Don't think so?
There's a guy right now that I believe will beat Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford.
Who?
Rashidi Ellis.
Oh, Speedy, huh? Speedy, huh?
He will. I'm telling you, he'll beat the Boots off of Boots.
But what is he doing right now? Like, is he even
He
fighting?
just came back. He just fought. He got a knockout in like the second round after not fighting for 2 years because he had like promotional issues. And now
I know
he's
that, yeah. And the PBC scooped him up, and it's like, oh shit, man, was that even a good thing? You know what I mean?
I don't
I
know.
don't see it.
Same side.
I like him, but I just don't
I like Speedy
see
too.
it. I could be wrong.
I mean,
I like
keep
him
this
though.
in mind too. Keep this in mind. Roca, who just beat Blair Flair Cobb.
Speedy beat him.
Yeah,
Speedy beat him.
Speedy beat the
Speedy
brakes
beat him.
off of him.
They beat him decision. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So now that's a good win. It's aging well.
I'm telling you, I see it. Rashidi is better than all the other young welterweights, and I think if any of them can beat Spence and Crawford, it's him.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now
somebody a sleeper.
Now let me ask you this: do you think that Boots beats Keith Thurman? Because I do. Not only do I believe that, not only do I believe that as he beat Keith Thurman, he stops him in probably like 4 to 5 rounds, if that.
Keith ain't the same guy. Like
no, he ain't.
We knew that whenever
yeah.
I was gonna say we knew that when he fought Lopez, he wasn't the same. Ever since he lost his hairline, he's lost his boxing abilities. Like
he just needs to go bald. He needs to shave.
He's done.
That's
like,
what that's what I Boots. If I tell him,
I wonder what happened with Keith. I like Keith too. I don't know what happened with him.
Injuries. He just kept getting injured.
Yeah. Very talented fighter with his legs, you know?
Yeah, but that's another thing I want to bring up to go back to Tyson Fury. We've seen it before. Keith Thurman was out the ring for damn near 3 years. Came back, not the same. Even Muhammad Ali was out the ring due to him boycotting the war. Came back, lost to Joe Frazier. We go to who else was I gonna say?
Oh no, Ali had 2 tune-ups before he fought Frazier. Well, not tune-ups, but not tune-ups. But they were against the gut. No, he did lose to Frazier though. Yeah, but he had 2.
And now let me continue. Mike Tyson goes to prison, comes back after 3 years, doesn't look the same. Tyson Fury goes away for 3 years, comes back, and still beating everybody.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like him or not, the dude is just a good fighter.
You ain't.
I don't deny it. I'm not.
You ain't selling them on me because I ain't buying it.
I don't disagree. I mean, he's a good fighter. I rate his skills too. I rate his skills too.
You ain't trying to sell them on me because I ain't buying it.
I mean, like he's an asshole. He's an asshole, but he's a good fighter.
No, he's a good fighter. There's plenty of good fighters out there. He ain't the only one.
Yeah, but I think
he's a good fighter.
But Tony, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Tony, right quick. What round does Hellenius get knocked out in?
So I want to say
Not
this.
Sure.
I want to say this. People, look, first off, we don't know what Deontay Wilder has left. We don't know what he has left. He's about to be 37 years old.
Yep.
We don't know. We don't know what's left in the tank. On top of that, we're going to see if he's actually, I think he looks better underneath Malik Scott, but we're going to see if that actually translates to the ring. I don't know if it will, but if it does, I think he looks great. However, here's the one thing that people don't think about. Hellenius and Wilder were sparring partners, which means Hellenius has done numerous rounds with Wilder, which means, unlike other fighters who fight Wilder, he's used to his power. He's used to taking those shots. He's used to lasting rounds with him after taking those shots. So I'm thinking that Hellenius may be a lot more durable than what people are giving him credit for. I think ultimately he will more than likely, if Wilder's 100%, get knocked out, but I don't think it's going to be easy.
Okay. You think he can win?
Okay.
Do I think Hellenius can win?
Yeah.
Crazier things have happened. I mean, we don't know what Wilder has left. I mean, if Wilder is 100%, I don't think he loses. But if he's not, yeah, I think he could lose. We just don't know. We won't know what he has left until he gets in the ring.
Because Elenius, he can punch himself. He ain't no feather-fisted dude as well. So.
That's when is that fight?
15th October, a couple weeks. Yeah.
Somebody said Fury is a likable dude. He has a good heart.
Yeah, they're trolling.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Charles is picking Helenius for the upset.
Oh, shit. Well, don't tell me. Tell you
Damn.
as Ring IQ would say.
Kelvin says, stop the Fury hype. Usyk's going to make him look clumsy. Look.
Oh, boy.
Usyk is going to be exhausted by
y'all should make a bet. When the fights are not, y'all need to make a bet.
Nah. Usyk is too damn fast. I don't see him being exhausted.
He's going to get laid on.
If he can get catch, well, I'll just say this: if he can catch him, I don't know. It could. We have to see it. It is an intriguing fight, you know. It's gonna be interesting.
How does Usyk stop Tyson Fury from laying on top of him?
Move away before he does so, if he can.
Exactly, but he can't.
I mean,
you understand.
You're saying you're speaking hypothetically. You don't know that until they get in the ring.
I do, because at the end of the day, when Usyk gets close enough to hit Tyson Fury, he's well within the grabbing, hugging range of Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury is so much longer than him. The minute he gets close, Fury can easily bear hug him. Even if Usyk tries to step back, he's still within range of being hugged. He's going to get hugged. And he's going to get laid on. How does he stop it?
Tell the ref.
Now, if the referee stops it, then we're in for a real fight.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah.
Well, he kept telling the ref about AJ when he was body shotting him. I noticed that. I think he don't like body shots. That would be a good thing if Tyson put some body shots in there. I could see he don't like those.
You said Fury doesn't like body shots?
No.
Usyk. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Fury's going to go for the head and the body from range. He'll definitely. And the difference is Fury, unlike a lot of these heavyweights that Usyk has fought, Chisora, AJ, Chaz Witherspoon, Fury's different. Those guys, even AJ, they put their all into their jabs. They put a lot of power, a lot of strength behind their punches, every single punch. Fury doesn't do that. Fury does little pity patters, or he'll put his hand out in front of you to blind you. He does a lot of touch punches, which is really good against guys who move, because then you touch around, and when you feel them, you bop. Bop. So I just... 6'3", 220 pounds. I don't see how he does it. And he doesn't have knockout one punch power. I don't see.
Well, I mean, I don't see Fury. I don't see Usyk stopping him. I mean, like, the only way obviously is to win on point.
Can he hurt him?
I don't know. That's a good question.
We don't know.
Can he even stop him from walking forward on him? That's what I'm saying. Like, everything in my mind tells me that all you're going to see for the first 5 rounds is Fury walking into him, grabbing him, and laying on him. That's it. He's going to just lay on him. 280 pounds on Usyk's back for 5 rounds straight.
Well, Tony, let me ask you, like, let's just say,
I don't see that.
You were fighting a bigger opponent.
I just don't see it.
You were fighting a bigger opponent, right? Like, somebody's taller than you, somebody who kind of, like, weighs more. What would your strategy be to nullify that if you were boxing him?
Well,
If somebody was doing
here's the problem.
What would you do?
When I was boxing, a lot of people were taller than me, because I'm not that tall. I'm only 5'11". I'm not that tall. So a lot of the guys were taller than me, but I didn't fight at heavyweight. So when it was fight night, we were all around the same weight. Yeah, they had height on me, but they really couldn't lean on me, because I've always worked out for strength. That's why, like, I don't know if you've seen videos, I can go out of the gym for like 4 or 5 months, not touch a weight, and I can still throw up 315 like it's easy. Like, that's my natural, this is my weak limit, because I've done it ever since I was teenager, lifted weights. So I always had strength. So like nobody could body me back then. But if I was fighting at heavyweight, because I would be a heavyweight today, being that I'm 215. I mean, I don't even know. See, you got to understand, when I was fighting, it was amateurs, and I was knocking people out left and right. Then all my fights were won by knockout, but I wasn't fighting heavyweights. So while I know I hit hard, I don't know how hard I hit against a guy like Tyson Fury, because I've never hit a guy like Tyson Fury. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know what I would do, to be honest with you, if I could not hurt him. I mean, I'm strong. I work out for strength. So I would think that I could hold him up, but eventually I'm going to get tired. So my best shot, being that I had power, is trying to catch him with the uppercut or an overhand when he comes to grab me. That's the only defense. But if I cannot stop...
Can I get my idea?
Go ahead.
Well, we all know that Fury's stomach looks like some smashed homework. So,
right.
So like, go to his breadbasket, go to his body. Like, has anybody really even gone to Fury's body a lot in fights? Like, I think Wilder did in the third fight. I know that in the first round, and he was actually having success. He won that round. I mean, but if Usyk is clinching, if Fury's clinching Usyk, sneaking some body shots. Try to really just land some 1-1-2s as much as you can, and just try to sneak in some uppercuts if you can, like on him, like just that'd be my go-to. You know what I mean? Then if they hurt, if they give them enough where he hurts them, like, okay, I can't keep clinching this guy because he keeps sneaking it to the body, and I can't keep doing that.
But here's the issue, AJ, that I'm looking at. If going to the body is your goal, okay, here's the problem that I see with making that your attack. Yes, you could go to his body. However, when you attack to the body, you have to dip a little, okay?
Yeah.
Even Usyk's not so much shorter than than Fury, to where he could just throw a straight punch to the gut. He's got to dip a little to go to his bottom midsection, right? So now you're already at a squatting position. When you throw a shot, now you're more susceptible for him coming over the top at you, because now you're even shorter than you would be standing up. So, and you got to get close. Like, he's got to get close to even be able to touch him.
Yeah, I'm aware of the fact that I'm aware of the fact that I'm still going to get leaned on, but if I am, you're going to pay every time you're doing it.
But here's the thing though, AJ. I don't think he has the power to make him pay before he gets clinched. I'm literally, if Usyk had power, I would give him a good chance with his boxing ability. But I don't think he has enough oomph behind his punches to stop Fury from, that's all it's going to be. He's just going to clinch him.
I guarantee you. While it won't stop him, maybe he could make him think twice about doing it, every time. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's not going to stop him, of course. While he's getting close, all right, I'm going to make you pay a little bit before you do it. Then, over time, if it keeps happening, then it's all right, I can't clinch him as much anymore. Maybe over that. I didn't even know if it's going to hurt him, but it's it could just, I'm just saying, it's something that could be worth trying. You know what I mean?
I would, if I'm going to his body personally, I'm aiming for his chest. I'm trying to land shots on his chest because I want to be as upright as possible. So when his big fucking tree trunk ass comes over the top of me, I know he's not leaning on my back. I want to try to be as belly to belly with him the minute he grabs me, because I know, as strong as I am, eventually 280 pounds on my back and I'm bending is going to wear out my legs.
Yeah.
Sooner than later.
He did that to Wilder. He did
do that to Wilder. And the thing is, people like to say the weight gain is the issue with Wilder. No, Wilder was never tired in any fight before he fought Fury. The fact is, Wilder got tired because his big ass laid on top of him.
And also, I think the third fight, that's when he was at his heaviest.
Hold up.
Uh-huh.
Wilder don't throw a lot of punches to get tired. He kind of sets you up for that. The most I seen him throw was kind of in the Duopis fight and
Stavern.
when he fought Stavern. But he's like a sniper.
Right. And I don't disagree with that. But my only point is we've never seen him exhausted until Fury took his big ass and laid on him.
Yeah, his legs, he didn't have the leg strength to hold that up.
I think it might have been. I don't know. You don't think it was the weight?
No.
Like just he put on too? Because even in the third fight, he came in even heavier than that.
He did. But I don't think it was the weight at all because Deontay Wilder is 6'7" and 235 pounds. Is still.
But he's always had a skinny. He's always had a skinny frame. You know.
Right, but think about this. I'm 5'11", 215.
Mm-hmm.
Wilder is 6'7", only 15 pounds heavier than me.
He's coming to fights at 212. What was he for the first Fury fight? 212, I think.
Well,
yeah,
he
but
said,
he
said he
that's
was
where his speed comes from being smaller.
Yeah. I think Usyk's gonna run into the same issue that
like Fury's not even 6'9", he's 6'7" at best. He stands on his tippy toes in photos.
He was taller than Wilder.
Think so? That means like the height seemed comparable at times. I mean, maybe just slightly. I mean, but
they were comparable outside of the ring with different shoes on. But when they got in the ring, Tyson Fury was a good 2 inches taller than him.
But he stands on his tippy toes right in photos. I've seen. I'm not making that up. I've seen him.
Oh, does he?
He does.
Oh,
this is what I look at. Like that WWE guy, that Braun Strowman guy. He was taller than him, and I think they say that guy's like 6'8".
Yeah.
He stood next to the mountain, and they were like damn near the same height. So I've seen Fury stand next to other guys who are 6'8" plus, and he's been taller than them or damn near the same height. So I mean, if anything, he's 6'8". He's not 6'9". But what the fuck does it matter when you're 6'8"?
Yeah, he's still taller regardless. I know. Yeah, he's still taller than Usyk regardless. 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah.
Whatever, so.
Yeah. Usyk is 6 what now?
6'4",
6'3".
6'3". Okay. 6'3".
Oh, okay.
220.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Usyk's gonna run into the same issue. He doesn't have enough weight behind his ass to keep Fury from laying on him.
Mm-hmm.
And it all, like, I blame this all on Lennox. Actually, it's not even Lewis's fault. I blame it all on Emmanuel Stewart. Emmanuel Stewart was the one that taught these big ass dudes jab, jab, grab, lay on them. Jab, jab, grab, lay on them. But it works. It works.
Does. I mean, that's why I find it funny when the refs don't allow that shit, because then they force you to fight finally.
Well, it's supposed to be illegal, but they never give any warnings.
I think we'll fight that. I think Klitschko fought in America. What was it? I don't know if it was the Brian Jennings fight, but the ref checked him for his holding in that fight. Was it that one? And then I think also
I don't know. You probably so could have been.
Yeah, and I think when Lennox fought Tyson, he checked him for his holding too, as well. Like, nope, you can't lean. You got to fight. That's what I'd been like.
Yeah.
But that was a shot Tyson Tyson only had 2 rounds in him.
Oh yeah, it was. That was it. Yeah, 1-2 rounds best, and that was it. Like,
he wasn't the same.
That was coming. So.
Yeah, he wasn't the same.
Let me read these comments.
I love Tyson. Mike Tyson, I love him. One of my favorite heavyweights.
Ooh, my man.
Well, Charles D., I'm happy that you made money over that fight, but I don't like old Nacky. I don't like him because he calls himself a babyface, but he looks 50 years old. I don't like old Nacky. Cal Nacky.
Who was that?
I call him old Nacky.
Adam Kalnacki.
Oh yeah.
Like, that man looked like he aged in dog years. Like, I don't like him.
Yeah.
I can't believe I picked him to beat Helenius in a rematch. I felt like a fucking idiot when that happened. I was like, what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
I should not. I think God had to put money on it.
It's sad,
so Charles,
because he's you could tell he's a good guy. I remember when he was saying, I'm having a baby, and I was so excited for him, and I just hope those 2 fights don't ruin him.
Well,
He's
third
already done.
we've got a third loss to the Arisen guy, so he's
Yeah, he's
he
done.
just
yeah,
might, they
that's
just might use
right.
him as they just might use him as a trial horse now or a gatekeeper or some shit.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, he's finished.
Who's his
Uh,
trainer?
I don't even know.
I don't know either. I
He
don't
needs to
care.
stop taking his wife to those fights. She don't deserve that.
She be crying. Talking about, I never want you to fight again.
No. But you're overjoyed when he's beating the shit out of people. But as soon as it happens to him, now you're all up in tears.
Yeah.
That's how it usually works.
And he young, like it's like how they use what's his name, Gamboa
Yeah.
now for the young boys to beat up on. I would hate to see, that with him because he's so young.
They gonna do it to him. I think they're gonna do it to him. They did it to Gamboa. Why wouldn't they do it to him?
Yeah, they don't care about fighters.
I mean, like as soon as Gamboa versus Cruz was announced, I'm like, man, Cruz about to knock out this old man. Like that was a mismatch. As soon as that was announced, it's like this is unbelievable.
Was terrible what he did to him. Yeah.
I don't think Cruz is good. I think Ryan Garcia will knock him out.
I don't deny.
I like Cruz. I like
it's funny in his last fight. What was it on the Ortiz Ruiz fight? Like he damn near knocked himself out trying to stop that guy. like just Isaac Cruz. It's like he's trying to go for the finish and like he's tripping over his punches and throwing hooks. I'm like, bruh,
he's sloppy. He's real sloppy.
Yeah,
like he's just waiting to as soon as you put like a pure boxer or somebody in there who knows what he's doing, he's gonna get beat if not knocked out.
Yeah. Look. I've been saying it for a long time, and this is one thing that me and Black UGC Flame we disagree on, and a lot of people like to talk shit about him. But you know what? I'm sorry. In my opinion, Ryan Garcia beats all these dudes. He beats Devin Haney. He beats Tank Davis. He beats Cruz. There's nobody that's gonna beat him.
Well, I lost the hope for Tank. You know why?
Nah.
You know why?
I got Devin washing him, Tank destroying him, knocking him out.
But Tony, you know why I lost the hope from beating Tank? Because Ryan decided to release a little Instagram video detailing the altercation he had with Tank at the club, and talk about like, oh, he grabbed my chain and
I saw
I'm like, bro, he's like 5'2", you're like 6 feet tall. Are you serious? Like, and I'm like, bro, it's like, yeah, you ain't beating Tank, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna let him punk you in the club like that.
What did he say? He said he could act tough in the club. I do my fighting in the ring. Come see me in the ring.
But like, why? But bro, it's like he's not your friend. You know what I'm saying? Why you approaching him in the first place? He's not your friend. He's not your ally. He's you're pretty much antagonizing the guy and calling him out in every other sense. How do you expect him to react in a situation like that? This dude is a street guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's not. Ryan's not, and he don't understand that. He don't know what hostile territory is, and he doesn't know that.
I'm not from the streets, and I know not to mess with folks from the streets.
I'm
not
just
to do
saying
nothing like that.
He probably looks at it like it's another fighter and not like somebody who's really about their life. And had it popped off, I guarantee you Ryan would have got drugged by like 8, 9, 10 people.
Yeah, it would have. It would have been bad. So I say, like in that situation, I'm glad. I don't know. I'm glad he wasn't hurt too bad. So I mean,
he always going like he go to those.
I wish I could tuck him in and read him a bedtime story. But
he go to those PBC events. He trying to fit in.
Now I was fighting like what was the fight he went to? What was that fight he went to? He went to the Rolly Tank fight where he was dressed like Earl Spencer's prom date. So
and then he bet him all of that money or whatever, knowing that Tank was gonna sleep that guy. Come on.
I'm like, why is he like wearing a tuxedo? And that's just probably like what? Like why? I didn't even know he was wearing a tux. That was crazy. Like who the fuck wears tuxedos?
I mean, I'm gonna say this. Yes, Rolly got slept, but Rolly was out boxing Tank badly.
Yeah, you picked him to win. I remember. I haven't forgotten.
Until he got caught.
Truly pick him. I didn't truly pick him to win. Like I didn't make no prediction video, no nothing.
But you did pick him though, Tony. We can come on, bro.
I mean, you know what? If Rolly wouldn't have got stupid, he could have won that fight.
But we all know he's an idiot. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I know
Rolly
he's getting knocked out.
If he wouldn't have done that, Yeah.
Rolly can't box though. At least
And got
Tank can
countered.
box.
He did the same shit twice and got countered and fell into the fucking like, oh, what a moron.
But that's
man.
what I'm saying, Lisa. Rolly cannot box, and he was out boxing Tank, which is why I know Ryan Garcia will piece Tank up to pieces. Like I truly believe Tank will be knocked out within the first 7 rounds.
Now with Devin, it's like, all right, I'd say that
Ryan will be
boxing
asleep, laying out like a plank because he keep his chin up in the air.
Yeah, Tank is this short, and Ryan Garcia is very good at catching hobbits coming in with the left hook.
Hobbits, he caught him out.
Tank is great with uppercuts. I just don't see it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't see it visually.
Like, AJ, you missed the conversation. Like, so supposedly Tank might be going to jail.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I was on this other panel.
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah,
yeah. We was on this. Well, I was on this other panel with these other people where this dude really thought Tank would go in there and run the block. And I'm saying, like, there ain't no
jail?
fucking way, huh?
In jail?
Yeah, in jail he would run it.
Well, I mean, we gonna really find out if he's a tank or not. That's for sure.
No, let me tell you something. This dude is 5'5" and weighs next to nothing. Like, I'm sorry, there are gonna be dudes 200 pounds plus that if he runs up on, they gonna grab his little ass, throw him to the ground, sit on top of him, and beat his fucking head in. Like, it's not gonna go down like people think, and people think that like, because a motherfucker knocks somebody out in boxing, that's going to translate to a real fight. It's not, because here's the thing about boxing. Tank gets clinched all the time. In a real fight, there's no referee to separate you once you get grabbed.
In a street fight, anything goes. You can bite, you can claw, you can scratch, you can body slam, like you know what I mean?
It ain't even that deep. I'm sorry. The dude's 5'5". He's go some fucking dude who's going to be like 6'8", 300 plus pounds is gonna grab his little ass, and it's over.
Done. It's a wrap. I mean, but if he goes to jail, can't say I feel too sorry for him because like, there's no excuse for that what he did. So you know, if he gets locked up,
I don't think he'll go to jail though. I really don't, because John Jones got away with it.
That's true. They're right. That's true. He did. I'll probably bail him out of somebody. They'll get him out of it.
And if I remember correctly, not only did John Jones fucking hit somebody and drive off, he was high as fuck when he did it. So that's even worse.
You know what Dana White said like about this John Jones tree? I don't know if you caught this, but he was saying like how somebody told him that John Jones said that Dana White tarnished him, and he just laughed and said, "I tarnished you. You're the one that tarnished you." Like,
yeah, by the stuff he did.
Yeah,
but yeah, like people like Tank that got deep pockets, they very rarely do any real time because they can get lawyers for days.
Yeah.
And they can work out all types of settlements, all types of loopholes.
They can do something.
The more money you have when it comes to court, the better off you are.
Oh yeah, like lawyers, they will literally they will bend over backwards and break the law to get you out of shit. The more money you got, I know that for a fact.
Yeah. And then
but they're not gonna put him in what do you call it?
GP.
Gem Pop.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that.
No, he'd be a solitary.
He's a celebrity. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Floyd went to jail, he was stacked up in a condominium damn near.
Of course.
I mean, that's why I say he never went to jail. He just went to a hotel.
Yeah, they got rich people jail too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different when you got money. It's different.
But I mean, as far as Devin and Ryan, how that would play out, like I've always believed that Ryan Garcia didn't want that fight for some reason. It's just that is he wanted an eliminator when he fought Luke Campbell, then he leaves the sport for about like a year and a half, or give or take.
Right.
Then you know, and he's just shown no real interest in fighting him. That's all. Like,
this is how I look at it. While they were different and they were younger, they fought 6 times in the amateurs.
Tied each time, yeah. I thought it was 4, but it was 6.
It was 6. They're 3-3.
3-3, yep. Yeah, tied.
Here's the problem. Ryan Garcia is a knockout artist, okay? Amateur boxing is more tailor-made to a good boxer, and power doesn't matter because you have on 12-ounce gloves and headgear. So a knockout artist tends to do worse in the amateurs because their power is greatly neutralized by the headgear and gloves.
Diminished,
so If Ryan Garcia could beat him 3 times, handicapped, when they get in there for real and there's no headgear and they're in smaller 8-ounce gloves, I believe they're in 8-ounce at 135. Yes, they should be, I believe. Still 8-ounce. I don't see how Devin survives them.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to see the fight. That's why I don't know why Ryan was so hesitant in fighting him.
Well, I agree. I want to see it too, but now it's not going to happen until Devin moves up to 140.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Like the way you just put it, it's like, okay, yeah, I completely agree. It's like, but why did Ryan not want to fight him at 135 when he had the chance? That's the thing. That's the question.
140 is nothing but killers. I don't see Ryan. You got Matias there.
Ponce, Zepeda,
Taylor. All of them guys are.
Barboza, Teo's up there now too, as well.
Mm-hmm.
All them guys is killer.
I know we know you're not high on Teo, Tony. I still go back to that video every now and then when you made him look like Martin and shit.
Gary Russell's brother is there.
That, AJ?
Go ahead.
I was the first one to do that, then everybody else stole it.
For real?
Yeah, I was the first one to put that picture up and then took Teo's face and put it over like I've been the first to do a lot of things and it gets stolen, and because my channel's always been so small, nobody sees it. But you can look at like people's videos, their thumbnails, and look at mine, the timestamps of when shit was dropped, and you can see clear as day I was the first one to do it.
That's because who do you think is next for Teo? Does he fight? Do you think he should fight Arnold Barboza next to Jose?
He's scared of Barboza. He don't want that fight.
I agree with it. What about you? Think he'll fight Pedraza next?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Because that's a winnable fight. But Teo, he ain't gonna do nothing. He's gonna get stopped. He cannot survive at one. He couldn't survive at 135. How's he gonna survive at 140?
Mm-hmm.
Like when Kambosos is dropping you, what are you gonna do when Regis hits you? What are you gonna do when Taylor hits you? What are you gonna do when Zepeda hits you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he gonna do? I even think Ramirez would walk his ass down and just beat him up.
Yep, yeah, Ramirez is up there too. I forgot about him as well.
I don't see how he makes it. I don't see how he survives. I think he's a flash in the pan, and he got lucky because Loma didn't let his hands go for 6 rounds.
Rematch, you would have beat him.
Oh, I think Loma would have definitely beat him in the rematch.
Shame he didn't get a chance though.
Oh, Teo knew. He knew.
He knew deep down. So yeah, I know. I believe he know. He
knew he robbed the bank.
Then he wanted to just get away like a bandit. But I'm not shaming him for not doing it because it's not like he had to as well.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
that was Loma's fault for no rematch clause.
Yep, exactly.
Loma was super confident he was going to win it. That's why he did it, and he got it.
And now we finding out before the fight he was injured, and his dad wanted to call it off. Should have listened.
Well,
should have listened.
Here's what I'll say. Whether he was injured or not, the minute you step through the ropes, knowing whatever your ailment is, that's your fault. You should have never got
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You should have
not an excuse.
You should have listened to your dad and postponed the fight until you recovered.
Right.
Period.
But what I will tell you is I do not believe Teo was having any breathing issues against Kambosos. I believe that's all cap.
Well, if he was, it's because he let the mountain man punch him in the fucking chest. So
you don't He did do that dumb shit in that little.
Yeah, what a moron! What a moron! I'm like, Jesus Christ! Like, how stupid could you be, man? This guy is like 300 solid, and you're gonna let him hit you like that?
And the world's strongest man won that competition multiple times, holds world records in weightlifting.
Oh God, he's lucky. He's lucky. Well, he didn't die or whatever else. But once again, your decision to get in the ring.
Yeah.
If something was wrong with you, you should have known.
But I just don't believe it because I didn't see at any point in time him complain about breathing issues. They've even had camera angles of the corner. What was said, he never once complained about he couldn't breathe. He never acted like he couldn't breathe. When he lost the fight, he went in and talking about that he won the fight, that he was robbed. Never complained once in the ring after the fight was over. This motherfucker was doing backflips. Like, come on, at what point can we say that this dude can breathe?
Well, I thought the zone set him up. Isn't that what he said too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said if this would have been on Top Rank, I would have won.
Well, it would have been if you installed the fight for damn near a year.
Yep, trying to get the most money possible.
See, it's like,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna tell you this right now. George Kambosos, he's about to make all wrongs right and win this rematch.
No, he's not. Sorry.
Watch. Here's what happened. Kambosos took this fight lightly, and it reflected in him missing weight. The dude's never missed weight before. He thought Haney was a boy.
That was deception. You heard it. That was deception. You heard him. Remember? That was deception.
I know. But no, I'm telling you, AJ, I really believe that he didn't take it serious, that he actually thought that Haney was a boy, was a kid, and thought that he would just grown man him and beat him easily. And that's why he didn't make weight, because he wasn't training properly, and he took it lightly. I think in this rematch, you're going to see the same Kambosos that was hungry, that knew he had to train like his life depended on it against Tio. That's the Kambosos you're going to get in this rematch. And I think it's going to be a completely different fight.
I disagree, but okay.
Look. My predictions are not wrong. It was the art of deception that happened in the first place, only to lead up to the real outcome happening in this rematch with my crystal ball.
Oh, shit. This man, oh, my God. Oh, that's
I'm
hilarious.
sticking with him.
All right, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I love it upset. If George could upset the apple cart, hey, man, more power to him if he could do it. Hey, man, I'm all for it, man. I'm just, hey, man, you know me, Phil. You know me to the viewers. You know me. I'm just a fan, man. You know what I mean?
You know
I
what,
made
man?
the best
He
man
might
win.
have lost on purpose.
Shit.
Well, Devin Haney signed a 3-fight deal with Top
He did.
Rank.
So if he wins, he's got to deal with Loma next.
Who, Haney?
That's the plan. Yeah, I mean that's what.
Yeah,
Bob wants to do. So
if Haney loses, he may have a trilogy with Kambosos.
Nah, no way. So what? There's a rematch clause for the second fight too.
I don't think there's a rematch clause, but I think Kambosos will run back the trilogy.
So you think he'll just fight Devin again if he beats him for this fight? Just do it. Just give him another shot.
I think that the way that you see his ego, I don't think he'll just ride off into the sunset with one win after losing. I think he'll want to fight him again to prove that he's better.
No, I don't think he'll do that. That's extreme, man. Like, I mean, I mean, because he already was talking about if he loses again, he's going to retire. That's what he was saying.
But what I'm saying is, I believe that if he beats Devin, he'll fight him again.
Wow. Well, I won't be watching it if that happens. Because like, I don't even want to see the second fight if I'm being honest. Because like,
you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it because you believe Devin's going to dominate him. But
I do.
If Kambosos dominates Devin, how would you not want to see the trilogy?
Well, depending on how the second fight goes, if it's more competitive than the first fight was, and you know, if George does win, then yeah, I'd be based on how the aesthetic of the second fight goes. Because like, I don't honestly, I'd rather not see the rematch. But I'm still gonna watch it anyway because like
Right.
you know, because I don't want to see Wilder Helenius should pay for that. I believe I already know how that's gonna end. So and you know, there's another card at the end, on the end of the day as well. So I'm gonna get my fix in. So yeah, I'll tolerate that. Plus the undercard's looking pretty solid. So
yeah, it's gonna be a good day of boxing.
It is. It is.
Let me hit these comments real fast. Fury has legs for arms. He does. He's gonna jab Usyk from one side of the ring. He will, and Usyk will not be in range. Fury doubles that jab. Kelvin, Tony about to find out how slow Fury is. I disagree because nobody ever in the history of Fury fighting ever called him slow. Nobody ever said anything but Fury was a technical boxer until he started knocking everybody out. Now all of a sudden he's not a technical boxer. No, he's still the same Fury that moved around the ring like a crackhead. Why? Because he is a crackhead.
I mean, he outboxed Dylan White before he knocked him out.
He did. Wilder did in the third for a few rounds. Usyk hurt Joyce, AJ Chisora. He will hurt Fury. He's going to get hurt by Fury. Wilder needs to learn how to use his left. That's how he got Fury in trouble in the first fight. That's very true. It was the left hook that caught him. And it looks like Malik Scott has been working on that when they had the little noodles out.
Tony, you want to place a little wager for the rematch or what?
On who, Haney?
Yeah, and George?
Well, what's your wager?
Let's keep it light. I'm cheap nowadays, so let's do 25. How about that sound?
Trying to do money.
You down? Oh! Now you don't want to bet. What's going on?
No, I could bet. The only thing is that means I would have to give out my legal information.
You can trust me, bro. Don't worry, I won't sell it to the feds.
I don't know, man.
You got Cash App?
On YouTube, people are your friends one day, your enemies the next.
Bro, how long we been talking, bro?
A long time.
I know. You can trust me. Don't worry.
But I mean, like, let me give you a case in point to this. How long was me and Chan talking before she tried to make a video because she felt some type of way, and then I made my video back.
And that's between y'all. I'm mad at that.
But my only point is, how long was we cool before she out the blue tried to make a video about me?
That's true, but I don't. You know me. I don't make YouTube content and put out stuff like that.
No,
just because I disagree with you, I'm not gonna go that extra mile. I ain't got the kind of energy for that type of stuff. You know what I mean? I just leave YouTube altogether and I deal with this shit no more.
Yeah, I feel you. Charles said I'm 6'3", 220. Water was 209 for the first fight. Yeah, that's what he said. He came in lighter.
But Tony, Lisa, ask Lisa. Lisa could vouch for me. We talking to Reg. Lisa, you can trust me, right? Lisa?
I don't know. She might have fell asleep. It's late.
Damn.
Charles said he's 6'3", 220, and he's slim. So, yeah, that tells you how slim Wilder is.
I'm sorry. I'm here. I was washing the dishes. Yeah. AJ's good people.
Told you. See?
I can vouch for him.
Let me get through these comments really fast. Because I got like a million of them. They warn but don't deduct points. He's talking about how Fury leans. Might fault Lennox for the money. That was a shell of him. It really was. I picked Elanius because old Naki gasses and blocks with his damn face. Kelvin said, if you ain't Iron Mike Tyson, you ain't running any joint in prison. I agree. Tyson, he had man weight behind him. He wasn't 5'2" and the size of a middle schooler in weight. Tank will be checking in prison, protective custody. He'll be considered a high profile. I agree. He'll never go to GP. Jones didn't leave the scene. I thought he did. Judge threw out the plea deal. Floyd did a hard 45 days. T.O. would have to beat him again, damn it. Loma put the no rematch. T.O. was injured too before that fight. Loma wasn't injured. T.O. had a boot on his foot after the fight. We'll see on October 15th. Break that tie 1-1. I agree. I think it should be a trilogy. Shields fight, Wilder fights, Haney fights. Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a day on October 15th. I'm still mad, though, that the fight didn't already happen between Shields and Savannah Marshall. I'm scared. I'm scared that it's going to end up hurting Shields worse because I think she might be overtrained because she's so irritated about her only losing to Savannah that she may be training too hard and the delay may not be best for her.
You got Clarissa in that fight?
No, I got Savannah.
Okay, me too. Same thing. But I know you got Michaela though, right, against Alicia.
Yeah, I want Alicia to win. I always go for the prettier girl when I can. But yeah, I know there's no way. Like Michaela's way too skilled, way too technical. And she's tall and long. Like it's just
see, I just want to see how she's gonna respond to Alicia's punches because I know she could crack. And that'll I mean, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Like she was in the trenches against Hamadouche, but I think that just Hamadouche, like what her forte is accumulation of damage. Alicia, her power is more explosive. So, I just think that she hits a lot of I Not saying she'll win, but I'm team Alicia. I'm on Alicia.
She had a great stoppage. She Medusa Harper. She turned her into a straight statue. But
froze her in time.
Outside of that fight, she's never really hit like that. And that was a Harper who had been out of the ring for over a year coming off of an injury. So there's that aspect to it too. Not trying to take away from the win, but I'm just saying it's not like that was 100% Harper. And again, she really hasn't hit like that in any other fight outside of that fight. And again, Michaela is a lot fucking bigger than Harper. A lot bigger.
She is. That's
a lot
true.
stronger. Like I don't like Michaela because like when I see her body, it looked like a 50-year-old tennis mom. Like I hate the way she's built. Charles D says Buns winning. I hope Buns wins. I really do. Kelvin said Baumgartner gonna whoop Mayer. I don't think she will. Michaela don't have pop. You don't need pop. You just got to be able to outbox him, and that's what Michaela's gonna do. Gonna have her sharp. You think Tony gonna have her sharp? I don't know. Hey, it is 12, damn near 12:30. This was only meant to be like an hour stream. It's probably been 3 hours. I don't even know how long this has been going on. I can't even see.
5 hours, 17 minutes and counting.
Woo! Never have I ever.
I gotta go to freaking work. So
yeah. I'm gonna go to bed. So good night, AJ. Good night, Lisa. I appreciate both y'all jumping on the panel. AJ, say your piece. And I'm gonna
Thanks for having me. Sorry, I was washing dishes.
All good. Appreciate you, Tony. I'll let you later, Lisa. Till the next one, man.
Oh, well, hold on. AJ, you close us out because she jumped off. I was gonna let her close it out. So it's on you. Close us out.
Okay, for sure, man. This is Tony's Reviews. Make sure to like and subscribe. This is your boy AJ Spay. I pop up from every now and again. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Appreciate you, Tony. By the way, Tony, you still there?